魔法が解かさんクであったエクエストリアの地でダークエネルギーの危機記念日に来た王国ゼブラ帝国どこに悲惨な戦争で迷信に煽れ欲望に消費されます。プリンセスルナはとても暗い時代に権力を握りトワイライトと友人たちに導かれて後戻りはしません。戦争の残酷な怒りが大地を貪り尽くしかつて繁栄していたエクエストリアは今では核の荒れ地となっています。魔法とフォールアウトが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅リトルピップこの荒涼とした土地のピーコシャと呼ばれるバンカー嵐からの避難所戦争で引き裂かれたこの世界で活躍するユニコーンリトルピップグランドペガサスウェイクレイブ彼らは空に向かって逃げます果てしなく続く雲かつての記憶君シャドウのモデルリトルピップはこの荒涼とした世界で追求しますロックリッキングとハッキング彼女の芸術を生き延びるウェイストランドの危険を乗り越えながら彼女は自分の役割を果たしますロードフォールアウトが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅リトルピップこの荒涼とした土地のピーコ大地に刻まれた横の傷跡リトルピップは砂の中を進み続けます廃墟の世界それでもまた夢が咲くウェイストランドの心には新しい日が迫っているかもしれない
Chapter 43 The Kingdom of the Blind. Are you not happy that your quest is complete and you can return to your studies in Canterlot? Rocks! I can't believe this whole war has been about rocks! Gems! Coal! Rarity said something about a meteorite, but she got all evasive when she realized I had overheard. Whatever. Like it was hard to figure out. Sometimes I'm slow, but I'm not stupid. Dumb rocks! I used to think rocks were cool. I mean, my big sister has gems for a cutie mark. And Pinkie Pie once lived on a rock farm. We even used to play a game, Scootaloo and Applebloom and me. We found the rock that Rarity had gotten her cutie mark from, and I made Twilight Sparkle enchant it so that we could make it open and close. She kinda owed us for that whole smarty pants thing. We called it the Rock of Destiny, and we'd pretend that when it opened up, it would give us our cutie marks. Twilight made it so each of us could set a passphrase to open it. Mine was Dumb Rock, so I could pretend I was just like my sister. I changed it to Apple Pie for a while, but then changed it back. Just as well. My sis and I haven't been Apple Pie in a long time. Not since the ministries. I hope you don't mind me using your place. I mean, of course you can't mind, but I hope you don't anyway. Sometimes, I just have to get away from all the noise. It's so nice and peaceful here. And I really love your flowers. Anyway, I guess I'm thinking about rocks because we found chunks of that meteorite when we dug into Luna's old foundry under the castle last week. It was all broken up because they'd taken all the ore out of it, and they'd sealed up the pieces. I felt kind of sorry for it. Ponies and zebras blame it for all sorts of stupid stuff. It's not the rock's fault. It's just a rock. And I kind of know what it's like, being blamed for stuff. Seems sometimes everything I do just makes things worse. So I had them make one of the bigger chunks into a cornerstone, as an apology or something, I don't know. Make it feel useful. Yes, I know that's stupid, It's just a rock. So, I guess not dumb rocks, just dumb ponies and zebras. I came up here yesterday. Building the last stable in Everfree was my idea, so I wanted to be here. Especially after we started having problems. Rarity said that Everfree Forest is the one place she was sure the zebras wouldn't attack. So I thought, why are we putting all the stables in places we think they will attack? Doesn't it make sense to put at least one somewhere they won't? Yes, the forest is dangerous, but it can't be that dangerous. You lived here, and my sister and her friends used to go into it all the time. Well, just another of my ideas that ended up a mess. Apple Bloom had warned me about the poison joke, but was it always this aggressive? It's been really bad the last 3 days. Moonbeam said it's like the excavation is attracting it. He thinks that either it's vibrosensitive, which isn't even a word, or it wants to be near people. But that doesn't make any sense. It's a plant, right? But then, Apple Bloom says you told her the plants want to laugh. How can a plant want something? I'm sorry, I know I'm rambling. I guess my thoughts aren't too coherent. I'm just trying to work things out. I think we've lost our faith. Does that make any sense? It's like everything we're supposed to believe in has gotten dark and crumbled. Like the air is heavy. No, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know. Like everything is too real. You know, like when you're just a filly and you look up to someone and they're your idol, but then you learn they're not perfect like you imagined. That they're flawed, just like every pony else. Maybe that's just growing up, though. It's like we've forgotten how to have heroes. Only worse. We've forgotten how to believe in each other. And ponies. Even Scootaloo. She's trying to fix ponies with all these experiments. I once told Scootaloo I thought she was trying to make ponies like they were when we were kids. You know what she said? She said, nostalgia is mostly just make-believe. Isn't that horrible? I started having second thoughts. Maybe we should just stick to saving ponies. Maybe it's not right for us to try to fix things. But then, won't it all be for nothing, like Scootaloo says? I don't know anymore. Sometimes these experiments feel, I don't know, wrong. I know they're not dangerous. We've made extra sure. But I still don't feel right doing experiments on ponies who are just trying to survive. Isn't that wrong? It's not like it's their fault. Not most of them, anyway. The ones in Stable 1, maybe. I just want to save them and give them a chance. Kinda like the rocks, I guess. I even almost told Rarity about the experiments, but I didn't. Because, well, I'd be betraying Scootaloo and Apple Bloom if I told. And I'm not sure Rarity would do the right thing if I told her. I really don't like the Ministry of Image. And if that's what she is now... Like I said before, we haven't been apple pie in a long time. Sometimes the little statue of Rarity that my sister gave me feels more like my sister than she does. Today, I did ask Scootaloo if Stable 101 could be made a control stable instead, but she and Apple Bloom both insisted the experiment here was too important. And part of me still thinks Scootaloo's right. Like, maybe we really do have to fix ponies to figure out what went wrong so everything doesn't get so bad again. But how many times do we have to try before we get it right? And what happens when we fail? This time the cost can be so much more than tree sap and pine needles. Scootaloo has been looking at me funny. I think maybe she knows I'm having second thoughts. Anyway, sorry for all the rambling. Thanks for letting me use your place. And thanks for listening. Apple Bloom is right. You are a really good person to talk to, Zecora. We're all very, very sad about what happened to you. I hope you're at peace. You better take a look at this. We all stared upwards, our eyes lifted above the dark silhouettes of the forest trees. The sky was a cloudy haze that glowed a hellish orange, lit from the fires stretched for miles below. Our gazes were fixed on the massive black shadows slowly moving through the ever-free fire sky, brilliant flashes of lightning erupting along its sides. It was moving towards us, but we were not its destination. The overcast. This was a day too soon. Goddess damn him! Colonel Autumnleaf was jumping the whistle on his own attack plan. My brother's on that ship. Calamity's tone was dour. I pranced in agitation. This was not good. Why the hell would he... A sudden wave of weariness passed over me. It had been far too long and far too rough a day. I needed sleep. I wasn't going to get it. Above us, more lightning flashed as the 4 raptors moored to the overcast began to pull away, their smaller thunderclouds pulling free of the Thunderhead warship's massive ones. 2 of them began to move ahead, while the other 2 flanked the mobile siege platform. Okay, I said, spinning around and addressing the others. Change of plan. I looked over to the ponies and Griffin, who had followed me this far. Part of me dreaded what I was about to say, but part of me knew it would somehow be this way. We'll have to split up. Before any pony could protest, I explained. The Enclave is moving on the cathedral now. They'll be there in what, a few hours? I looked to Calamity, who nodded at my assessment. And we can't all go. Zenith shouldn't be moved anymore, especially not after Lifebloom uses his spell. With a grudging reluctance, I added, and neither should the Hellhound. Velvet Remedy agreed quietly, staring back at her patients. Lifebloom was moving about Zenith's bed, preparing to cast his trepanation spell. Lifebloom and I need to stay, she intoned, sparing me the task of saying it. She smiled sadly to Calamity. And you, love, need to go. Firelight, I instructed. Keep them safe. The Balefire Phoenix hooted, perching up straight and giving me a one-winged salute. I don't know if I can do this, Calamity admitted. After all he's done, after all the ponies dead, I know Autumn needs to be put down, but I don't think I can. He looked at me, his eyes wide and hurting. My own brother. I remembered Pride's change after learning the Enclave had marked Calamity for death. That, in fact, Autumn Leaf, his own brother, had ordered my best friend's execution. Then it's a good thing you're taking me with you, Reggie said flatly. Velvet Remedy gave a pained look. It's a hard thing going against kin, Reggie said. To take down your own brother. I don't think I could have done it if Cage had gone bad. Nobody blamed you for not taking that shot. Calamity watched her check the load on her guns he had custom-made for the adolescent Griffin. If it helps you at all, you'll be putting a stop to his murdering ways even still. It struck me that Reggie viewed those guns as a stand-in for Calamity, a way for him to be a part of what he needed to be but couldn't, much in the same way she carried Cage's blades. So, little Pip, what's the plan? Calamity asked. How the hell are we supposed to make it through miles of fire and whatever else Everfree's keeping in his back pocket and get to Red Eye's base before they do? We don't, I answered him simply. I raised a hoof to the sky, pointing towards the overcast. We're going to hitch a ride on that. Calamity, Reggie, and I made our preparations, while Lifebloom's horn glowed and he tried to work a miracle. We didn't have a lot of time. We wanted to give the overcast enough time to pass us by, but not enough to move out of sight. This is a stealth mission, I proclaimed, wincing at the groans. Hey, we've got this one in the bag. We've got 2 stealth cloaks now, I pointed out, counting the albino Hellhound's cloak along with Zenith's. And I have the advanced stealth buck. Which only works for a few hours, Velvet Remedy warned. True, but we wouldn't need it for even that, I suggested. Once we get up there, we'll snag a set of Enclave magically powered armor for Calamity, and I'll take the cloak. Oh, crap, Calamity muttered. He dipped his head, tossing off his hat. Can't be bringing this, then. He stared at his trusty black desperado hat. Half of it was badly burned from the buccaneer blaze. To be honest, it no longer really looked right on his head. In fact, it made me wince, remembering how painfully hurt he had been. I loved that hat. I'll take care of it until you get back, Velvet Remedy promised, her words carrying a subtle insistence that he would come back. Brilliant scarlet light flashed over Zenith, then settled in a halo about her head, making her look like a sleeping angel. I remembered how she looked with bat-like wings the day she saved her daughter. The mental images combined strangely. Lifebloom was sweating, straining in focused concentration. Calamity dumped the contents of his saddlebags, which I swear took up more space in the hut than the saddlebags could possibly have held, and had apparently come to include several bottles and jars of desiccated herbs and dust that Calamity had scavenged from the hut itself. insisting he wanted to travel light.
You won't bite your brother, but you'll be taking as much of his ship as you can carry, won't you?
Yep. Reggie, meanwhile, had decided she was as ready as she could be and was leaning in the doorway, smoking another cigarette. Velvet Remedy huffed at her. Yeah, right, Reggie said with a roll of her eyes. I shouldn't smoke. Might burn down the forest or something. You could at least show some respect for your health, Velvet commented. Reggie just lifted an eyebrow, then waved a wing in the direction of the pony she had chosen to assist, particularly me. Yeah, 'cause I'm well known for making healthy choices. Velvet opened her muzzle, a retort on her tongue, then closed it again as a look of heartbreaking defeat blanketed her body. It's too late, isn't it? About the smoking or me following you lot? Reggie blew a ring of smoke. Way I see it, if I quit, it would be like saying I made a mistake and insisted on lending a wing. And that would be like saying Cage made a mistake. And, well, that just ain't gonna happen. But Velvet wasn't talking about Reggie's life choices. She turned to me with a horrified look. Little Pip, please, be honest. Her voice was fragile. The fire. How long before it reaches Fluttershy? She swallowed hard. It's already there, isn't it? She's already dead, or... My lovely unicorn friend could not bring herself to say that Fluttershy was dying. But it was clear from the pain in her expression that she was imagining Fluttershy, burning alive slowly in utter agony. It was too cruel an end for too cruel a life. I couldn't bring myself to say that. By my best estimate, the fire had been there since nightfall. Maybe it was corrupted kindness to be dishonest about this, but I just couldn't tell her the truth. It would destroy her. I opened my muzzle to lie, but I was interrupted before I managed the first word. Doesn't matter, Reggie told her, drawing stares and glares from everyone except Lifebloom, who was too deep in concentration to notice his surroundings. Velvet stared, muzzle open, her heart tearing apart in front of us. What? Reggie looked taken aback. Oh, wait. She looked at us all. You don't know? Know what? Calamity said carefully. The fire ain't burning the trees, Reggie announced. My jaw was not the only one to drop. She looked at us and shook her head. Hells, it would be easier if I showed you. I don't think you'd believe me otherwise. What do you mean the fires aren't burning the trees? Just that, Reggie replied. Got a good look after you all ran off and left me half dead in a tree. As she said that, her voice was not accusatory. If anything, she sounded amused. Red Eye's fire brigade pushed past my position. Saw 'em hose down a moss-covered tree with one of their flamethrowers. I swear on my mother's name that the flames went right through the tree like it wasn't even there. But Velvet's voice betrayed her desperation. But we saw the trees burning when we were fighting the Wonderbolts, remember? She looked at me, and I could sense that she wanted me to tell her it was just her imagination. That Reggie was right, and there was nothing to worry about. I thanked Luna that this time I didn't need to lie. Those trees were burning because of that trick Skydive pulled, I reminded her. That wasn't from Red Eye's fires. Calamity shook his head, looking at Regina. And you didn't mention this before? Hells, I thought you knew. Besides, I was totally focused on the rest of the freaky. The griffin tossed her cigarette to the floor and ground it under a hind paw. The tree didn't catch, but the moss on it sure ignited. Then it began to heave and thrash and tear itself off the tree even as it burnt up. I swear, it looked like it was screaming. I'll have nightmares for weeks. Well, damn, Calamity whistled. The fire isn't burning. Fluttershy safe? Warring emotions racked Velvet Remedy. Yes, I murmured, my eyes going wide as the gears in my mind started turning again. I had seen the reports of Red Eye's research into bypass spells. His scientists had been working to apply a bypass to some sort of weapon effect. The full details had been redacted after the research had been successful. Zenith had told me she had worked in one of the buildings where they were creating flamethrower fuel, but I'd never put the two together. At least for now. For now? Velvet's voice was small but hopeful. Red-Eye ain't the sort to waste resources, is he, Lil Pip? Calamity asked, clearly following my train of thought. He's cleansing the ever-free forest, but he ain't gonna burn down the trees. He wants the lumber. I nodded. I could see a calculating light in Velvet's eyes. Her quest now had a timeline that she could see. Zenith had to recover, and they had to brew a remedy that would save Fluttershy before Red-Eye's forces finished burning the forest and proceeded far enough in their harvesting to reach the top of Killing Joke Hill. You want this? The Hellhound interrupted abruptly, holding up his zebra stealth cloak. His bindings lay useless around him. You're not getting it unless you give me something back. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. What do you want in return for your generous offer? Velvet asked diplomatically as she pointedly looked at the stump of a leg which she had treated and dressed. Them claw blades! The Hellhound barked, pointing at Cage's Hellhound claw knife strapped in Reggie's belt. Oh, hells no! The young griffin flew almost within claw reach of the Hellhound, guns drawn, before she was yanked short, her tail in Calamity's teeth. These are my brothers! I figured they belonged to one of our brothers before him. The Hellhound growled back, unimpressed and vicious. Hold it, hold on. Calamity came as close to shouting as he could without letting Reggie's tail out of his mouth. I figure we could shoot you and have both. He shifted, pointing his battle saddle at the Hellhound. Being an amputee had not made him any less dangerous. The albino Hellhound was swifter than any of us expected. He had an arm-around Velvet remedy, his claws, sharp enough and strong enough to slice metal right against her face. Their barest touch was drawing blood. Velvet eeped sharply. How fast? He challenged coldly. I levitated little Macintosh in front of me.
Let her go. Real gentle. Or you are so amazingly dead it won't matter.
Astonishingly, the crippled Hellhound stared down the 5 guns pointed at him and didn't blink. Velvet's horn flashed. The Hellhound dropped limply back onto his bed, one of its claws sliding across Velvet's face as his hand fell away. Blood gushed from the wound, staggering her. Don't shoot him, she ordered as she stumbled back, holding a hoof to her face. The claw had barely missed slicing open one of her eyes. Little Pip, your spell, please. We had used up all the healing bandages and potions we had. There was nothing left to aid Velvet with but the dark spell I had been granted by the Black Book. Once again, I let myself draw on that knowledge to create a cast from Velvet's own blood, wrapping half her head in a ruddy mask. Calamity rushed to Velvet's side, shoring her up. He growled at the Hellhound and clearly really wanted to shoot the monster. But Velvet wouldn't let him. Instead, she turned to her attacker and spoke with a touch of sympathy. I completely agree with how abhorrent it is that some ponies have made weapons out of your kind's body parts. She looked at us with the one eye not hidden under her solidified blood. And any pony here who doesn't should try to imagine seeing a creature wielding a weapon made of pony hooves. Addressing the extremely pissed-looking albino again. So, in trade for the use of your cloak, we are giving you this. Her horn glowed again, and Zenith's Hellhound claw helmet floated over and rested upon the albino Hellhound's chest, ignoring the strangled sound of protest from Calamity. But you will not be taking Cage Grimfeather's blades from Regina, she added sternly. I am sorry. She frowned. And for your aggression, you will be spending the rest of our time together under the effects of this spell. It is never intelligent to attack your doctor. Velvet Remedy stepped away. Then her knees gave a little tremble. A moment later, she had dropped to them, breathing heavily, letting her panic wash over her now that the crisis had passed. Calamity laid down next to her and held her, nuzzling her gently. She buried her face in his mane, shedding tears born from the roller coaster of hope, despair, and mortal danger that the last few minutes had thrown my friend through. The scarlet glow faded, and Life Bloom staggered, slumping to the floor next to Zenith. Pulling her muzzle out of Calamity's orange mane, Velvet Remedy immediately bombarded Life Bloom with questions about how it went. The only answer he could give was a weak, "We shall see. It's up to her now." Then she'll pull through, Velvet proclaimed, her breathing still a little shaky. She seemed to draw strength from caring for her friends. Zenith's a fighter, a survivor, more than you could know. I discovered I was smiling, just a little. Somewhere, some pony gave what sounded like a polite cough. I caught Reggie's movement out of the corner of my eye. She drew her guns at the speed of Rainbow Dash and had the twins pointed out the doorway in front of her. "We got company," she warned, growling. Damn it. I was so hoping the Enclave would pass Zikora's hut without taking interest. I really didn't want to fight right now. Velvet moaned. Behind me, Lifebloom was trying to get up, but he was too exhausted to stand, barely able to keep his eyes open. "Enclave?" he asked. Firelight swept across the room to perch on Reggie's head, glaring out the door with her. "No," Reggie said, wincing at Firelight's talons. "Red Eye. One of his damned sprite bots." True, it made sense he'd have some wandering this close to his home base, but I heard no music. "Watcher!"
Wait!
I called out, waving.
Hold your fire! This might be a friendly.
Thunder rumbled overhead, like the steady beat of war drums. The overcast was passing directly above us, the massive siege platform blocking out the fiery light reflecting off of the clouds of smoke. The flowers ringing Zikora's hut seemed to shed even more beautiful bioluminescence in the deeper darkness. Colonel Autumnleaf was either oblivious to our presence, or he was too focused now to care. "It's been a long time since my home felt crowded," Watcher was saying. With the mechanical monotone of the sprite bot, I couldn't tell if he was pleased or complaining. "At least half of the people you asked me to gather have already arrived." "Huh?" Calamity blinked. "Lil Pip, you asked them to what now?"
We don't have enough time,
I told my Pegasus friend bluntly.
The Enclave is moving too fast. I can't be everywhere at once.
Truth was, I was about to ask even more of Spike, and he wasn't going to like it. "Don't you mean we?" Calamity asked pointedly. My little pony scowled at me and virtually grabbed my head, making me nod apologetically.
Yes, but that's kind of the point,
I offered lamely.
We need every ally we can get if we're going to pull this off.
"I know you still haven't filled us in on exactly what this plan of yours is," Calamity groused. "I'm trusting there's a good reason for that."
There is,
I assured him. "Yeah, great reason. You would try to stop me if you knew."
In the meantime, I've asked Watcher to contact all the people we know who can help and start bringing them together.
"And I'm afraid I have some bad news," Watcher said through the sprite bot. "One of your guests isn't going to be able to make it." I felt an icy cold wash through my mane. The obvious implication was that someone had died. "Who?" I asked. The little pony in my head suggesting we really didn't want to know.
What happened?
"Homage," Watcher said, and my world plunged out from under me, leaving me in a numbingly cold void. "Luna, no!" The sensation was as intense as it was brief, dispelled by Watcher's next words. "And nothing yet, but the Enclave has figured out that DJ Pone 3 is moving from one SPP tower to another, hacking in to make those broadcasts, and they've started parking raptors above each of the towers, just waiting for her to make her next move." Thank you, Luna! Celestia, please keep her safe. A huge part of me wanted to dash off to her aid, but doing so could lead the enemy right to her, and I knew she would not approve of me abandoning the good fight just to make it to her side. "Fortunately, the Enclave don't have enough raptors to spare for every tower, and she's not making it easy for them," Watcher explained. "But their dragnet is eventually going to catch her." "Not if we can help it." Calamity stepped up beside me, putting a hoof on my head. "If I know Lil Pip, this plan of hers is gonna pull the heat off of Homage in a big way." I gave him a worried but thankful smile. He was right about that. We had to win now. We always had to. But now it was more than just the wasteland. Now I was fighting to keep Homage safe. I realized how horribly selfish it was of me to place the safety of one pony as equal to the needs of tens or even hundreds of thousands of ponies. But I didn't care. Homage was Homage was homage, and I was allowed to be just a little selfish when it came to her, wasn't I? Homage herself insisted she can't make it. She doesn't want to risk drawing the Enclave to the rest of... The Resistance is what she's calling you guys. Resistance Radio. That's what the Timpani residents had taken to calling DJ Pone 3's broadcast. Clearly, she'd adopted the moniker. I'll try to have a sprite bot nearby so she can talk to us, Watcher offered. And she told me to tell you that she's sending some more allies your way. Allies are good. I liked allies. We could use all the friends we could get. Then reality struck. The blow hit me, cold and sharp and hard, nearly knocking me over. Part of me had been clinging to the belief that I would see Homage again when I gathered everyone together at Spike's cave. At that final gathering before I set my plan into action. A final respite before I galloped headlong into my destiny. But Homage, the one pony I wanted and needed to see most, was not going to be there. At most, I might hear her voice, speak to her, but she would not be there to touch, to hold, to kiss goodbye. My legs were wet noodles, utterly unable to hold the titanic weight of my breaking heart. I was never going to see Homage again. With a burst of static, the sprite bot started playing the heavy, ominous music of the Enclave. Watcher was gone. His time was up. I barely noticed. I was too busy crying my heart out. The drumming of the overcast thunderclouds was receding. There was no more time. We needed to go. I realized I could still hear the low horns and booming drums, the mournful tones of violins, the music from the sprite bot. It hadn't wandered away. It was watching us. I knew there was no way that Red Eye had been using these things for so long, had been running operations in Philadelphia from a Ministry of Morale hub without knowing that these machines could be used to spy. Grim resolve flooded through me, drowning out the agony in my heart. Not killing it, but just letting me not feel it for a while. I pushed myself to my hooves and strode determinedly over to where the sprite bot was floating amongst the trees, still within sight of Zikora's hut. Red Eye knew we were here, knew where to find us. I wanted to make it clear that wasn't necessary.
We're coming,
I told the sprite bot, sure that I was all but addressing Red Eye directly.
That's what you wanted, right?
The sprite bot kept playing music. I stared at it for a long minute, possibly two, before turning away in disgust.
Calamity, Reggie, let's go hitch ourselves a ride.
I started to walk away from the sprite bot, then stopped. I trotted back around to it, my horn glowing softly as I announced,
Sorry, I have to kill you.
This time, however, I wasn't addressing Red Eye, but the sprite bot itself. My pip leg was still dead, and I was going to use the little spy machine to reboot it. My telekinesis opened the repair hatch on the sprite bot and yanked out its spark battery. The sprite bot dropped like a stone, dead, or the robot equivalent of dead. Sitting, I proceeded to disconnect the audio and video feeds and bring it back to life, a robot vegetable. Or something like that. Whatever. Stupid robots making all my metaphors awkward. I looked down at where my pip buck was grotesquely melted into my foreleg. Miserably, I realized that maybe it was for the best that Homage never saw me again. Let her last memories of me before be the balefire bomb, before Canterlot, and before Arbu. Lifebloom approached me as I was rebooting my pip leg. I assumed he was going to offer comfort, or ask a question about Watcher or the Gathering. I preempted the conversation, some pony else on my mind. How did you meet Homage? My voice sounded small to me. I didn't have the will to hide the sadness that was leaking into it. Lifebloom paused, then sat down next to me. The Twilight Society assigned her to me, he told me. They thought I would be able to connect with her. Leaning forward on his forehooves, Lifebloom gave me the story. When she first gained residency in Timpani Tower, she was in mourning. She'd lost the mare she loved, and she didn't know if she could ever find love again. He smiled gently. I'm happy to see she was wrong. That only made it hurt worse. My heart was bleeding onto the ground, and I could feel the tears building up behind my eyes. They felt like fire. Even worse, The little pony in my head didn't really want to hear about Homage's past loves. Of course she had to have had at least one. You can't get to be as good as she was without practice, right? But I liked being able to pretend otherwise, even though I knew better. Even though I was pretty sure I knew who it was. Joke Blue. I wasn't going to be jealous. Not of Homage's dead beloved. I refused to be that horrible. We were the same age, and I'd suffered loss of my own that the others in the society thought was similar. Lifebloom continued, his tone suggesting that the society was in error on that supposition. He explained, I was kicked out of the Republic after they discovered I had a preference for stallions. I blinked in surprise. What? The Republic I remembered was the little town that the raiders from Fluttershy's cottage had massacred. A bizarre cult-like group of weirdos. But not bad ponies, according to the Wasteland Crusaders. They kicked you out because of that? I was astounded. Since my youth, I had been resigned to my feelings for mares lowering my prospects for finding love. But I'd never experienced actual prejudice because of it. I couldn't even fathom that.
Why? Why would they even care?
For the same reason I'll reckon that the Enclave rewards it, Calamity said, approaching us, his words prompting another wait. What? From the little pony in my head. Population control. Small place like the Republic, I bet they needed as many babies as they could get. Lifebloom nodded, frowning. And if I wasn't going to contribute to the growth of the Republic, I wasn't wanted.
And the Enclave?
I asked, driven by morbid curiosity. My pip leg hummed to life, the screen flashing status reports. I brought up my EFS and checked the most critical readouts. There's only so much cropland above the cloud curtain, all of it around those towers. Too many Pegasi means famine. The Enclave keeps real tight reins on childbirth. Officially, y'all are probably dead already, Calamity had told Tracker and the other Pegasi in New Appaloosa. By the weekend, the Enclave will have delivered condolences and new birth approval certificates to your families. Being allowed an extra foal is one of the perks a Pegasus gets for enlisting with the Enclave, Calamity admitted. So while there's nothing official, the Enclave has a little extra appreciation for those officers who won't be taking advantage of that benefit. I sat and thought about that for a moment, then shook it off like a wet coat.
We really need to go.
I stood up, looking down to Lifebloom.
But when we get back, I'll want to hear everything you can tell me about Homage.
He gave me an odd look.
I'm not prying,
I explained.
I just miss her.
Within minutes, we were soaring through the smoke. Beneath us, we could see the flames burning through the forest. True to Reggie's claim, the trees were not burning, although occasionally it appeared they were, as the moss or vines clinging to them were cremated. We were all wearing scarves to protect us from the worst of the smoke, but it only mitigated the foulness. My lungs burned, my eyes were stinging, and felt hot in my skull. Most of that was from the smoke, but not all of it. I was exhausted, even more so after hearing Watcher's soul-crushing news. It took massive, almost monumental effort just to keep my eyes open. What? I yelped as something struck my left hindhoof, a lancing pain followed by a burning sensation. I lifted it, spotting a dart-like thorn impaling the underside of my hoof. The burning increased. Poison. Foot! God dang it! Calamity hollered, banking sharply as the air filled with more plant spikes. A patch of forest vegetation was shooting at us. Goddesses, I hated this forest. The plants stopped shooting as the fires reached them. Calamity braved thicker smoke in an effort to keep us out of the range of any more of Everfree's hostile plant life. The fire in my hoof started to climb up my leg, achingly painful, but I'd suffered much worse. Hell, I'd been set on fire by a dragon. Compared to that, hell, compared to the plethora of hurts from the battle with the Wonderbolts, the plant spike poison was trivial. We were catching up to the overcast, but it was taking time. I held off activating the MG Stealth Buck 2 for fear that it would run out before we had secured a hiding place on the Thunderhead. I closed my eyes for a few minutes. I was using my levitation to make myself weightless in Calamity's arms.
I felt safe there. I could close my eyes for just a minute. I was Rainbow Dash. The clouds were a beautiful white, fluffy, and soft under my hooves, and they stretched out forever beneath the warm glow of Celestia's sun. I could see colorful Pegasi flitting and flying about. There was a town nearby, but I wasn't looking at it. I didn't want to. Instead, I looked at the ocean of white that rolled out beneath a canopy of brightest blue. I was Rainbow Dash, and I was not a happy pony. Everywhere under those clouds was Equestria, or what was left of it. Everywhere beneath was a nightmarish hell where those ponies unfortunate enough not to be in stables and not to be killed in the onslaught were struggling and dying. And I was watching ponies fly about, happily ignoring what was out of sight beneath what some ponies were beginning to call the cloud curtain. It wasn't right. Never mind that all my friends, all of them, were somewhere down there, and I didn't know if they were dead or alive. I couldn't just live up here and pretend Equestria didn't exist anymore. I could understand the temptation, true, but I wasn't that kind of pony. And it hurt more than my heart could bear that apparently the rest of the Pegasi were willing to be. I wanted to be disgusted with all of them. Instead, I just felt sad. I was Rainbow Dash, and I was ashamed to be a Pegasus. If this was what being a Pegasus meant now, well, maybe it was time for me to go. I felt my wings flap, slowly lifting my hooves off the clouds. I loved flying, but today I could barely find the inspiration to lift myself. My head drooped low, my body hanging from my wings like dead weight. My hooves brushed against the clouds as I began to move. I turned around, my back to the colorful flying ponies. I took one last glance backwards before flying away. I awoke in a coughing fit violent enough that Calamity crushed me to him, keeping me from jerking out of his forelegs. Below us, we were passing over part of the fire brigade moving through an already burned part of the forest. I watched as a unicorn marched forward before a wing of red-eyed griffins, her horn glowing. The glow spread out over the ground in front of her, lighting up a large swath of blackened forest floor. A moment later, the ground churned, tearing itself apart. The griffins swept forward with their flamethrowers, setting ablaze the tangles of blue vines that the unicorn's tilling spell had uncovered.
Whoa there, little Pip,
Calamity comforted.
You okay there?
Yes, sorry, I apologized, bringing my levitating field back up around me. Dozed off.
Yeah, I reckon when we get aboard, we're gonna find a place to lay low and you're gonna take a nap.
Ahead of us, the overcast loomed closer. We would be on it within a few minutes.
You might only get a couple hours, but that's a couple hours better than none.
I turned on my advanced stealth buck. We were getting close enough that all of us needed to be invisible. Reggie and Calamity followed suit, donning the hoods of their zebra stealth cloaks. A strange silhouette shot out of the sky, a dark figure the size and shape of a pony, but with leathery bat-like wings that reminded me strongly of Zenith and her flying amulet, and impacted one of the raptors like a bullet.
What the hells was that?
Reggie's voice blurted.
Either of you see that too?
The raptor began to veer off, moving away from the thunderhead. I floated my ear bloom into my ear and quickly sought out the Enclave's military channel.
Been breached. I repeat, we have unknown hostiles aboard.
The voice from the Raptor's communications officer sounded professional, unconcerned, even bored.
Disengaging from position to deal with the intruders.
The overcast was still hours away from the cathedral, and attacks were already starting. I had no doubt that Red-Eye was behind this attack, but something wasn't right. Sending a single creature against them wasn't going to stop them. It wouldn't even slow them down. And that meant it wasn't intended to.
Acknowledged, Raptor Lenticular. Rendezvous at the target as soon as you have exterminated the infestation.
I suspected, rather, that Red-Eye was just looking to soften the Enclave up a bit before pulling whatever big surprise he had hidden beneath his cloak.
Lenticular to Overcast.
This time the officer's voice sounded panicked.
It's the demon! I repeat, the demon is on board!
The... what now? Reggie started to say something, but I waved a hoof for her to be quiet, which in retrospect was really silly since I was invisible. my attention fully on the conversation in my ear bloom.
Overcast to lenticular. Please confirm. Are you reporting that the monster which downed the Mamatis is...
The officer aboard the Overcast never got to finish his question, much less get an answer. A loud whine tore at my eardrum, and the Enclave's interwarship military channel became death. I bucked in Calamity's grip, my vision going red as agony tore through my brain and took hold of my horn. I quickly shut off my Pipleg's radio, gasping and wiping blood from my eyes. Whatever was aboard the lenticular had infected the military channel with the Canterlot signal. By Luna's mane! We had run into corrupted broadcasters in Zebratown. Even with Canterlot itself gone, any broadcaster that survived would still create a zone of malignant noise. Hell, still had one of those in my saddlebags. It had never occurred to me that some pony might think to use one of those devices to actually broadcast across a normal channel. Fortunately for the Enclave, all they had to do to survive was turn their radios off. But this meant that they were about to fly into battle against Red Eye's forces without communications. The battle was engaged. The burning in my hoof had consumed my entire left hind leg before fading dully. My leg felt stiff and swollen, but the worst seemed to be over. The plant spike poison was far from lethal, at least not to anything larger than a rabbit. Aside from the earlier plant attack, the stealth mission seemed to be going perfectly. No pony shot at us as we drew close behind the Overcast. All the Thunderhead's dangerous magical weapons were pointing forward. We just needed to fly up to a hatch, pick the lock, and slip inside. And with Calamity's knowledge of the Thunderheads, we found a hatch in no time. I cursed the Enclave, the Pegasi, and the entire concept of wings the moment I saw it. Fucking cloud locks.
Ain't gonna be able to pick this one,
Calamity said, his voice muffled. I wasn't sure if he was talking about himself or me. Probably both. Rainbow! I called out as loudly as I dared this close to the Overcast.
Dash,
came the muffled response. Unlike stealth bucks, the zebra cloaks dampened sound. It was impossible to tell where Reggie was, but at least she was still close.
Okay, backup plan,
Calamity announced just loud enough for Reggie, we hoped, to hear. We couldn't actually be sure where the Griffin was, and had already resorted to call-response navigating. I had begun to regret not using rope to tie ourselves together.
We get up above this thing near one of the landing bays and wait for some pony to open a door.
With that, Calamity beat his wings, drawing us higher. Below us, the hatch hissed open.
Coming?
The muffled voice of the Griffin asked. I tried to exchange a look with Calamity, and of course totally failed.
Honestly, the way you two act, you'd think little Pip is the only person in the entire wasteland who can pick a lock.
We were inside the corridors of the Overcast, the thrumming of its thunderclouds rumbling against hull. The vibration mixed with the hum of the lights. The hum seemed deeper here than in the Raptor Pyrocumulus or inside the stables. More ominous. But that could have just been my imagination. The voices of Pegasus ponies were omnipresent in all but the most isolated passageways. The corridors were painted black, making the lights seem to provide stunted illumination. Colored stripes ran down the middle of the walls like an abbreviated rainbow, the paint reflecting the light that the rest of the walls absorbed, making them seem to glow. The colored lines weren't solid, but had slanted breaks, and they would change, dropping away or being added as we moved through the ship. I gleaned that they were some sort of color-coded guidance stripes that would tell an Enclave Pegasus if the hallway they were in would take them to the section of the massive ship that they wanted. There were monitors placed at intervals along the wall, each glowing with the Enclave symbol, an emblem of clouds and wings with a pair of eyes gazing out from the shelter of an arch, green and purple on black. We moved quietly, holding each other by the tails, Calamity taking the lead. My hind leg made walking unpleasant and a bit difficult. Fortunately, sneaking through the bowels of the Overcast didn't require me to run. I felt awkward and uncomfortably warm with Regina Grimfeathers biting my tail. I tried to focus forward and immediately regretted it. It tasted like Calamity hadn't washed his tail in weeks. I knew that couldn't actually be true. Velvet Remedy would never stand for it. But that didn't change anything. I fought a slowly losing battle against my gag reflex. I survived about 5 minutes and 2 floors, waiting until we reached a secluded stairwell before I had to spit my friend's tail out and dry heave in a corner. I felt Regina spit out my own tail, snarking,
Yeah, like yours was a picnic.
if I was beginning to understand the overcast guidance scheme, the striping that flanked the metal stairs suggested we were midway between the barracks and the overcast medical bay, with a longer path towards the officers' quarters. I would have expected such a stairwell to be in heavy use, but it was utterly empty.
Hang on there, Lil Pip,
Calamity ordered.
I'll go and round me up some Enclave armor. The barracks are on the floor below, opposite the rec center.
We had skirted what Calamity referred to as the rec center on our way to the stairwell, getting a good look at it through a set of large observation windows. It was a large, 3-story open room filled with mares and stallions exercising, lifting weights, and even flying through obstacle hoops, all out of armor and uniform. A third of the room was a cloudball court, and there had been nearly 24 sweaty Enclave mares and stallions faced off in a friendly game. I'll admit, watching some of those mares temporarily distracted me from the concentrated disgusting in my mouth. Made sense that the ponies down here had suits of armor nearby, but...
Alone? Into a barracks?
Reggie asked, echoing my concern before I had fully formed it. But then she added,
How about we just wait for the next Enclave bastard to come down these stairs and take 'em out? I'll use Cage's knives real quick and quiet.
No, I insisted, taken aback. Fighting the Enclave in battle was one thing, but that was murder.
My brother needs to be put down, yes,
Calamity said sternly.
but most of these ponies ain't evil. They're just following orders. We ain't killing any pony we don't have to. None of these ponies are innocent,
Reggie hissed.
Some of these ponies might be,
Calamity countered.
I don't recall the Overcast getting directly involved in the fighting anywhere yet.
That's not how we do things, I added, only for Reggie to scoff.
Oh, please.
Reggie repedated.
I'm a child of God, remember? I know all about what you did at Shattered Hoof. You're an assassin when it suits your cause.
I flinched. I really didn't want to think of myself that way, but Regina was right. And I deserved the sucker punch to my self-image to knock me off my pedestal. Still, mentally smarting, I changed tactic. Okay, you're right. But so is Calamity. We've already seen crew rebellions. There's a chance that many of these ponies would side with us, giving half a chance and a touch of perspective.
But they sure as hell won't if you start slitting their throats in the stairwell.
Reggie seemed to accept this. She fell silent. I moved amongst a few Enclave crates stored beneath the stairwell and laid down, beginning to drift asleep. Calamity, I assumed, moved off to fetch the armor. I couldn't really tell, but it was a safe assumption. But either way, he and Regina weren't arguing or bringing up unpleasant points of morality anymore. Peace and quiet. Time for a nap. Too quiet. Rainbow, I whispered.
Dash.
I woke up when Calamity returned with the Enclave armor and, if I were to guess, most of the medical bay.
Went smoothly,
he said, slipping off the zebra stealth cloak and passing it to me. I reached out for it and realized I could see my arm. The MG Stealth Buck 2 had drained while I slept. Fortunately, no pony, or at least no pony observant, had used the stairwell since then. Wait, how long was I out?
Long enough for him to take a few trips,
Reggie teased from someplace nearby.
Figured we ought to let you sleep.
Reggie shifted her attention to Calamity.
Don't you think your brother's gonna notice his whole damn ship is missing?
I would have sworn one of the goddesses had a love of ironic timing. Before Calamity could answer, we heard a door open several floors above us. Music flooded into the stairwell, hidden speakers coming alive at their entrance, pouring, haunting orchestral music with an exquisite cello performance at its centerpiece.
Oh, hell!
Calamity moaned softly.
It's autumn.
At my queering look, he explained.
Who else would have the whole ship rigged to pipe classical music wherever he goes?
I noticed that he positioned himself, wings spread, so that he would feel if Reggie tried to pass him. I wasn't sure if he intended to stop the griffin or just wanted forewarning. Voices echoed down the stairwell. Again, sir, my deepest apologies. the mayor said, almost whining. I still can't understand how that monster got past us.
Teleportation, no doubt,
Autumnleaf replied, his tone hard.
2 of those beasts that tried to breach Navarro a few years back were teleporters,
He added.
That little spell proved no help to either of them.
Sir, you know this is a trap, a mayor's voice was saying.
Of course it's a trap.
A stallion's voice replied, smooth as glass. Unlike Calamity's other brothers, there was no trace of his family's accent.
Red Eye is calling me out. There is simply no other explanation for that.
Autumnleaf's voice twisted in a snarl.
Mental violation.
My head was spinning. Unless I was gravely misinterpreting what I was hearing, I hadn't been the only one that Red Eye's alicorns had tested with that vile mental rape. Autumnleaf sternly announced,
I do not intend to disappoint him.
I now understood what pushed Autumnleaf to jump the whistle. Sir, the mayor pleaded, their voices drawing closer. With all due respect, I believe it will be a grave error for you to enter the battle yourself like this.
I do not doubt it,
responded the Pegasus, who had brought so much harm and devastation and death to the Equestrian wasteland.
But there are some transgressions that absolutely require a personal reckoning.
I heard another door open above us.
If I die,
Colonel Autumnleaf instructed,
or I am taken hostage, you have your orders.
His voice receded as the 2 ponies walked away. I barely caught him add,
Besides, Red Eye is not going to see this coming.
The door slid shut. When it closed, the virtual classical orchestra evaporated, plunging the stairwell into an oppressive silence. Rainbow? I asked cautiously. There was no dash. I listened to my ear bloom as I drank another of the healing potions Calamity had pilfered, blinking away blood-tinged tears. My headache and hornache receded, then disappeared completely. At least we were going into this magically restored to complete health. Even the swelling in my leg was almost completely gone. Canterlot static from the Raptor lenticular was still flooding the Enclave inter-warship channel. The fact that the lenticular had managed to neither shut down its comm array nor get far enough away from the overcast to be outside its range suggested that the Enclave aboard had not been successful in dealing with the demon. I was willing to bet at least one of the other Raptors were trying to hunt the lenticular down, but without communications, there was no easy way for them to coordinate efforts. I pictured the Enclave soldiers flying between ships relaying messages. I had switched away from the channel as soon as I had heard it, but the concentrated blast of Canterlot static had taken its toll. Now I was switching through other transmissions. The Enclave's Hellhound control broadcast, the intra-ship classical music station, all cello all the time. Red Eye's broadcast, straight from the cathedral, sans towers and thus free from Enclave takeover. And finally, the normal wasteland broadcast. All Enclave, almost all the time. Still no sign or sound of Reggie. It had been 15 minutes. I got a few ice-cold sparkle colas in the rucksack over there, Calamity pointed. That's almost as good as another couple hours of sleep, I reckon. He turned to the Enclave crates under the stairs, opening the first unlocked one. Ooh, he whistled. Grenades. I began to dig through the sack in question as the dour tones of fancy horns and kettle drums played in my ear. You really need a pit buck, I whispered to Calamity with a chuckle. In his kleptomaniac enthusiasm, he had dumped the contents of who knew how many medical boxes and Enclave crates into his saddlebags, and even more into military rucksacks. If for the inventory sorter alone, the song on the radio changed. The new one was heavy on the string section. Oh, shoot, Calamity said, face hoofing his armor-clad hoof against his helmet with a thunk. The armor's got one of those. Clearly, it had been a while since he'd properly used Enclave armor. The few times I'd seen him use his own suit, with the exception of a brief stint in Old Olney, he'd always had the helmet off. I smirked, about to say something witty, when I found the ice-cold sparkle cola, and beside it, a couple tins of Mentols. I stared, feeling a moment of cold shock. Calamity? I asked, trying to sound casual. Did you even look at the stuff you were taking? Nope, he said. I could almost feel his grin through the helmet. He had no idea what I'd just seen.
Reckon if Autumn wants it, best I have it.
Right. I looked back into the rucksack, my mind insisting on replaying the taste of party time menthols, the feelings of competence and intelligence, the certainty. I took the ice-cold sparkle cola in my teeth and telekinetically zipped the rucksack shut, the little pony in my head echoing calamity. Nope. I got to mentally celebrate my little victory for about a minute before I heard a door open below us. A pair of lightly armed Enclave officers strode by, trotting up the stairs. Calamity whisked his scorpion-like armored tail around in a salute. One of the officers saluted back. I watched them disappear up the metal stairs, following the line that led towards the officers' quarters without even noticing it. Once they were well away, I shifted my attention back to Calamity. "Got a question for you," I said as I opened the frosty sparkle cola, enjoying the little fizzy hiss it made and the aroma of carrots and cola-ness.
All right,
he said, alleviating another crate of its cargo, which in this case included some ponies' Winged Boner magazine collection, 3 hot plates, 17 pre-war bits, and a copy of the pre-war book, Give Peas a Chance, The Vegetarian's Guide to Cooking.
Shoot.
Remembering Reggie's snide remark about carrying healing potions, I started to telekinetically fill my saddlebags with a healthy supply from the rucksack. "What kind of defenses does the Enclave have around the SPP Central Hub?" I questioned before tipping back the cola and taking a swig. Yay, carrots! I knew that the hub itself had defenses, the most significant being the shield surrounding the entire structure. But those were not under the Enclave's control. The single Pegasus project was the core of the Enclave's grip on the heavens. Even if no pony could get inside the central hub, I had to assume the Enclave had guards or at least some kind of warning system.
You mean Navarro?
Calamity asked. I almost choked on the taste of fizzy carrots. The healing potion I'd been levitating hit the floor. "Navarro?" I asked back, slowly, setting the cola safely on one of the Enclave crates.
Son of a...
Calamity nickered, giving a stomp.
That's your plan?
He asked, spreading his wings.
You want to take on the Enclave's biggest military base?
Oh, fuck.
The base, with the Thunderhead permanently parked overhead?
Fuckity fuck.
The base where my father serves as drill sergeant.
Luna shoved my cunt full of moon rocks and call me home. The Enclave had built a whole damn base around it.
Stealth mission?
He asked, his voice betraying the ludicrousness of my idea.
Or were you just planning on a full frontal assault?
I opened my muzzle to reply, but all that came out was a squeak.
Yep, this is gonna be barrels of fun.
He would have said more, but the sound of another door opening prompted him to clam up. We both waited, listening, striving to hear whether or not the pony or ponies who just entered the stairwell were heading our way. Our ears were greeted only with silence. Moments later, we heard Reggie's muffled hiss.
Dash.
Calamity's wings drooped.
My brother?
He asked, hesitating to speak further.
Still alive, I'm afraid,
Reggie admitted.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Distracted?
I found they've got prisoners here,
Reggie explained.
Any pony up for breaking them free?
Calamity chuckled.
Welcome to the team.
One Pegasus in Enclave armor, on a ship full of Enclave Pegasi, flanked by 2 invisible and virtually inaudible companions. If we couldn't pull this off, we didn't deserve to win. The Enclave music in my earbloom had changed again. This one sounded like a dirge.
Howdy, partner.
Calamity called out jovially as he trotted up to the mare at the guard station outside the ship's brig. I so wanted to face hoof.
Bored yet?
Hover and identify, the guard Pegasus ordered rotely.
Wind shear,
Calamity lied swiftly.
Superior Communications Officer. Transferred from the Glorious Dawn last week.
That was a dangerous gamble. If the mayor knew about the colonel's family, using his brother's name and rank would give his story a sense of legitimacy. After all, it was understandable that Colonel Autumn Leaf might want his brothers on his ship for this operation. And Calamity's accent lent credence to the claim.
Would she buy a superior communications officer wearing Enclave armor rather than an officer's uniform? I had to trust Calamity's instincts and Enclave experience on that. However, if she knew what Autumn Leaf's brothers looked like, then not only would any glimpse beneath that armor tell her that Calamity was lying, but she would know his palette matched one of Autumn's other brothers, the one who was branded a traitor, the one that the Enclave was to kill on sight. Calamity's ruse could put the mayor in the perfect frame of mind to guess his actual identity. "Superior communications officer?" the mayor asked, immediately rendering my worries pointless. "So maybe you can tell me what the hey is going on with the Raptor lenticular?" She gave Calamity an exasperated look. "I mean, we've got the ship's tag, right? And even if the infiltrators manage to take it out, we've got the tags for every pony in a suit of armor on board. Why don't we just find the damn Raptor and blow it out of the sky?" "'Cause we have Raptors to spare, right?" Calamity chided as he trotted up to the mayor. "The ship ain't turned about to attack us yet, and I reckon that means there's still hope our forces will keep control. As for tracking it down, my bets are on the infiltrators not actually having the channel for our communications." The control for the door had a cloud interface and required a code. Reggie and I teamed up to hack it, her talons in my savvy, while Calamity kept the guard mare busy. He shook his carapace helmeted head. "Nope, much more likely they're blasting the Necro Noise broadband, flooding out every signal coming from the lenticular, jamming the tags." Calamity whinnied. "Hell, that might be the whole point, and screwing up our comms is just icing on the cupcake." The password was Fluffykins. I wasn't sure what to think of that. "So, is the demon really, well, a demon?" the mayor asked. "I heard a rumor that it's a monster released from hell by the balefire bombs." "I don't believe in demons," Calamity replied. "No more than I believe in goddesses. The way I see it, we don't need outside forces to blame for making the world a shittier place. We do that well enough by our own hooves." I positioned myself behind the mayor and slipped off my hood, giving Calamity a signal. Reggie entered the code while Calamity kept the guard's attention. There was the faintest whir as the lock cycled. Our Pegasus friend moved up to the mayor, speaking more loudly to cover the sound. "I'm sure the so-called demon ain't nothing more than a pony," he said in a tone that suggested what he was saying was more than just his opinion. It was the Enclave line, and the mayor was expected to believe it. "Or some monster twisted up by the byproducts of the war." Reggie and I slid inside the brig. Before us was a corridor of cells, 2 floors high, each cell behind a glowing blue force field identical to the magical energy cages the Enclave had thrown Ditzy-Doo, Calamity, and me into less than a week ago. The sound of weeping drifted through the air. Most of the cells were empty. Most. There were ponies here. Not just bucks and mares, but foals too. Some prisoners paced in their cells, others huddled on hard metal cots. They were from the wasteland. They looked filthy compared to the stark cleanliness of the Enclave vessel. I recoiled as I found the source of the crying, a mare cradling a foal, the colt's body limp in her hooves, having died in captivity. There were 2 guards inside, standing at a rear airlock, and they both reacted to the door. "I thought I heard something," one of them said as they moved from their positions looking about. I shifted, moving out of the way as one passed me, his tail swishing inches from me. Part of me wanted to draw out little Macintosh and shoot him in the head, point blank. He deserved no less. But the noise could draw the whole ship down on us. I wished I had Velvet Remedy with her anesthetic spell with us, or Life Bloom or Zenith with their paralyzing hoof strikes. In their absence, I did the next best thing. My horn glowed, giving away my position, as I wrapped my telekinesis about their necks and squeezed until they stopped struggling. Reggie pulled back her hood and gave one of the limp guards a kick. "Help me disable these energy fields." I pulled mine off too, choosing to have faith that we could trust the prisoners to not give us away, and moved to the control terminal for the cells. As Reggie and I began to work, I couldn't help but comment, "If it makes any difference, I'm proud of you. You chose to help these ponies over your revenge." Regina Grimfeather squawked a laugh. Ain't your approval I'm aiming for, but thank you anywho.
At my curious look, she sighed.
Cages. Wherever my brother is now, I want his approval. And this is what I think he'd want me to do. What I think he'd do in my place.
My mind flashed to the young male griffin buying a bent tin can from Silverbell just to make her happy. I think you're right, I offered. I mean, I know I didn't know him long, but from what I did see of him, yes, he would. Reggie nodded.
Revenge ain't worth anything if I dishonor his memory in the process.
She looked at me, a small tear in one eye.
He was always wanting to do stuff like this, you know. Me too, of course,
she hastily added.
But I wanted to be the hero. He just wanted to make something better of the Griffin's role in Equestria.
She smiled bleakly.
Sometimes, I think he took Stern and her lot as a personal affront and wanted to try to balance things out.
You! One of the prisoners called out. I rotated towards the voice and saw Tracker. The Jade Pegasus slammed his forehooves against the energy field, ignoring the feedback.
This isn't how things are supposed to be! Get out while you still can, before they get you too!
Not without taking all of you with us, I said with a determined smile. More ponies were getting up, moving to the edges of the magical barriers, staring at Reggie and me with mixed expressions of hope and disbelief. Welcome to your rescue. The sound of klaxons filled the brig. I spun to Reggie, eyes wide, certain that some pony had triggered an alarm, and we were about to be overwhelmed by Enclave soldiers. Then we felt the first dull thuds vibrating through the floor. The brig was close to the overcast exterior. I had a terrible inkling that the airlock was for easy, high-altitude disposal of prisoners, and we could feel the impacts of what had to be the cathedral's anti-aircraft cannons. Reggie returned my gaze.
We're here!
I had never seen such disciplined and orderly chaos as the Enclave mobile siege platform in the heat of battle. Every Pegasus knew where to go, what to do, and they were doing it rapidly under the barked orders of their commanders. With the military channel down, officers had taken wing, brushing the ceiling with the tips of their feathers as they shouted down to troops and across the ship to each other. No pony questioned the apparently lone Enclave soldier moving with purpose through the corridors and out into one of the overcast hangar bays, laden down with rucksacks.
Where to, little Pip?
Calamity asked. You'll like this, I replied from beneath the zebra cloak. You're going to steal one of the Enclave's sky tanks.
Good.
I could almost hear the grin breaking across his face.
The Enclave owes us for the Sky Bandit. There's an exterior airlock we need to pull up to once we're free of the ship,
Reggie added.
Got some extra passengers to take aboard.
The entire ship flooded with the tense sound of brass, drums, and violins. The heavier classical music replaced by the stirring battle anthem Flight of the Shadow Bolts.
This is it, ponies.
The voice of Colonel Autumn Leaf boomed over the music.
This is the moment all your training and all your experience has prepared you for. This is the battle you were born for. It's time to separate the Pegasi from the Griffins. It's time to kick Red Eye's ass and teach him that crossing the Enclave, murdering our brothers and sisters, was his ultimate folly. We fight in the name of every Pegasus ignominiously massacred in the Splendid Valley sneak attack.
The monitors along the walls came to life, the Enclave emblem replaced by a slowly scrolling names in red. Every Pegasus killed by the Splendid Valley balefire bomb. I forced myself not to look, not to read each name. I knew I should. I was responsible. But if I did, I also knew I wouldn't be able to go on.
We fight in the name of our loved ones, our home, and our Enclave.
As we made our way across the hangar deck towards one of the black and green armored tanks, the flight of the shadow bolts began to crescendo. The hangar doors growled open to the smoky yellow sky. Explosions of black smoke pockmarked the haze as anti-aircraft shells filled the sky. A squad of Pegasi in black carapace armor shot past the opening, embattled with a wing of dark green, shield-protected alicorns. I could hear the sounds of magical energy discharges and automatic gunfire from the world below, mixing into a nerve-wracking din. The first sky tanks and bombing chariots took off, flying out of the throat of the ship and into the heart of the war. Calamity opened the largest sky tank we could find, one with multiple plasma cannons. The kind like the one Calamity had shot Topaz with, too big for even a battle saddle, and a space for a dozen armored soldiers. He pushed himself to the front, strapping himself into the flight harness, while Reggie and I took up places in the back. I noted the name stenciled onto the side of the sky tank just before climbing aboard. Tortoise. A pair of Enclave soldiers came trotting up to the back of the Tortoise, their helmets in their muzzles. They had seen Calamity strapping in, and they were expecting a ride. Reggie tossed back her hood, becoming visible for just a moment, grinning as I closed the door on them. "Sorry, Bucks. This one's taken." Their stunned expressions were priceless. "Go now," I told Calamity, tossing back my own hood the moment the door was shut. I looked over the door, the pony in my head panicking as I realized I had no idea how to lock it. "Now is good. Go now." I didn't want to give the $2 time to recover, open the door, and gun us down. Calamity spread his wings inside the armored enclosure of the Tortoise's cockpit, pumping twice, and I felt the tank lift from the hangar floor. A moment later, we were shooting out of the hangar door, the horizontal slit windows of the Tortoise glowing with the sickly golden light of Everfree's dawn. Beneath us was a massive complex of metal, stone, and brown concrete. The cathedral. High in its center rose an airy Gothic structure of steepled roofs, flying buttresses, and rosy stained glass. Ringing out around it was a heavily fortified castle, thick walls, towers, battlements. Tower strongholds held anti-aircraft guns, identical to the ones that had once protected Friendship City. There was even a moat, and I could see the shadow of something the size of 3 dozen ponies swimming about in it. Beyond the castle's outer walls and moat, the Everfree forest was nothing but blackened ash and severed stumps for at least a mile in every direction. A deep gorge knifed through the land on 3 sides, spanned by only a single, fortress-like bridge. The scorched land was filled with ponies. Not just dozens, not just hundreds. Thousands of ponies, wearing Red Eye's colors, were engaging the Enclave in a ferocious battle. Red Eye's troops fought from trenches and pillboxes. More soldiers lined the walls of the castle, pouring bullets into the sky. Red Eye's alicorns and griffins met the Pegasi in the skies. It still seemed like a horribly lopsided battle. Bombing wagons rained high explosives down on the fortress from high enough above to be out of range. The Raptors alone could level the cathedral with concentrated fire. Goddesses knew what the Overcast itself could do. 2 of the Raptors from the Overcast had joined 4 more, encircling the cathedral, bombarding it with heavy plasma fire. I assumed the 3rd Raptor was busy hunting Raptor lenticular. 3 of the Raptors were showing signs of damage from the shelling. One of them was smoking badly and had begun to cant, drifting out of position. Calamity circled us around, deftly keeping us out of the line of heavy fire. We drew up to the brig airlock. Tracker already had it open, waiting for us. I opened the door of the Tortoise as Calamity backed us up to the Overcast. The Thunderhead siege platform was barely moving now. Jumping from it to our sky tank would be more nerve-wracking than actually dangerous. I moved into position to help them. Regina climbed into the seat for one of the plasma cannons. The first pony, a light gray mare with a shockingly purple mane, moved up to the edge of the airlock. She gulped, her knees shaking, her brow beating, with the effort not to look down. "It's okay," I coaxed. "You can do it." Our attention, and the attention of every pony in the battle, was suddenly wrenched downward by a horrific, Equestria-shaking bellow. Something huge, dark, and horrifying rose up from the cathedral, a black and monstrous shape against the smoke-filtered sun. Great, angry red eyes poured hatred down on us as it brutalized the air with massive, leathery wings. Then it moved towards one of the Raptors, bellowing balefire. As it moved, I could make out pony-sized claws and spines, and the 2-tone green of its scales, marred by deep scars that looked more surgical than battle-born. I glimpsed an odd mechanical glow coming from inside one of the wounds, which hadn't fully healed. There was a dragon in the Everfree forest. And not just any dragon, the Luna fucking granddaddy of all dragons. An ancient dragon so old, it must have already been a huge, gigantic, terrifying, enormous, totally all-grown-up dragon back when Spike was only a baby. And it was fighting on Red Eye's side. The dragon roared again, grasping the Raptor in its claws as 3 of the others turned their weapons towards it. Dragon killers, Calamity had called them. Well, this was their chance to prove themselves worthy of the title. The dragon blasted the captive raptor with choking black smoke, then howled as the other raptors lanced it with bright pastel beams of magical energy. It flicked its tail, producing massive spikes that glowed with eldritch energy, and lashed out at one of the attacking raptors, cutting deep grooves in its forward armor. My jaw hit the floor of the tortoise. Those spikes were magically enhanced. I stared at the dragon's unnatural, glowing red eyes and knew immediately who they reminded me of.
Red-Eye cybernetically enhanced a dragon!
I blinked, the little pony in my head petrified, then spun.
Okay, that's it. We're getting down there right now.
I called out, wrapping the escaping prisoner ponies in my magic and floating them unceremoniously into the tortoise.
Calamity, get us the fuck out of this sky!
I closed the door, apologizing to the prisoners as I pulled myself into another of the plasma cannon chairs. The chair and controls were made for a larger pony, and I had about as much skill with magical energy weapons as I did with sword fighting. But as long as I didn't manage to shoot the damn tank we're in, I figured even I could help. Reggie was already firing, taking shots at other sky tanks and Enclave bombing chariots. The high-pitched yelp of her plasma cannon was making my ears hurt. "Oh, yeah!" Reggie shouted over the cacophony as one of her shots turned an Enclave bombing wagon into a cascading explosion of rainbow pyrotechnics. She was already swinging towards her next target before the fireworks had subsided. "I love me this turtle."
Tortoise,
I corrected, as I linked my pip leg into the turret, downloading the Sky Tank's tag and maximizing the value of my targeting spell. "Whatever," she said with a dismissive wave of her wing. "Hey, Calamity, can we keep it?" Her next 3 shots took out 2 carapace armored Enclave Pegasi, freeing up a very surprised-looking alicorn. Some of Red-Eye's troops along the cathedral wall opened fire on the tortoise as Calamity brought us close. I gasped in dismay as 2 of the escapees crumpled, dead, crimson flowers bursting across their bodies. Several of the other escapees screamed. The more level-headed pony stepped in, trying to prevent a panic. Tracker belted out a command, ordering everyone to lay flat on the floor and make themselves as small a target as possible. I floated open one of the rucksacks filled with medical supplies as I looked around the interior of the tank. The bullets hadn't penetrated the tank's armor so much as ignored it completely. There weren't even bullet holes. Red-Eye's troops were using bullets enchanted with an armor bypass. I turned my plasma cannon on the troops along the wall, trying to clear a path for us to land without losing any more ponies. Suddenly, between that and the dragon, this battle was looking a whole lot less lopsided. The dragon roared overhead. The noise of the battle outside barely disturbed the almost pietistic atmosphere of the cathedral's central building. The building surrounded it had proven to be barracks and military training grounds, now emptied as this half of Red-Eye's army engaged the Enclave invaders. The other half, the larger half, as I learned from a few hacked terminals, were amassing in Philadelphia. In just a few days, the Philadelphia ruins was going to become the site of the biggest battle in Equestria since, and possibly before, the Pony Zebra War. And thousands of innocents were going to die in the crossfire, or be exterminated by the Enclave, if I didn't manage to stop it. We had left the escapees in one of those barracks, instructing them to barricade themselves inside until we returned. I couldn't help but think we had taken them from the proverbial frying pan into the equally proverbial fire. But there simply wasn't any place in Everfree that was truly safe. Except maybe Zikora's hut, and I was sorely tempted to have Calamity fly them there while I pressed ahead. But my gut told me we didn't have time for anything else. Once I freed the unicorns Red-Eye intended to sacrifice in this damned ascension, we would need to leave very swiftly. I was already planning on levitating the lot of them in tow while Calamity flew the tortoise as fast as he could go. With any luck, it would be the speediest flying tortoise in history. The trio of us snuck through the cathedral. Calamity had left the Enclave armor in the tortoise and was back under a zebra stealth cloak. This time, it was Reggie who walked around visible. There were enough Talon Griffins in Red-Eye's forces that no pony gave her a second look. "Okay, this is kinda creeping me out," she admitted as she stood by a squad of Red-Eye's soldiers, who were running to garrison part of the building, one of them stopping to smile and wave to her as they passed. We passed under an archway. Carved into the stone was a message. Equality is harmony. Robed ponies strode casually past us, humming a low tune and paying Regina no attention at all. We saw two more up ahead, admiring one of the many pinkish stained glass windows. A third walked up to join them, my ears catching the phrase, "Walk in the blessings of unity," and the other robed ponies parroted the hail.
That's discord,
The new arrival told the other two.
the spirit of disharmony.
Her voice carried the authoritative tones of a professional know-it-all.
Red-Eye was so impressed on his visit to Canterlot that he imported all the windows used in the cathedral from the old royal palace.
I stared at the window, ignoring the monster depicted and instead focusing on the pinkish tones of the glass itself. A surge of dread hit me as I realized that all the windows in the cathedral were suffused with pink cloud. My little pony conjured up imaginings of the windows slowly leaking minute amounts of necromantic poison into the building.
Never heard of him,
One of the robed ponies asked.
What happened to him?
No pony knows, the pony teased, then straightened up.
No, really. Princess Celestia and Luna defeated him and turned him into a statue. He was still in Canterlot when the apocalypse happened. Some say the attack on Canterlot woke him up, only for the pink cloud to prove as lethal to spirits as it was to the princesses. Some say he has been a statue all this time, in which case he was probably destroyed when the enemy obliterated the Canterlot ruins.
And some say, the third blurted out,
that Discord was released by the war, but he was so weakened that now he's just an itty-bitty spirit running around the Equestrian wasteland, putting ammo and bottle caps into random containers.
She grinned, then paused, tapping her muzzle.
Or was that the ghost of Pinkie Pie?
The other two ponies stared at her blankly for a moment, then burst into giggles.
Icicle, you're so random.
Up ahead was another huge archway, with wide-open stained glass doors. Another bon mot from Red-Eye engraved into the stonework, inlaid with bronze. Remember, you are not here because you are better than those who are not, but because you are better than who you were. Beyond was the main theater of the cathedral, a voluminous room of pillars, high arches, and towering windows of dazzling stained glass. The room was filled with robed ponies sitting in pews, their attentions on a mare standing at a pulpit. "Do not be alarmed, my fellow disciples of the new unity," she was saying. "Let not your heart feel dismay as we hear the roars and rumbles of the violence that surround us like a storm. Instead, rejoice! We have come to this place through fire and darkness. But today is the day we have all been waiting for. Today is the day of Red-Eye's ascension and the birth of the new unity." I felt like I'd been hit by lightning. Today? Red-Eye's going to try to become a god today? Now? In the middle of all this? Remember, disciples, as you hear the screams and the thunder of weapons outside these halls, that Red-Eye has told us from the very beginning that this day would be born just as we all were, covered in blood. That, she pointed towards one of the towering windows, as the passing dark shape of the dragon turned the majestic stained glass to shadowed grays, is not to be feared, but to be loved. That is a sign of our salvation. The dragon came to Red-Eye weak, blind, dying of old age. And Red-Eye gave him new life. And like the dragon, soon we will all be reborn. Reggie pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "We are so fucked." I turned, knowing there was a stairwell near here. We needed to go down.
This way,
I said, as I spotted a familiar-looking tapestry. I led them into a side hall that connected the chapel to the cathedral's school and nursery wing. Through open doors on either side of us, we could see the workrooms where the disciples of the new unity were creating school books and educational materials for the new schools that Red-Eye intended to establish all across Equestria. The rooms reminded me severely of the Ministry of Image. The doors to the school wing opened, several robed ponies herding a gaggle of colts and fillies, most of whom sounded more excited than frightened. Several of the children, I saw with sick alarm, were wearing alicorn costumes.
"But we want to see the battle,"
one colt protested.
"We want to see the good guys win."
"We already know Red-Eye will win," the adult intoned. It has been ordained. Now move along. Red-Eye wants you all safe in the shelter. Another of the adult ponies was opening a side door leading to descending stone steps. That was the door we wanted. That should take us down to... cyber surgery? No, that was sub-level 2. I thought. What was sub-level 1? The cult whined. We know it's ordated, but we want to see it.
Down that way,
I told Reggie, as soon as the children are through. The adolescent griffin turned a gaze towards the emptiness of my invisible direction.
How is it that you know where we're supposed to go?
She asked, raising an eyebrow.
Have you been here before? Seen a map?
Sort of, I admitted. I'm working off fragmented memories I caught during my alicorn's telepathic skullfuck. Oh, the nostalgia I had for the innocent days of Stable 2 and I didn't even know what skullfuck meant, much less had a reason to apply the term to an experience of my own.
Well, I'm glad something good came of it.
Not a pun I needed, but at least Reggie had the good grace to wince. The music in my earbloom erupted in a painful blast of static. I nearly tore it from my ear. I was immediately thankful that I did not, as the next sound I heard was possibly the most wonderful sound of the equestrian wasteland.
Good morning, children.
DJ Pone 3! Homage was okay. Or at least she was okay when this was recorded. Knowing her, the broadcast was rigged to occur hours after she had left. As watchers said, she wasn't making it easy for the Enclave.
I interrupt the Enclave's depressing-ass music for a very special broadcast. Today, I have with me 2 members of the Wasteland Resistance, none other than the Enclave fighting duo of Lion and Mouse. And I'll be speaking with them about the good fight, the blows they have struck to the Enclave, and what every pony can do to lend a hoof. But first, the weather.
I drank in her voice. Disguised as it was still her. I could hear my homage, feel her presence behind every single word. My heart stirred, taking strength yet splitting with sorrow. Never again. I'd never see, feel, smell my homage again. Oh, goddesses, I pled under my breath, my body beginning to shake. Please don't let that be true. I'll do anything, give anything. Please, just give me this one thing. DJ Pone 3's voice, a miracle in the fire and the darkness, continued to break through.
Completely cloudy with a chance of big black thunderheads over the Everfree Forest and the valley between Manhattan and Philadelphia. I predict one of those 2 cities is in for some really nasty weather very, very soon. So if you were in the...
The signal went dead. No DJ Pone 3. No music. Nothing. The Enclave had shut the broadcast down completely. My heart stopped. I stood frozen, paralyzed. Until the cathedral shook under a mighty rending rumble. The crippled raptor had finally lost any semblance of control and was crashing into one of the battlements outside, gouging out an avalanche of sundered stone. The raptor's storm clouds dissipating in a hurricane blast that shattered the nearby windows into razor shards and fine pink dust. I instinctively lashed out with my telekinesis, pushing back at the debris, keeping it away from us and from the children, terrified at the consequences of breathing powdered pink cloud glass. The children screamed and no longer needed coaxing to go down the stairs. We swiftly followed. The first sub-level beneath the chapel was dedicated to bypass spells and weaponry. The archway we had just passed beneath read, "Productivity is the right of every pony." Here, Red-Eye's disciples had enchanted almost 1,000 firearms for his army. Like the barracks, these rooms were empty now save for the occasional guard or passerby, none of whom gave Reggie more than a second look.
Just because a pony is born with wings or a horn does not make them inferior.
Red-Eye's voice played in my earbloom, part of an audio log stamped with the logo of Stable 101. I had spotted it amongst a stack of books on a shelf just inside the archway. The audio log was apparently part of a recorded discussion between Red-Eye and the overmayor of Stable 101, a remnant of his past that someone from the stable had deemed to save. The debate was taking place over dinner at what sounded like a crowded table.
The munching of food and the clinking of plates and glasses created a constant background din, and occasionally the voices of others at the table murmured into my ear, making it hard to pick out what Red-Eye or the Overmare was saying. The first Griffin Chaser was designed and built by an Earth Pony in a matter of minutes, the Overmare countered silkily. The entire town of Appaloosa was created by Earth Ponies in less than a year. Do you honestly think unicorns or Pegasi could have taken us from muskets to machine guns in just a few decades? As we walked, I looked around, trying to shake loose memories of where to go next. Unfortunately, few if any alicorns had been on this level during their assault on my mind. Unicorns and Pegasi have their own special talents which they bring to the table, this younger-sounding Red-Eye countered. For example, without unicorns, we wouldn't have healing potions. Without the Pegasi, Equestria would have been ravaged by wild weather. Each race of pony kind adds to the whole. No one greater or more important than the others. It is a vital gestalt, requiring all three. It is wrong for Earth ponies to set themselves up above the others. Above us, the cathedral was rocked by a succession of heavy explosions. The stone ceiling tiles cracked, dust raining down. Reggie looked up, guessing, "One of the bombing wagons. Much more of that, and they might punch through." Magic. The Overmare chuckled. Let me tell you a little about pony magic. As it so happens, there was a particularly magical Earth pony in my ancestry. His name was Joe, and he worked in Canterlot as a craftsman making coffee cups. Though he was no unicorn and knew no spells, the coffee cups he crafted would always be clean. They would never stain. And it took tremendous force to make them chip or crack. Why? Because making these cups was a labor of love, and that natural Earth pony magic infused each of his creations. We reached a locked door. No cloud controls this time, just a good old-fashioned tumbler lock. Seeing it made me absurdly happy, and I telekinetically picked it before I realized I intended to. I opened the door, hoping for a stairwell down, and instead found a storeroom, full of assault carbines, shotguns, ammo, and more. Calamity looked like he had died and gone to heaven. I sighed. Take just what we can grab quickly. Calamity became a flying rust and orange blur. And that won't slow us? Calamity stopped in front of me. Every single damned weapon slung around his body and an assault carbine in his mouth. I heard an impressed, "Wow," from Reggie. "Wump wump?" he asked innocently. I went ahead and took the slightly drooled-on assault carbine and several magazines of ammo. It would be good to have a backup for little Macintosh. First, the magic of Pegasi and unicorns are flashy shortcuts to hard work. And without hard work, where is the drive for innovation? When has a Pegasus or a unicorn ever needed to be creative? Second, the magic of Pegasi and unicorns are selfish. The shortcuts they provide, the labor they save, is only for themselves. Whereas the innovations of Earth ponies can be shared by all ponies and be built upon by future Earth ponies. Finally, the magic of Pegasi and unicorn ponies is demanding. I'd even say crippling. Where Earth ponies can throw themselves directly into their work, the Pegasi of the past needed flight camps, and the unicorns needed magical schooling just to be able to use the magic they had been born with. Time that could be spent learning other skills were spent instead mastering their magic. Not so with the Earth ponies. Our magic is inherent and innately applied to the work we do. While the unicorn's magic is spellcasting and the Pegasus magic is impossible flight and prancing on clouds, our magic is to be superior at what we do. Earth ponies are inherently superior because that is our gift. "Hey!" Reggie called out, standing at another door. "I think I found a way down." Shortcuts, Red-Eye offered smoothly, are sometimes useful, critical even. Sure, the Earth Pony way builds things that last, but it is a slow process and sometimes you need a quick fix. Take, for example, poison. An Earth Pony may be able to test your blood, identify the poison, and brew up an antidote.
But all of that can take hours which you do not have. Isn't it better to have a unicorn on hoof who can cast a spell, purging any poison away? Red-Eye, the Overmare sighed drolly. I am not impressed with this newfound insight you claim from your scouting missions. I speak in sweeping truths, and you argue isolated examples. Exceptions that are not sufficient to disprove the rule. The Overmare fell silent. There was a pregnant pause before the voice of the young Red-Eye asked casually, Overmare, you were saying? Then, even more casually, he added, Is something wrong? Why haven't... Yes? He prompted. I'm afraid I don't follow. The sounds around the dinner table died away. I imagined every pony was staring at Red-Eye and the Overmare. I suspected the latter had suddenly gone alarmingly pale. Very softly, the Overmare murmured, I just noticed that you haven't so much as tasted your drink. The Cathedral, Sublevel 3. Cybersurgery. A plaque on the wall read, Until all of us can be free, none of us should be free. The hall we had emerged into announced research and surgery in one direction, administration in the other. Both paths seeming otherwise equal, I had chosen the former, suspecting that there was a fair chance of running across Red-Eye himself in administration. And that wasn't my goal. I was here for his prisoners, his sacrifices, not him. I was more than happy to leave him to the Enclave. I was regretting that decision now. The smell of blood, spoiled meat, and disinfectants hit my nostrils like a buck to the face, making me turn and gag. Reggie recoiled, and I could hear the muffled sound of Calamity's many, many guns clattering together as he staggered. The walls of the surgical labs were a gleaming, disinfected white that made every flaw and discoloration and old stain stand out. The floor tiles were cold and felt unpleasantly damp. There were highly advanced machines built into the walls and ceiling, half of which I couldn't even guess the purpose of. There were vats of strange liquid, and floating within them were a variety of cybernetics. My eyes took in a mechanical snake that resembled a pony's spine, a robotic leg that clearly wasn't for a pony, metal arms that could have been torn from a cleaning robot, and more esoteric devices, strings of wire ending in arcanotech baubles. There were 3 exits. One way was the way we came in, the hallway leading to the administration section of the sublevel. The one opposite, it led to the stairs down. The final door, directly across from me, was open to what the sign claimed was a storage room. Huge glass tubes displayed creatures and monsters, subjects of cybernetic experimentation. All were dead, many still splayed open from surgery. Everything from rad roaches to manticores. There was even a hellhound, or at least half of one, the left half. At the back end of the room was a cast iron hatch marked disposal. Most of the stench was coming from that storage room, only a little from the meat on several of the tables surrounding me. And how may I help you? The thing in front of us asked. He, had been a pony once, but now he was more machine than flesh. The whole lower half of his body replaced by a robotic chassis that reminded me of the brainbots in iron-shod firearms. Mechanical arms, like those from the hovering spider bots, each ending in a different tool or manipulator, flexed and moved about him, carrying out unspoken tasks of medicine and science. It only saw Regina, but my heart began beating like a frightened rabbit's every time it looked my way. Reggie flinched away as one of those arms moved towards her, probing. Nothing. I'm fine. Fine. Yes, I suppose, the creature said. But you could be better. I felt myself cringe. Better? Regina questioned skeptically. Like you. Indeed. You should have seen me before the grenade. The creature chuckled. I know the looks take a bit to get used to, but old Doc Slaughter has never been better. Several of the arms paused in their tasks to wave. And you can't imagine just how useful these are. Maybe you could, being a griffin. His chassis turned, extending one arm in particular, one that ended in mechanical talons. Reggie took an involuntary step back, looking repulsed.
Dr. Slaughter. I knew that name.
Oh, and tag her to see Doc Slaughter. She's got one of them leg terminals that are a bitch to get off.
He was in Philadelphia.
I narrowly avoided losing my pit buck to him. You created the Cyber Dragon, didn't you? Reggie surprised me by asking. Oh, yes. Possibly my best work, Dr. Slaughter said proudly, his chassis spinning back as the arms scurried about their tasks. A most unique opportunity. Poor thing's body was failing right out from under it. He was blind when Red Eye brought me to him, and he could barely fly, failing ticker. Red Eye offered the dragon new eyes and more for half his gems. He purred wistfully. And just look at him now. Stronger, faster, more powerful and lethal than he was in his prime. If he wanted this new life so badly, why is he out there risking it? My dear, you say that as if he might be harboring a death wish or something,
Doc Slaughter said, the tracks on his chassis spinning, delivering him from one side of the lab to another.
But that's not the case at all. He simply has no other choice. No other choice?
Red Eye enslaved the dragon?
We heard explosions and the sounds of rapid-fire magical energy weapons. They sounded like they were coming from the floor above us. Red Eye wasn't going to have a creature that powerful and dangerous in the Everfree Forest without having it on a leash, you know. The Cyberdoc explained, ignoring the battle that was quickly catching up to us. So, when we replaced the dragon's heart with a newer, better one, Red Eye had me install a matrix disruption grenade in there with it. Red Eye sends a signal, the dragon turns off. The griffin arm clanked its talons together, just like that. That's horrible, Reggie gasped, and really, really stupid. Now he has a super powerful dragon who hates him. Hates him? Doc Slaughter laughed. Not at all. The dragon loves his new body, and Red Eye isn't foolish enough to abuse the situation. The dragon's cage is very gilded. Another explosion caused the lights to flicker and a few tiles to drop from the ceiling. This time, even the Cyberdoc reacted. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have to seal up this lab. I'm expecting a new patient, and we can't be disturbed. Suddenly, dangerously familiar classical music began to pour through the intercoms. It was followed a moment later by Red Eye's voice. The voice of the older wasteland-hearted stallion I knew too well. Now that our esteemed guests have arrived, I thought I'd help make you feel at home. This is one of your favorites, right, Autumn Leaf? His tone was pleasant, as if the whole battle and all the pain and blood that came with it was nothing more than a rapping at the door. I admire your taste, Autumn. May I call you Autumn? And I do agree that Octavia never played a more splendid and perfect recorded performance. Yes, I know her works well. Grew up with them. In a softer, wry voice, he couldn't prevent himself from adding, she was an earth pony after all. As we scurried to leave, the Cyberdoc added, he even let him keep all of his gems.
The cathedral, sub-level 4. We were almost there. Almost where I was sure we needed to be. The markings on the doors labeled this level as Meta Pony Testing. The inscription over the main door read, we ascend together or we fail together. The walls were a mottled brown stone that seemed to be secreting a thick layer of slime.
Reggie grimaced in disgust. This place just gets worse and worse. What you think that means, meta-pony testing?
Calamity asked, his voice suggesting he knew the answer and really hoped he was wrong. I think it means exactly what you think it means, I answered gloomily. There was only one way to go this time, and that was through a sealed vault door up ahead. An access terminal was mounted on the wall nearby. Once again, no clouds, just regular, hackable goodness.
The way you talked, I didn't think your stealth missions tended to go this smoothly,
Regina commented, pulling out her guns and checking the loads.
I ain't complaining, just I'm afraid if I don't get us shooting something soon, I'm gonna forget how.
Unity. The password was Unity. I felt cheated. He wasn't even trying. Entering the password gave me access to the terminal's contents. The first option was to unlock the vault door and open it. But beneath that, I was surprised to see a number of scientific journal entries. Curiosity pushed me to glance at the first. The contents drove me to read the others. Entry number 5. What a fucking waste of my valuable time. Now I have to scrap the whole mother cunt fucking IMP experiments. Red fucking I wants to take the research in a new direction. One failure too many. Like you can make a fucking omelet without a few generations of dead chickens. I told His Eminent Godness that the guidance factor may be more than just genetic, but what the fuck do I know? I'm just a motherfucking scientist. He's a glorified fucking scout. How can I argue against that? Now he's got me looking at some him-damned piece of shit rock. Like I don't have better things to do. Do I look like a fucking geologist? Entry number 4. The accumulation of 2 years of experiments, and I can write what we learned on a fucking napkin. You know what that tastes like? It tastes like a cunt that's been shit upon. There are 5 stages of impelled metamorphosis development in a viable subject. The first 3 levels are well documented in my research journals, the most significant being incremental changes to the subject's relationship to and tolerance of radiation. Radiation-induced regeneration, even to the point of regrowing limbs, begins at the first stage and radically improves in the second. When the subject reaches the 3rd stage of impelled metamorphosis development, the subject's body actually becomes stronger and faster in the presence of radiation, similar to the glowing ghoul and a precursor to the super-alicorn phenomenon. The subject's healing becomes so advanced that the natural aging process is all but halted. The 4th stage involves underlying physiological changes in preparation for the 5th and final stage, complete metamorphosis. For example, the pony's body and mind begin to grow the necessary neurological structures that will allow the pony to utilize the new horn and/or wings that the final stage will bestow, as well as other substructure changes in support of the less obvious but more radical alterations that accompany becoming a fucking alicorn. It is at this stage that everything goes to fuck all on a speeding enema. The impelled metamorphosis potion was never intended to be administered in stages. The most pleasant of the side effects to stage 4 can be described as phantom limb syndrome. The false sensations experienced by the subjects appear to be constant and amazingly painful. Subjects in 4th stage are inevitably driven to seek out more exposure, or simply driven utterly blood-wing shit insane. All too often, both. The real problems come with the extremely narrow bridge between the 3rd stage and the 4th, and with what I have deemed the guidance factor. First, it is proven virtually impossible to expose a pony to enough IMP to bring them to the 3rd stage, without crossing the threshold into the 4th. The few examples of successfully stable 3rd stage subjects have all been in the wild under unrepeatable circumstances. Which is too fucking bad, since stable stage 3s have capabilities that give Doc Slaughter's vaunted enhancements a run for their bits. Second, I have determined that successful metamorphosis requires more than just sufficient exposure. It requires a sort of guidance through the process. In the case of the existing alicorns, this guidance is given by the goddess. Whether this is a product of some intentional nurturing or an environmental response is unclear. Well, it's unclear to fucking me. Red-Eye has this template theory and has pretty much stopped listening to any fucking thing else. As a side note, I hate that freaking nature bastard upstairs. You know, maybe when a grenade blows your legs off and tears up the whole underside of your torso, that's a sign for you to just fucking die. Entry 3. Fuck, I lost another assistant. Not to a lab accident this time. No, that little cancerous prick decided to bail on me and pursue his own demented research some fucking where else. Him and his fucking manticore fixation. What a tale full of shit.
He was a useful assistant, particularly since he didn't have to sleep. Now I will have to autopsy subjects 128 and 129 myself. And I'll have to refill the fucking lanterns on my own. Yet another waste of my time. I'll be missing the fucking bastard by tomorrow. Won't miss his stink, though. Speaking of stink, they're finally putting in the new disposal chute. Slaughter's getting his part put in tomorrow. It's gonna take them a fucking week to get around to putting in mine. I swear that fucker Red Eye gives preferential treatment to cybernetics. And then he comes down here, clamoring for results. Says he's getting sick of sending me ponies only to have them tossed out with the waste. Like Red Eye should fucking talk. At least my research is doing something fucking useful. Asswipe. Entry number 2. Finally perfected the induced metamorphosis potion recipe. Would have done it sooner if that psycho Twilight Sparkle hadn't been so fucking OCD with her notes. Now that we've got that manticore shit out of the way, the bucks downstairs can start whipping up whole vats of the juice. Still not sure why the fuck his self-importance Red Eye wants that much of it. You plan to go swimming? Be funny as hell if he did, actually. I'd love to see the fucker's whole body become a bloated, misshapen blob of metastasized living cancer. That would be fucking hilarious. So far, the initial numbers have held. We have a solid 18% benevolent effect manifestation in test subjects. Not ideal, but I'd say it's a fuck-ton better than we really could have expected. And more than enough excuse to increase the scale of our tests. My assistant has expressed particular interest in one of our failed cross-species tests. Of course, I fully expected all cross-species tests to fail. IMP was crafted specifically for ponies, after all. But the effects on other creatures could continue to yield enlightening results. The test that my assistant is most interested in, however, is the one that produced the least results. In fact, it produced no results at all. All the other creatures tested had at least some reaction, most of them violent and fatal. But I might as well have been shooting a concentrated fucking placebo into that manticore. Unless looking pissed off was an effect, IMP failed to have any effect on it whatso-fucking-ever. On that note, I've ordered a more convenient waste disposal system. We've got passages under this place that dump into the gorge. Why don't we use them to flush some of this stink out of here? Entry number 1. New project today. About fucking time. Last one was a pointless disaster. Why does the world want to fucking keep wasting my valuable fucking time? Got a good feeling about this one, though. That pompous prick Red Eye got a hold of some pre-war Fancy Main's recipe for the crap that Taint is made out of. The shit that the goddess uses to fucking create alicorns. So far, 4 out of 5 test subjects have responded with the most grotesque, body-warping deaths. But that last one in 5? Very promising. Indeed. The entries were stamped from the personal files of Dr. Glue, head of Metapony Research. I stepped back from the terminal, feeling cold and hard. Subject number 129, I whispered hoarsely. This pony had murdered over 100 ponies in his experiments for Red Eye. Probably double that. And other creatures, too. Tortured them to death. With taint. I felt a ruddy darkness seep across my vision, a drive to violence mounting in every beat of my heart, the likes of which I hadn't felt since Arbu. My nerves were on fire. I kicked on my eyes-forward sparkle, barely taking note of the new signal it had discovered, or the fact that it helpfully announced I had found Stable 101, and ordered the terminal to open the door. I was really hoping Dr. Glue was behind it, because I was going to kill him. A lot. The door opened into a chamber of horrors, a catacomb for the horrifically malformed and mutilated byproducts of Dr. Glue's experiments, lit sporadically by mounted lanterns, many of which were dark and cold. Ponies with massive tumors enveloping their heads. Ponies whose internal organs had been pushed out through their coats by the cancerous masses evolving inside them. Ponies who had dissolved into bubbling, leathery slugs that looked like a hospital horror's miscarriage, discernible only as ponies by the warped remains of their cutie marks. Worse. The strains of classical music were being piped down here as well, a twisted counterpoint to the vileness. The music was defiled by being played in here. I didn't think I'd ever be able to enjoy Octavia's artistry again. Regina Grimfeathers was vomiting in a corner.
I wanted to clamp my eyes shut against the horror, but I was afraid I would still see them. So I covered my face with my pip leg instead, staring at the screen. My eyes forward sparkle was picking up a flood of red lights ahead.
Oh, my soul.
Calamity whimpered. He had tossed back his hood and was staring in dismay at a body whose bones had undergone a rapid and twisting growth, bursting through muscles and flesh that had turned black and slimy.
I think this used to be a griffin.
Reggie's head shot up. She approached the body, spitting the last of the vomit from her mouth, her breast heaving heavily.
What? How?
And with mounting rage that echoed my own,
Why?
she swung around to Calamity.
How could any pony do that? What was the point? I couldn't say.
Calamity began, taken aback.
Then his voice grew sharp. But as my gal Velvet would say, any pony who would do that ain't a pony.
Voices echoed from within the catacombs ahead, and one of them was recognizable.
Fan out, Colonel Autumnleaf ordered. The coward ran this way. And if you find him, do not kill him, just wound him. Excessively. But that bastard is mine.
Eyes wide with recognition, Calamity vanished under the hood of his zebra cloak. I scooted against the wall, and Reggie moved amongst the bodies, playing dead, as 2 Enclave soldiers galloped around a corner and charged past us. Reggie stepped out behind them as they passed, leveling her guns, but then lowered them, letting the 2 soldiers disappear.
Stealth mission,
she groused.
I bet bits to bottle caps I'm gonna regret that later.
Get the fuck out! Get your hemorrhoidal fucking asses out of my laboratory!
Dr. Glue bellowed at the 4 ponies surrounding him, 3 of whom appeared to be Enclave elite guards. We could see them through the security glass windows set into the lab door. Glue was a wizened old stallion with a pale gray coat and a stringy charcoal mane. His cutie mark was a blasphemy. Beside me, Regina was furiously trying to pick the lock with her talons. I could have opened it easily myself, but I knew the moment I did so, she'd go charging into that room, twin guns blazing. And we wouldn't win that fight without casualties. Behind me were the catacombs. To my left was a stone archway and stairs leading down to a vault door flanked by mounted terminals. I couldn't picture the room beyond, but the fragmented Alicorp memories told me that Red Eye's prisoners were down there. Angrily, the little pony in my head pointed out that we were almost there and we were getting distracted. But not without good reason.
No, I think we will keep you company while my mares hunt down your master.
The reply came from a pony in magnificent jade carapace armor, exquisitely crafted and embellished with ebony filigree, and a scarab motif of leaves and iridescent bronze and copper. I didn't need to see any part of the pony to know who it was. The voice was unmistakable. Colonel Autumnleaf sneered casually as he strolled around the Glue's lab of horrors.
Just in case he doubles back.
I was watching 2 mass murderers. The scope and heinousness of the evil in that room was breath-stealing. Truth be told, I wanted to charge in, guns blazing too. Or worse, there was enough blood in that room to fashion a guillotine for each of them. My little pony was horrified that such a plan crossed my mind, more so by just how appealing it was.
What?
Dr. Glue exploded, yanking my focus back to the window.
What the fuck did you just say?
You heard me.
Red Eye is not my master!
He exploded again, shaking with rage.
And he's not coming back! So you can take your fucking goon squad, shove them up your sphincter, and prance the fuck out of my lab! I've got important fucking research to do and you're wasting my time!
So you say.
Autumnleaf dismissed. He moved past chemistry labs, skirting a wall of cages filled with dead animals, and stopped at a machine I could not identify. Regina growled and took a swipe at the door.
Fuck this,
she muttered, drawing one of Cage's hellhound claw blades.
Why am I picking the lock when I could cut right down through it?
I felt Calamity press up against me, the pony-fied hellhound's energy rifle held in his muzzle. I floated out little Macintosh, then paused. Wait, I have an idea. Regina stopped, her expression still seething, but her voice calm and smooth as polished steel.
Okay, little Pip. Your way.
Get away from that!
Dr. Glue barked inside the room. That's a very delicate analyzer! Autumn Leaf pulled the front panel open just a little too hard. I heard something snap. Dr. Glue roared and threw himself at the Colonel, only to be forcibly blocked and pushed to the floor by the guards.
Oops.
I floated out the assault carbine and slid in one of the magazines, then pulled off the zebra stealth cloak, passing it to Regina. Both of you, get back at least 2 corridors.
Oh, crap, little Pip. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that if these bullets are enchanted with a bypass, then they'll go right through that door and right through their armor, I told my friend. 1 spray, and they'll all go down.
And if they ain't, you're giving away our position and bringing the wrath of heaven down on your main.
Yeah, that was the problem. Regina's expression showed she had the same concern. I'll draw them away while you 2 remain hidden, I told him. I still have the advanced stealth buck. I'll trigger it once I've led them far enough away, then circle back to you. I looked back into the window, comparing their positions to the red lights on my EFS compass. I would get a few 5-round bursts with this weapon while using SATs, and I wanted to make sure I took down the armored ponies first. My breath caught as Autumn Leaf produced a hunk of twisted, bluish metal.
This is your critical research? Was that...
The Colonel's next words confirmed my darkest fears.
You are researching star metal for Red Eye.
It wasn't phrased as a question. I didn't know which filled me more with dread. What Red Eye's interest in star metal was, what Dr. Glue's experiments might entail, or the fact that Autumn Leaf knew about star metal and could recognize it on sight. Don't touch that! Dr. Glue demanded, struggling against the guards. Get the hell away from my fucking experiments! Autumn Leaf tossed the chunk of Luna's old armor between his forehooves.
And what are you doing with this? Shaving off slivers and feeding it to ponies to see what will happen?
Autumn Leaf no longer sounded bored or pleasant.
Or perhaps you are making cybernetics out of this metal? Is this what Red Eye has inside him?
Regina moved up beside me, the cloak draped over her shoulders, but the hood down so she could look me in the eyes.
No, little Pip,
she whispered, holding out her talons for the assault carbine.
Let me do this. For Cage.
Inside the room, Dr. Glue was spitting. Are you fucking retarded? Is that how the infuck promotes? Based on the number of your brain cells that have been replaced by diarrhea? Who the fuck is going to put bizarre-ass metal with unknown properties from motherfucking space into their fucking bodies? I still can't believe any pony was willing to make armor out of it. Taking a breath, he seethed. And cyber surgery is 1 floor up, you fetid asshole. Seriously, how long has it been since you were euthanized? I looked at Regina. She looked so much like her brother. I could see him in her. And that brought visions of him crumpling, dead from the weapon of an Enclave soldier, killed on a mission that I led. What she was asking was for me to put her in equally grave danger. Yet, did I have the right to say no? The weight of the assault carbine suddenly felt much heavier, even though it was floating, weightless.
We can play rock, paper, scissors for it,
Reggie suggested confusingly. I looked at her like she'd just spoken in zebra.
Griffin game,
she explained with a sigh.
Rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, paper beats rock. I'd win. Ponies can only do rock.
I still had no idea what the hell she was talking about.
Oh, hail,
Calamity said, tossing back his hood. I saw he'd put together Spitfire's thunder. It was laying on the ground at his hooves.
This ain't gonna happen this way.
Pushing past us, Calamity marched up to the door and pounded a hoof on the window.
Hey, Brony, I want to talk to you, he shouted. You got some things to answer for.
Swinging around me, he suggested,
run.
All hell broke loose.
Calamity?
Colonel Autumnleaf turned towards the window, startled recognition ringing clear in his voice. His recovery was swift, immediately followed by an order to his guards.
Bring me that traitor, dead or alive.
The elite guards jumped up to follow orders, spinning towards the door and unleashing a massive volley of magical light. The door heated up brightly, flooding the hall with plasmic light. It was like standing inside the goddess, Celestia's mane, and promptly began to melt. The stonework around it started hissing and glowing. The air near the door became blisteringly hot, and the powerful odor of molten slag and magic overrode the stench of blood, rot, and spoiled meat from the catacombs. Regina snatched the assault rifle out of my levitation field, swinging it towards the melting door and returning fire. The sounds of gunfire and battle saddles filled the room, drowning out the classical cello music. One of the red lights on my EFS compass winked out. I floated out Little Macintosh, using my compass to aim and waiting for enough of the door to slough away for me to take a shot. The light from the door was almost blinding. Calamity didn't have to wait. He flew back from the door, kicking Spitfire's thunder off the ground with a forehoof and catching it in his muzzle. The crack of the shot split the air. Another red light on my compass went out. The door collapsed, lancing beams of lethal magic filling the corridor. I fired a single shot as I scrambled for cover in the stairwell. Calamity and Regina dove behind the nearest deceased monstrosities crafted by Dr. Glue's research. Reggie let out a screech as one of the beams struck her right arm, burning away an inch of flesh, leaving a blackened and charred wound. The Griffin dropped the assault rifle and collapsed behind a mound of misshapen flesh and barely recognizable limbs, tears streaming from her eyes as she dug healing potions out of her supplies. But this was magical damage, I realized as I watched her hold a healing potion in her beak, tossing her head back and gulping the magical liquid as her left talon drew out one of her pistols. At best, this would be a bad scar. More likely, she wouldn't be able to use her trademark two-pistol style effectively again. Assuming we all lived through this, ever again might be really short. I spun back towards the entrance. 2 of the 3 elite guards had dropped. Calamity shifted Spitfire's thunder, pointing it directly at his older brother. Dr. Glue, no longer being held, jumped up and galloped past Calamity's brother, snatching the star medal shard in his teeth as he fled. The colonel stood his ground, staring through the door at Calamity. A hatch on the back of his jade magically powered armor popped open, and a small turret emerged, taking aim at Dr. Glue. The weapon built into the turret was bizarre yet familiar, made of gleaming blue metal and a glowing power core. Colonel Autumnleaf's Star Blaster fired at Dr. Glue. Unlike Homage's weapon, the beam of energy was a cruel orange, and Dr. Glue was incinerated in a puff of fire. The colonel hadn't even needed to aim. Zenith was right. The weapons wanted to kill. Regina leaned around the pile of bloated bodies she was using for cover, trading shots with the remaining guard. A pulse of blue magic struck her in the back, staggering her, but failing to penetrate her talon armor. As the 2 Enclave soldiers came charging up from behind us, I spun around, slipping into sats. Blam! 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 One of them went down. The other swiveled to face me. The rainbow barrage from her multi-gem cannon forced me to change cover, one of the shots passing close enough to blister the flesh on the back of my neck. I could smell the scorched hairs of my mane. I returned fire, forcing her to duck back around the corner she had come from. As I reloaded, the classical music was cut, replaced by the last voice we expected to hear. Calamity, Velvet Remedy asked, sounding distressed. My Pegasus friend gasped, dropping Spitfire's thunder to the floor in shock and worry. Autumnleaf turned the alien fire blaster on his own brother. Velvet, Calamity asked, momentarily oblivious to anything else. What are you doing here? Only Reggie and the other guards seemed unhindered by the voices on the intercom. The guns Calamity had crafted for her were proving capable of punching through Enclave armor. The Enclave guard was already bleeding from several wounds. He kicked over a chemistry table and took cover behind it, trading shots with the Griffin. I invited her, said the cool, casual voice of Red Eye. Autumnleaf spun towards the sound of Red Eye's voice and fired, blasting one of the intercoms. Don't worry, Calamity. She's in good. His voice paused as if unsure which word to use. Things with Dr. Slaughter. I'm expecting a new patient, and we can't be disturbed. Red Eye brought my friend right into harm's way? As what? A distraction? Leverage? What's that cyber psycho doing to Velvet? My little pony cried out as I ducked out of cover long enough to keep the Enclave soldier pinned. And what happened to Zenith? What about Pyrelight? She was guarding them. What did Red Eye do? Now, Colonel. You can't kill me that way.
Where are you?
Autumnleaf roared. In response, I heard a door slide open somewhere out of sight in the room beyond.
Come and see,
Red-Eye offered. Calamity scooped up Spitfire's thunder, whipping around and firing a single shot through the helmet of the Enclave's soldier as she shifted to fire again. The carapace-armored Pegasus dropped with a dull thud.
Y'all go ahead,
He shouted to me.
I'm going after Velvet.
Autumnleaf paused for just a moment, then chose his mission over murdering his brother. He reared and flew away from us.
He's getting away,
Reggie shouted, firing shots at the retreating Pegasus. Sparks flew where her bullets ricocheted off his jade armor. Go with Calamity, I yelled back to her as I turned and galloped down to the vault door at the bottom of the stairwell. Metal catwalks over glowing vats of IMP. The room at the nadir of Red-Eye's cathedral was nearly a perfect replica of the goddess's chamber in Mary Pony. There was even a catwalk stretching out between the vats, ending in a pedestal with a cup. The room shimmered with rippling light emanating from the glowing liquid filling each of the open-topped vats. This was Red-Eye's ascension chamber. The door at the bottom of the stairwell had opened to a pony-sized platform, like a diving board, providing me with this dizzying view of the room below. After all the tight corridors, the abrupt spaciousness of this room had managed to kick up a lingering wisp of dread. Oh, agoraphobia, my old friend. I was suffering from vertigo mixed with severe déjà vu. If this place hadn't been recently constructed, if the metal wasn't shiny and new, and the floor lacking the detritus-clogged lake I remembered so well, I might have started worrying there could be a balefire bomb beneath us. The giant cage dangling over one of the vats like a piñata filled with unicorns, that was different too. It had taken me 2 minutes to hack the terminal, and that was a minute and a half more than I would have actually needed if I hadn't been in denial. Really, can it ever be a good thing when your name is the password on some pony else's terminal? There had been one last journal entry number 6 from Dr. Glue on the terminal. This one was an audio log that I downloaded to my pip leg. Now I started playing it as I wrapped myself in a field of levitation and floated myself over to the cage. Normally, I fucking hate field reports. These sort of shit should be left to underlings. No good reason I should have to go wandering about the Equestria shithole to get my work done. Normally. But this time, I'm really fucking happy I didn't have any pony else to trust this to. What I've found, this is too important to let some half-wit in a lab cloak fuck up. Investigations into the origin of Red-Eye's mystery rock took fucking forever. But it did eventually lead me to a place called Zebra Town, where I recovered a chunk of what I believe to be actual alien fucking metal. I can't wait to get this thing into my lab. I was passing over the vats. There were at least 24 unicorns littering the inside of the cage, not a single one of them moving. While I was at it, I got a good look at some of the prevailing theories surrounding that meteorite. Not the zebra craziness, but conclusions by ponies working under Princess fucking Luna herself. Opinions seem split between the meteorite ain't nothing but a rock, and falling stars are vessels for fucking spirits to come to our world from outer fucking space. Because they reckon folks like Discord had to come from somewhere. And they pointed out, the zebra civilization fell into centuries of bloodshed and strife after a meteor shower. Which is of course fucking stupid. The zebras didn't need evil spirits from beyond the sky for them to plunge their country into chaos and war. I mean, had these ponies even fucking met zebras? I've seen one of them fighting in the pit, and she was all I needed to see to know they were fucking barbaric animals. The real mystery is how the hell they built a fucking civilization in the first place. As I drew closer to the cage, I could see the slow breathing of the caged ponies. They were not dead, but they were all unconscious. Drugged, I assumed. I couldn't imagine they naturally all went to sleep at the same time. I sent a prayer of thanks to Celestia. If it was any pony other than me, rescue would be impossible. But I didn't need the ponies to be awake and moving in order to lead them out. Brought up the old theories to Red-Eye in passing, and even he laughed. If there is a spirit here, he told me, it's the spirit of progress. Looking at my research, for once I agree with the fucker. And actually, sharing an opinion with Red-Eye makes me want to gut myself with a rusty scalpel.
Anyway, both sides were totally fucking far from the mark. Based on my own analysis, the meteorite did bring something all right. But it wasn't some fucking asinine evil star demon thing. More like an infection. A virus that got into our ecosystem and mutated. That's not quite right, but it's a hell of a lot closer than star spirits or just a fucking rock. No wonder they blew up the world. Ponies were stupid as shit back then.
My insides felt like they were twisting up when I realized he had been talking about Zenith. I was not sorry that Dr. Glue was dead. No, not one iota. Not a single hair in my coat worth of sympathy for that disgusting blight on pony kind. And Red-Eye had employed the monster. As my hooves touched down on the top of the cage, the door that led out onto the central catwalk slid open. I cringed, making myself as small and unnoticeable as possible when Red-Eye galloped in through the open door. He was alone, and once inside, his gallop dropped back to a trot, then a walk. Despite having been running, regardless of the war raging above his cathedral, Red-Eye looked unfazed, confident, his mane and coat neatly groomed. He wore a heavy scarf, and his black 101 cape fluttered listlessly behind him. The door slid shut. As I watched, he stopped and looked around, then activated a stealth buck in his pit buck and vanished. I at once felt both alarmed and foolish. Red-Eye was in the room with me, and I didn't know where or what he was doing. And why was I flattening myself against the cage when I had a stealth buck too? A much better one at that. I activated the MG stealth buck too, removing myself from sight. And not a moment too soon. The door whisked open again, and Colonel Autumn Leaf swooped into the room. He beat his wings, ascending to get a Pegasus-eyes view of the Ascension Chamber.
I know you're in here,
He said gruffly.
There was no other way to run.
By intention, I assure you.
Red-Eye's voice floated out of a dozen speakers.
And now that we're all here...
There was a flash of light from the open doorway, and a film of magical energy washed across the walls and over the floor and ceiling. An alicorn shield! Colonel Autumn Leaf spun about to see the dark green alicorn sitting statuesque just outside the doorway. Another alicorn, a purple one, had just teleported the two of them in and was wrapping both of them in a shield of her own. Looking up, I saw an identical two just outside the door I had entered through.
Well, you clearly have me where you want me.
Autumn Leaf admitted, flying down to land on the catwalk.
So why not tell me what this is all about? What is the big plan?
There was a moment of drawn-out silence. I began to search for the lock on the cage. I finally spotted it. It was on the bottom, and picking it would cause the bottom of the cage to swing open and dump the helpless unicorns into the vat of swirling green and purple below. Of course it was. Red-Eye spoke again, and this time he actually sounded surprised, although hardly displeased.
Did you just invite me to monologue?
No, I thought. He invited you to waste enough time talking that your stealth buck drains, you become visible, and he can kill you.
So are you going to become the new goddess?
Autumn Leaf surmised, looking at the vats.
Is that it? Replace the one you killed?
That's not wrong,
Red-Eye admitted.
And what does this have to do with the Sustained Pegasi project?
Autumn Leaf prompted, taking to the air to peer beneath the catwalk, searching for the hiding earth pony.
Oh, everything,
Red-Eye proclaimed, clearly warming up to the conversation.
You see, I finally found the way inside.
Oh, really?
The jade-armored Pegasus perked up.
Do tell, because from my understanding, it is impossible. And that makes you a liar.
Impossible? Hardly.
Red-Eye's voice proclaimed from the dozen speakers.
There are several things that can get through an alicorn shield, even one that powerful. Telepathy, telekinesis, certain types of dragon magic, and most importantly, anyone that the shield is enchanted with the bypass that can walk or teleport through. Or, as you know, anyone sufficiently related.
Right,
Autumn Leaf agreed.
Too bad Rainbow Dash had no descendants.
Ah, but Rainbow Dash wasn't the only one the SPP hub's shield was designed to let through.
Red-Eye countered, and now he had Colonel Autumnleaf's full attention.
It was also designed to let the princesses through.
Wait, what?
I have a hard time believing you will be in any condition to go anywhere,
Autumnleaf pointed out.
judging by the late goddess.
I guessed that behind his visor he was rolling his eyes.
True. But I will be able to maintain telepathic control over one of my children, who will take control of the central hub as a vessel of my will.
Autumnleaf began searching for Red-Eye again.
If you are thinking that one of those sorry excuses for alicorns can get through the shield, then you are pathetically mistaken. Several have already tried.
The alien fire blaster swiveled as he scanned the room.
Oh, I know.
Red-Eye almost purred.
We sent them. I will admit that Nightseer's failure did send me back to the proverbial drawing board.
Nightseer? It took just a moment for the name to conjure a face. The crazy alicorn in the royal castle. The one who had fallen under the influence of the Black Book and was wearing Luna's skull as a necklace. That was the alicorn who the goddess and Red-Eye tasked with getting through the SPP shield? And she failed? That actually explained a lot. In a very twisted way.
But it was from her failure that I discovered just why the goddess's alicorns couldn't make it through, and what was needed. It was just like you said. They are sorry excuses for alicorns. They are flawed, missing something vital to what an alicorn should be, and thus too far removed from what an alicorn should be, and thus Celestia.
Almost as if he wanted to assuage the feelings of the alicorns maintaining the shield, Red-Eye kindly added,
No fault of their own. It's the failing in their templates.
What are you blathering about?
Autumnleaf asked. He made a full circle around the room, checking behind each of the vats, and was now landing back on the central catwalk.
If you understood the creature your High Counselor tried to make friendly with, you'd understand.
Red-Eye chided.
The essence of the goddess was formed out of the souls of 4 dominant ponies. And these ponies, in turn, provided the metaphysical template for the alicorns to follow.
Red-Eye wasn't saying anything I didn't already know, and we weren't apparently going anywhere until his stealth buck ran out or something else changed the status quo, so I focused my attention on the unicorns. They seemed healthy, unharmed, even surprisingly well-fed. Far more than the slaves in Philadelphia. It occurred to me that some of these unicorns might have volunteered. If so, they were either fanatical disciples or severely misled. I also noticed that each one was wearing a mechanical collar with a tiny red light. The collars were locked shut.
Unfortunately,
Red-Eye continued,
the templates lacked a certain critical diversity.
Yeah, they were all females. The goddess had a plan for that. It involved a really, really bad book.
They were all unicorns.
Oh, never thought of that, but I supposed it was true as well. Twilight Sparkle, Trixie, Gestalt, and Mosaic. All unicorns. Whoa, pull back the reins.
To create alicorns that can bypass that shield, the templates require a certain unity. Each race of pony kind adds to the whole.
The voice of the younger Red-Eye whispered in my head.
No one greater or more important than the others. It is a vital gestalt requiring all 3.
Oh no!
A new deity needs to be created with templates from all 3 races,
Red-Eye revealed.
Which meant I needed to find a Pegasus and a unicorn who were strong enough in mind and soul to become dominant aspects with me in the new godhood. We're all going to get to know each other very well, you and me.
Oh, fuck no! Colonel Autumn looked appalled. Then he broke into uncontrolled snickers.
What?
Colonel Autumnleaf laughed.
You are expecting me to take a swim with you?
He cantered to the edge of the platform, asking,
Or were you planning to drop me in like what happened to Trixie?
He flapped his wings, hovering above the catwalk, showing off.
Yes,
He added, answering the unspoken question.
I did my research.
As did I.
Red-Eye told him.
Poor little Autumn Leaf. A middle child, trapped between the perfect son, the loser, and the mistake. So you took the only path left, the overachiever. You have the drive, the ambition, not to mention the charisma and force of will to become the leader of a massive military force. One of the highest-ranking officers in your entire country. And yet, it's all born out of a desire for approval.
Autumn Leaf hovered silently. Then he slowly spoke.
You know nothing.
Not from your father, not anymore. You're now the obedient servant of much more powerful ponies than him. But for all your power, you're still just a dog responding to his master's call, hoping to be petted.
Red-Eye purred cruelly.
That's what makes you perfect. You're powerful enough a soul to become a template, but you'll never be able to challenge me for true dominance.
The room was utterly silent and still, save for the flapping of Autumn Leaf's wings.
Sorry, Red-Eye.
He said finally, his voice feigning jovial dismissal.
But you lose. I am not drinking your cup of delusion.
He looked pointedly into the cup on the pedestal.
Find some pony else.
The cup erupted in a crackling blast as Red-Eye set off the Matrix disruption grenade he had hidden inside it. Colonel Autumn Leaf's armor went dead, and he dropped onto the platform with a resounding clang, utterly paralyzed. Red-Eye disengaged his stealth buck, appearing on the catwalk less than 2 yards away. He walked up and nudged the incapacitated Enclave leader with a hoof.
I'll admit you did surprise me,
Red-Eye offered generously.
I needed the Enclave to send some Pegasi within my reach. But your insane level of overreaction caught me entirely off guard.
Red-Eye lowered his head to Autumn Leaf's helmet.
I've spent more time scrambling to adjust to your Enclave's massive overkill than I care to admit.
What in the name of whatever you hold holy did you expect?
Autumn Leaf growled, trapped within his armor like steel hooves had been when I first talked to him.
What you are planning is nothing short of annihilating an entire country's crops. Your megalomania threatens the Pegasi with massive famine and starvation. You are attempting to become the greatest mass murderer in Equestria's history, just so you can claim credit for a sunny day.
Oh, goddesses! Is that what I was doing too? My own plan was not so far different. What was the cost? Compared to the cruelty of that, the paltry help I had given the ponies of the wasteland paled to insignificance.
To resurrect Equestria,
Red-Eye answered bluntly,
sacrifices must be made.
The callousness of his words struck me. Yes, I was also planning to take control of the Single Pegasus project. The Enclave needed to be stopped. And Velvet Remedy was right. You can't stop something until you take away its reason for being that way. Furthermore, the ponies of the wasteland deserve to see Celestia's sun again. To know that warmth and hope that only a sunny day could bring. But I wasn't the sort of cold, uncompassionate creature I saw on both of the ponies below me. I knew something that neither Red-Eye nor Autumn Leaf knew. A game-changing factor that made it possible for my plan to succeed without doing unspeakable harm. I knew about the Gardens of Equestria.
Although, in the end, the Enclave's actions, that is to say, your actions, have served my intentions nicely.
Red-Eye gloated gently.
You've made yourselves so much the villains that our new godhood will be celebrated as a savior when I end you.
Colonel Autumn Leaf began to swear.
Maybe I will be the one ending you.
Interesting fact,
Red-Eye said over Autumn Leaf's threatening string of curses.
4 ponies became the templates within the goddess. The goddess was dominated by one mind, one will. And it wasn't the most powerful of the 4, no. That would have been Twilight Sparkle. Instead, it was Trixie. And not just Trixie, but Trixie the show pony. The most charismatic of the 4. I'll be sharing godhood with the martyr who wants to save every pony in a gutless tool.
He smirked.
I'm feeling pretty confident in my chances.
Red-Eye turned his gaze up towards the cage.
You can come out now.
What? My little pony stammered. But... Oh, forget it! Her head slumped in defeat. I disengaged the stealth buck and stared down at the wasteland's other stable dweller. Red Eye smiled at me. Not a chance in hell, I told him bluntly.
Up to you,
he said, surprising me. Wait, you're giving me a choice? Red Eye walked up to the catwalk railing, placed his hooves on it, and peered into the swirling colors of the vat beneath.
Of course I am.
Why? I had to know.
Because I'm going to have a hard enough time struggling against him.
He tilted his head towards the collapsed body of Autumn Leaf.
I don't want to be fighting both of the other templates. And I figure there's a far better chance that you'll spend your godhood actually trying to help the wasteland through your benevolent rule, rather than trying to undermine me out of petty revenge. If you actually choose to be there. And finally...
Red Eye paused, seeming to consider what he wanted to say.
Because unlike him,
he said, whipping a tail towards Autumn Leaf,
it doesn't have to be you.
I blinked. My name had been his password. And now he was saying he didn't really need me? That I really wasn't special after all? I felt as wounded as I felt relieved.
There are 25 unicorns in that cage,
he pointed out.
25 hoof-picked chances for a good unicorn template. One of them is bound to be sufficient. But you,
he snorted bemusedly,
you're a sure thing. Imagine my surprise when fate dropped you right in front of me at the 7th hour. A unicorn who had not only all the qualities that guaranteed a strong template, but who would volunteer to become a part of the godhood, and whose rulership would actually make our new Equestria a better, richer place. I've always known that I was taking a gamble. No matter how much I researched, planned, and created contingencies, inevitably all my efforts would come down to a roll of the dice. You just allowed me to hedge my bets more than I would have thought possible.
My mind caught on one word in all of that. Volunteer? Why the hell would I ever—
Because you don't want to risk what will happen if you don't,
he said simply.
You already know what he's like. You're not going to run the risk that the godhood will manifest with him in charge. Or some third pony you don't know who might be just as bad.
You said he couldn't possibly challenge you, I reminded him plaintively.
Oh, very true,
Red Eye told me.
But I'm not the one who will be ruling Equestria. I told you before, I'm too much of a monster for the world we are creating. I have no place in it. That will be your job, remember?
He chuckled.
Besides, I'm going to have my plate full controlling the sun, moon, and weather.
My jaw dropped.
Oh, dear.
Red Eye laughed.
How else did you think I was planning for you to take over my work? My forces and my followers aren't going to be loyal to a new leader just because I tell them to. But they will be loyal to the new me and any part of me.
I reeled.
Really, little Pip? Did you ever take the time to seriously think this through? Or did you just assume I was lying?
I felt numb, removed, like the world was a distant, faraway place. I was in a cocoon of elseness, staring out at reality through hazy gauze. My paralysis broke when Red Eye hefted one hind leg over the railing. Stop! I ordered as I floated out little Macintosh, taking aim.
You're kidding.
Red Eye looked up at me, shock dissolving into contempt. He stared down the barrel pointed between his eyes.
You're kidding, right?
No, I told him sternly. I'm taking option 3. The one where I don't have to worry about what the ponies in the godhood are like because there isn't a new godhood at all.
Take the shot!
Autumn Leaf growled. We both ignored him.
Really, little Pip?
Red Eye asked.
Would you doom the ponies of Equestria to the wasteland? To another 200 years of futile struggle, poverty, and hardship? All ending in death, usually at the whim of the wasteland's raiders and monsters? They need us, little Pip. Where will they be without our leadership? What will become of them without our guidance?
They don't need us. They don't need a god to save them. They can save themselves.
I admire your faith, little Pip. So childlike. But now it is time to grow up.
Was it? Was I just being naive?
No.
I said slowly, not sure where my thoughts and words were going.
Maybe, I think, it's time for them to grow up.
I thought of the Twilight Society sitting on a treasure of magic and not using it to help any pony. Of the Steel Rangers preying on other ponies in their selfish drive to hoard the technologies of the past. Of New Appaloosa, willing to trade with slavers and not lifting a hoof about the horrors of old Appaloosa not so far from their door.
It's time for the ponies of the wasteland to stop being so selfish and short-sighted. To start caring about their fellow ponies. To raise their hooves in aid and communal support. To work together to build something bigger and better. Not because they're being forced to, but because they want to. For themselves and for their children.
I remembered the words of Life Bloom. This is us helping.
It's time for the ponies to tell the wasteland to buck off.
I thought of the Applejacks Rangers and Steelhooves words in Sable too. Today you must choose with whom your oath lies. Surrender this ignominious goal and join by my side, reaffirming your oath to the protection of the citizens of Equestria. I remembered Homage's broadcast. And I've got more reports coming in. Heroes all the way from Shattered Hoof to Hoofington have been holding the line against the nightmares from above.
And you know what?
I continued. I couldn't have stopped it. It was like an avalanche had started inside of me.
I think they want to. They're ready to. You've shown them that rebuilding is possible.
I've what? I knew what. I'd been an example. I couldn't listen to Homage without her drumming it into my head. But saying it, accepting it, was another thing entirely. I knew I was nothing special, but my reputation had become something powerful.
I've been their light bringer,
I said finally, coding the concept in Homage's words, and hoping it didn't sound conceited.
We've done what we can.
Well, I wasn't quite done yet. I still had one big play to make. But I was done here. With him.
And now, it's time for Daddy Red-Eye and Mommy Little Pip to get the fuck out of their way.
Goddesses. That's where my thoughts were going? Ick. Most dysfunctional family ever. I mentally divorced myself from Red-Eye. Red-Eye chuckled, a good-humored sound, having a laugh at my bizarre little speech.
Dear little Pip, you can't truly believe that. Not after all you've seen. If ponies were capable of that, they would have done so already. They wouldn't have needed us in the first place.
He stared downwards into the glowing, swirling liquid.
If left to their own devices, without us, they would collapse back into the same routines that have kept them under the hoof of the equestrian wasteland for 200 years. Ponies,
Red-Eye snorted.
Ponies never change.
We've made mistakes, I countered. Ponies do that. We all make mistakes. We all have flaws and weaknesses. But we are stronger when we are together.
I felt the comforting weight of the ministry mares in my saddlebag.
And together, we can be better than this.
We have to be better than this, my little pony added.
We're ponies.
Stirring,
Red-Eye quipped, straddling the railing.
Inspirational even. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an ascension to bathe in.
I cocked little Macintosh warningly. Back away from the edge or I will put you down.
No, you won't,
Red-Eye stated flatly.
2 reasons. First,
he reached a hoof up to his scarf and pulled it away, revealing a collar identical to the ones on the unicorns.
Because I'm wearing this.
Little Macintosh lowered ever so slightly as I stared at him in confusion.
Bomb collars,
Red-Eye explained.
Zebras used to put them round the necks of prisoners of war and set them free. They'd wait for the prisoner to make it back to other ponies, then boom!
I felt queasy.
My eyes lowered to the unicorns in the cage, each with a death trap around her or his neck.
These particular bomb collars are linked. If one is disarmed, or the pony wearing it dies, then boom! All of them go off.
Red-Eye leveled a gaze at me.
You kill me, you kill them.
The new signal on my EFS had notified me about, I realized, had been the bomb collar's shared frequency. Every time I thought I knew Red-Eye, and if something hadn't gone according to plan, if Autumn Leaf had gotten off a lucky shot and killed him before this point, boom! Just by wearing that thing, he was toying with the lives of unicorns beneath me, in a whole new disgusting level.
You'd have to disarm them all simultaneously,
He told me.
You might be just good enough with telekinesis to perform separate delicate operations on 24 devices at the same time. But how skilled are you with explosives?
He had me. Damn it, he had me. Hell, I could barely disarm a grenade bouquet.
And second, because if you were going with that option, you would have shot me already.
I really, really hated Red-Eye. This was really happening. I was actually going to do this? The little pony in my head was telling me I couldn't just let Red-Eye win. But that sounded more like childish rivalry and stubborn pride. And I wasn't going to sacrifice these unicorns, much less the future of the wasteland, for something so selfish. Really, in a way, it wasn't that different from what I had intended, was it? No, it really was. I was trying to bring hope to the wasteland, to banish a very real darkness. And I was willing to lose everything I had, even homage, to give that to the ponies of Equestria. I wasn't trying to gain anything. I wasn't putting myself on a pedestal or on a throne. But that's what Red-Eye wanted.
And besides, I do have your friends,
He reminded me.
After all, repetition is magic.
What about my friends? I asked harshly. Where's Zenith? What have you done to Velvet Remedy? What?
Don't worry,
Red-Eye assured me.
they're fine, all of them. I sent one of my best purples to invite them here. She gave them an offer they would be hard-pressed to refuse. And they'll continue to be fine as long as you don't do something stupid.
Right. They're all helpless at the mercy of my choices. My little pony snorted. Red-Eye had a terrible habit of underestimating my friends. I thought of my friends. How would they feel about this? What counsel would they give? The answer hit me like a bucket of ice water. Steelhooves would not approve. Steelhooves joined me because I represented a chance to do something better, to be a better pony. He died pursuing that belief, and he would be utterly disgusted that I was even contemplating Red-Eye's offer. I owed him better than that. Once again, I remembered sitting with him, staring out over the bay at Friendship City. The city of ponies, I noted, that Colonel Autumn Leaf had ordered burned off the map. But then, hadn't I annihilated a town myself? How could I allow the pony who raised Arbu to become ruler of Equestria? Look at the mistakes I'd made, the damage I'd done. Monterey Jack, party time Mentals. I couldn't take the role once held by the princesses. Red-Eye thought I'd be unable to trust any pony else with that power. I knew I couldn't trust myself with it. Red-Eye was appealing to my virtues, both corrupted and true. He knew me better than I knew myself. He always had. But what Red-Eye did not understand, had never understood, was friendship. Alone we were weak, at the mercy of our failings. But together, as friends, we were strong. We buttressed each other. We shared our strengths, protecting each other from our vulnerabilities. Even when apart, I thought of my friends, and I thought of their virtues. Loyalty and kindness, perseverance and humility. Red-Eye's offer flew in the face of all of them. Red-Eye jumped. I concentrated. A moment later, the red-coated stallion floated up, wrapped in my magic, until he was level with my position on top of the cage. His legs flailed at the air helplessly, struggling to get down. Then Red-Eye let out a heavy sigh, head drooping.
Forgot you might do that.
he admitted. He sighed again, giving me a plaintive look.
Why?
Because the ponies of the wasteland deserve a better ruler than me, I told him, and a better god than you. My EFS compass suddenly came alive with a swarm of red lights.
There is something else you are forgetting.
A voice called up from below us. Autumn Leaf had been silent long enough that I'd forgotten he was conscious.
Scissors beats paper.
The alicorn shield collapsed as Enclave helmeted hellhounds tore through the alicorns at the entrances, their claws slicing easily through the purple alicorn's protective shields. More gouged their way through the walls, ceiling, and even the floor. One of the vats began to drain, as at least one hellhound had the misfortune of digging up into the room directly beneath it. Hellhounds beat alicorns.
No!
Red Eye shouted, seeing decades of carefully laid plans torn apart. A heavy, muffled thud vibrated through the ascension chamber, followed by another as something began to hammer the cathedral from above. A whole new level of bombardment. The Overcast, I realized, had started bombarding the fortress with its heaviest weapons. One of the hellhounds charged onto the catwalk, pulling out a magical energy rifle and fired. The purple pulse struck Red Eye, dissolving a plate-sized chunk of his scarred, cutie-mark-free flank. His pony eye opened wide in shock. Red Eye began to die. Fuck! I couldn't save him. He'd be dead in seconds, and he was going to take all of us with him. Inspiration hit, born of panic. I pulled the MG Stealth Buck 2 out of my pip leg and swapped in the Canterlot broadcaster, setting it to broadcast on every frequency I could before turning it on. My head exploded as death-tainted static poured into the room. My magic imploded, dropping the dying Red Eye into the vat beneath us as a vice clamped down on my horn. My eyes began to bleed. The unicorns beneath me moaned in agony. Inside his suit, Colonel Autumn screamed. Several of the hellhounds howled, collapsing and writhing. More than a few managed to tear off their helmets. More beams of light slashed through the room. One of them struck into the cage, dissolving one of the tranquilized unicorns, the glowing ash spilling down into the IMP pool below. The bomb collars didn't go off. Like on the lenticular, the Canterlot static completely flooded the collar's channel, preventing them from sending the trigger signal. I turned off the broadcaster again, fishing out a healing potion and downing it swiftly. Then I focused on the cage's lock as I wrapped the unicorns in a telekinetic sheath. We were too exposed here. I needed to get us out. More heavy thuds shook the chamber. The cathedral was being pulverized.
Take me with you,
Colonel Autumnleaf commanded.
Save me.
Go with your hellhounds, I shouted back.
They haven't been ordered to do that,
he admitted, pleading.
My first officer is about to turn this place into a crater.
And the hellhounds were acceptable losses. There was no provision in their orders for self-preservation. The lock clicked. The bottom of the cage swung open, the 24 remaining ponies floating in place above the vat of swirling IMP below.
Look, I'm good with explosives,
the colonel bargained.
I can walk you through disarming those collars, but only if you take me with you.
I glowered, staring at the pony who had been behind the destruction of the Canterlot ruins, the murderer of Star Sparkle, the pony who had ordered his own brother, my best friend, to be hunted and killed, who had sent the Wonderbolts after us, ordered the attacks on Friendship City, New Appaloosa, and more. On one condition, I told Calamity's brother.
Anything,
he agreed readily. Tell me how to rig that Star Blaster's battery to explode, I ordered. Dr. Glue had indicated there were tunnels beneath the cathedral. The hellhounds were already spilling taint into them. How much worse would the Everfree Force become once this room was torn apart and all of this, 1,000,000 tons of pure IMP, released into the environment? I couldn't even imagine what that would do to Equestria. It would be more devastating than a megaspell. It wasn't enough to let this room be destroyed. It needed to be vaporized. My head was pounding, my brain trying to claw its way out of my skull. There was a warm, wet stickiness dribbling out of my ears and nostrils. My abused horn protested. The effort it took to pick the lock on the last collar seemed more than it took to once float a boxcar. The collar snapped open, and I shut off the broadcaster one last time. Slumping against the wall, We were in what was left of Dr. Glue's laboratory. My gaze lingered over all the unicorns. I had only turned on the broadcaster for a few seconds for each caller, but the cumulative toll was devastating. I was out of healing potions, and 4 of the ponies hadn't survived. The rational part of my brain, or as much of it as I wasn't trying to leak out of my ears, told me that I had saved 20 lives out of 25, and that 4 out of 5 wasn't that bad. The little pony in my head was weeping, mourning every one of the 5 I had failed. The powerful thudding overhead caused part of the ceiling above to give, raining down dirt and several blocks of stone, reminding me that I hadn't saved any pony yet. Until we were out of here, all I had done was delay their deaths. I wiped my pip leg across my eyes, and it came back smeared with red. My gaze shifted to the limp form of Autumn Leaf, trapped in his unique Jade Enclave armor. I had refused to reboot it until he had fulfilled his part of the deal. I didn't want to be incinerated by that alien weapon as repayment for my helping hoof. I crawled over to him, turning my attention to the alien fire blaster. Okay, 1 more bomb to deal with, and then I'll set you free. Removing the alien fire blaster and rigging its power core was far more complex than I had imagined. It spoke volumes to me, realizing how skilled Homage was to have done what she did. I felt a happy pang in my heart, pride in my mare mixing with the hurtful reality that I would almost certainly never see her face again. There just wasn't enough time. There was never enough time. The homemade explosive hummed to life, the charges from the bomb collars ringing in the bright orange glow of the Star Blaster's power core. I set the timer and floated it out and down the stairwell, guiding it into the ascension chamber. I knew the room well enough that I didn't have to see it to place the bomb right into Red Eye's cup. I gave us 10 minutes. The hammering above shook the room, but I didn't think the overcast would be able to blast down this deep quite that quickly.
Okay then,
Colonel Autumnleaf said.
reboot me and let's get the hell out of here.
I turned to Calamity's brother, the Butcher of the Wastelands, setting him free. It wasn't a question of whether he'd do more damage, but how much. How many more ponies was I letting him murder by letting him go? A realization swept over me. A determined frown crept across my muzzle. I crouched down to him, telekinetically lifting his visor so I could look into his eyes. Autumn Leaf had fiery hazel eyes. Calamity's eyes. The realization struck me painfully. But they were tinted crimson, streams of blood running from the corners, matting his coat and pooling in his helmet. There's something you should know about me, I told him sadly. I'm not the bearer of honesty. But I know her, and I love her. I floated out little Macintosh. Autumn Leaf's eyes went wide. Blam! Standing back up, I slid Applejack's gun into its holster and began floating the 20 still living ponies in the room. For the longest time, I had thought of myself as Red Eye's reflection, granting one of Pinkie Pie's particularly warped funhouse mirrors. But I was comparing myself to the wrong pony. I wasn't Red Eye. I was Apple Snack. All my friends were already waiting at the tortoise when I galloped up, 20 still unconscious unicorns floating in tow. Well, all right, Calamity whooped. Let's get this show on the wing. The cathedral was nothing but rubble, only a few of the barracks houses still halfway intact. The overcast was hammering the ground with blasts of multi-hued energy, pulverizing its way through the sublevels. The thunderhead itself was heavily damaged, pouring smoke from multiple breaches, the rumble of its thunderclouds no longer steady or harmonious. The dragon and alicorns were nowhere to be seen. Any of Red Eye's troops who survived had fled into the Everfree Forest, which, I imagined, was just waiting to eat them. Calamity had gathered everyone into the tortoise, friends and overcast escapees alike, and relocated to the shelter created by one of the downed raptors. From the shredding of its hull, I suspected the dragon had taken it down. Fortunately, I had the tortoise's tag on my pip leg, so after a brief spark of panic, I had no trouble finding it. Autumn Leaf? Calamity asked as I arrived, panting, dripping with sweat. He didn't make it, I said, choosing not to elaborate. Neither did Red Eye. A pained expression settled on Calamity's face. For the best, really, he said. turning towards the Sky Tank's cockpit. My headache was pounding hard enough to rival the Overcast bombardment, and it spiked to teeth-gnashing intensity with each epic boom. I wanted my friends, a bed, and a pony-sized healing potion. I opened the back and was immediately yanked inside into a hug.
Little Pip, where have you been? I've been so worried.
Relief flooded me as I hugged her back.
Learning to play rock, paper, scissors, I told her.
I thought of the starborn explosive I'd left behind, due to go off any moment now, if it hadn't already.
Bet on rock.
My relief was replaced with mane-raising alarm as I spotted, over her shoulder and through the wisps of her mane, the sleeping form of the albino hellhound. Despite how crowded the tortoise was, the other ponies were cringing back, avoiding touching the creature. I hoped he was under Velvet's spell and thoroughly sedated to boot. My eyes drifted down over the body to lock on the shiny cybernetic leg where hours ago nothing had been.
You let yourself be taken prisoner in order to help the hellhound, didn't you?
I said dully.
We had everything under control.
Lifebloom piped up from where he was tending to Reggie, the scarlet glow from his horn matching the glow around Reggie's crippled arm.
Zena's back at the hut. There isn't anything more I can do for her, and we didn't dare move her. Fortunately, the alicorn didn't seem to care.
They left her alone?
Pyrelight's back there watching over her,
Lifebloom added. Okay, I thought, remembering my time in Philadelphia. Not alone, then. That I could accept.
Yes, and Calamity was so gallant.
Velvet cooed.
You should have seen him. Those Enclave hellhounds guarding us never stood a chance.
My head hurt, a lot. I moved for one of the rucksacks, fishing for a healing potion, as Calamity strapped himself into the harness.
What in tarnation is that one doing?
He asked suddenly, craning to look upwards out of his armored window. I turned around and stuck my head out of the open door of the Sky Tank, looking upwards at the massive thunderhead above the pulverized remains of the cathedral. One badly damaged raptor had re-melded into the overcast storm clouds, and a second was moving up, trailing plumes of black smoke behind as it struggled to keep altitude long enough to dock. The shadow of the third raptor was visible through the smoke, approaching from the far side. Approaching awfully fast. I looked around, counting 4 downed raptors. 3 apparently from the cyber dragon, and 1 from the artillery cannons the cathedral used to have. That left 2. The lenticular, and the raptor that had gone off chasing it. I floated in my earbloom, bracing myself, and turned on the Enclave's inter-warship channel, ready to turn it off at the first hiss of static. Instead, I heard the voice of a mare. Raptor lenticular! This is the Thunderhead Overcast. If you do not respond, we will shoot you out of the sky. There was no response. Several of the Overcast guns swiveled towards the incoming warship. Raptor lenticular! Cut your engines! This is your last warning! The Raptor did not cut its engines. If anything, it looked like it was speeding up.
Whoa, Nelly!
Calamity shouted out.
That bird's gonna ram her!
The Overcast opened fire, but it was already too late. The blast of super-intensified magical energy slashed holes into the lenticular, causing the ship to bleed. But it stayed its course, not slowing. I stared, my eyes growing wider and wider as I realized what I was seeing. The raptor was bleeding. Pinkish vapor was pouring out of its wounds. The raptor lenticular was full of pink cloud. The Overcast had stopped its bombardment and was trying to move, but the massive ship had the speed and agility of a turtle. A new voice, a gravelly stallion's voice, boomed over the military channel with an almost supernatural power.
For Canterlot!
The raptor lenticular struck the Overcast with a rapturous explosion. Whoever was aboard had front-loaded the ship with every bomb on board. The explosion blew out both of the Overcast thunderclouds on the struck side and tore a massive hole in the side of the mobile siege platform, the raptor wedging into the bigger ship like a poisonous dart. I spotted the silhouette of a pony-like figure flee from the rear of the lenticular, flying away on bat-like wings, even as Pegasi started to pour out of the mortally wounded Thunderhead, abandoning ship. Beneath the tortoise, the ground shifted, collapsing downward.
The bomb I had created had gone off, silently vaporizing the earth beneath us. And now the ruins of the cathedral were collapsing into a massive sinkhole. Calamity needed no other encouragement. He beat his wings and pulled the tortoise into the air, fleeing the scene with a tank full of escapees and 20 floating unicorns in tow. I turned and sat, looking out the back door, drinking a health potion. We almost made it back to Zecora's hut. I heard the crack of the shot, and Calamity's yelp as the bullet from Gutshot's anti-machine rifle pierced the cockpit and struck into the wing muscles on Calamity's right side, crippling him. The tortoise dropped, smashing into treetops. My levitation spell imploded as I was thrown against the back door, which flew open, scattering ponies into the forest below. My body slammed into a thick branch hard enough to snap it, breaking ribs, bruising my abdomen, and knocking the wind out of me. I tumbled through the tree, feeling like I was being viciously pummeled by raiders. My right hind leg hit a branch badly, and I heard a snap, followed by searing pain. I slammed into the ground on my back, my EFS flashing warnings, and blacked out. When I came to, Velvet Remedy was standing over me, her horn glowing as she focused on my broken hind leg. Reggie was standing at my side, her bad arm bandaged in a sling, blood pouring down a series of gashes along her head and flanks. She was staring forward, glaring daggers. My eyes caught one blue suit of Carapace armor, then another, and another. We were surrounded by wonderbolts, and they were having a heated argument. There were voices all around me. 2 of them were Calamity's.
"What the hell is this?"
Calamity's voice asked.
You fell into the blue plants, didn't you, Gutshot?
Calamity snapped back wryly.
I knew it burnt your feathers to be second best, but I never imagined you wanted to be me.
His voice was slowly rising.
Have you met me? Have you seen my life?
I turned, following the voices, to see a bleeding and bedraggled Calamity staring down a mirror image of himself in Wonderbolt armor. The anti-machine rifle of his battle saddle pointed in between my best friend's eyes.
Gutshot, stand down!
Skydive ordered, stepping up beside Calamity.
Like hell I will,
The Calamity doppelganger shouted.
We still have a mission.
Yes, Strafewise countered, approaching to flank the real Calamity on the other side.
But not this one. We've run the clock. Back away!
Gutshot shouted, trembling. They weren't blocking his shot, but he seemed unwilling to take it while they stood against him.
We can't fail this one. I can't fail this one.
We will be failing a lot more than orders if you pull that trigger.
Chet spoke up, her voice low and rich like dark chocolate.
Things are not the way we thought they were.
What the hell has gotten into you? He's the enemy. Deadshot's a traitor.
Deadshot?
Calamity said, swaying from blood loss.
Damn it, are you so fixated on that you can't see what's right in front of your face?
A scream erupted right beside me. Every pony spun around to see Regina Grimfeathers slump over. A gaping hole in her breast, smoke rising from it. The light of life was fading quickly from her eyes. Exactly like her twin. No! I whimpered, my ears pasting back.
Who fired that shot?
Skydive barked. But no shot had been fired. I saw the little tendril of blue wrapping around Reggie's right hind leg. And the others, coming for Velvet and me.
It should be Cage here, not me.
Regina had said that. What else had she said that I hadn't heard? No! I shouted, leaping into the air, grabbing all 3 of us in telekinetic magic. Velvet Remedy reacted just as swiftly, throwing her shield spell over the ground, trapping the squirming vines beneath it. This was not going to happen again. I was not going to lose Regina like I had failed her brother. We had Velvet Remedy with us this time. We had Life Bloom. This was not going to happen. Life Bloom! I shouted, but he was already ahead of me, casting a stabilizing spell on the griffin, halting her slide into death. Blam! I spun around at the gunshot. Calamity had little Macintosh in his mouth, smoke coming from the barrel. His doppelganger, Gutshot, was trying to shoot back, unwounded, but nothing was happening. Calamity's shot had disabled the Wonderbolt's battle saddle. With a roar,
Gutshot threw himself at Calamity. Blam! Gutshot fell to the ground, clutching his crippled foreleg. The other Wonderbolts moved in to surround him. Calamity spat out little Macintosh and looked at them apologetically.
I reckon there was no avoiding that,
He said glumly.
Everfree Forest was my idea, and I ain't never had a plan yet that didn't amount to shooting myself in the hoof.
We had a long trek back to Zecora's hut. Velvet Remedy's shield shimmered beneath us as we walked. Between the crash and the Everfree Forest, we'd lost 10 more of the ponies I had rescued, most of them unicorns. Of those who survived, 4 had wrapped themselves in cloaks of denial and galloped off. Red-Eye couldn't be dead after all. He was going to be a god. He was going to bring unity. The others were trudging along with us, shell-shocked, not speaking a word. None of us felt much like talking either. The only sounds were the distant crackling of flames, the plodding of pony hooves on a magical shield, and the mechanical hiss that the albino hellhound's leg made with every step. He was walking with us, at least for now. The Wonderbolts had helped us find the ponies our crash had scattered across the forest. They weren't ready to act against the Enclave, but they were going to sit the rest of the conflict out, not helping the Enclave either. Skydive promised to look us up after the dust settled. They had also helped find the rucksacks full of medical supplies. About half the supplies had survived the crash, and most of those had been used repairing the wounds inflicted in the crash. Tracker had taken off with the Wonderbolts when they left. Red-Eye was defeated and gone. Autumn Leaf was defeated and gone. And yet, I didn't feel the least bit victorious. I felt like I had managed to mitigate failure. I had to do better than this. Ahead of us lay Navarro and the Single Pegasus Project. At the same time, the Enclave was mounting a massive assault on Philadelphia. Calamity assured me that the Colonel's death wasn't going to prevent that. They had their orders, and another pony was already groomed to step into Autumn Leaf's position. The Enclave wasn't like a Canterlot ghoul. It didn't die when you cut off its head. After an hour, we stopped to take a break, catch our breath. Lifebloom had been floating Reggie along above him, and now he and Velvet Remedy turned their healing attentions once again to the horribly wounded adolescent Griffin. She was stable, thanks entirely to Lifebloom, his spell putting her into a sort of suspended animation, the same magic used by Cottage Cheese's medical pod, and by the control pod in the SPP Central Hub. Non-idle curiosity pushed me to stare, wondering what it would be like. I had to force myself to look away. Turning my attention instead to my pip leg, I realized that I still had an audio recording I hadn't listened to. The old audio log we had found in the stable tech chest in Zecora's hut. I slipped in my ear bloom, turning it on. Hello? A sweet, familiar voice sounded in my ear. This feels weird. I know you can't actually hear me, Zecora, but Applebloom says that you were always a good person to talk to, and I really needed to talk. I can't bring this stuff to Applebloom and Scootaloo, and I don't really talk with my sister anymore, so I hope you don't mind. This is Sweetie Belle, by the way. Not that you can hear me, but if you can, and didn't know, I've been thinking about things, and I know this is going to sound silly, but one of the things I've been thinking about a lot is, well, rocks. Footnote, maximum level. Chapter 44. Galvanize. The spark didn't work. But it did. A different kind of spark. The spark ignited inside me when I realized that you were all my friends. Faith. We are all called at one time or another to have faith. Faith in the goddesses. Or faith in pony kind, as Velvet Remedy was struggling to regain. Or, as with Homage, it is faith in heroes and the value of the good fight. Sometimes the faith you are called upon to have is faith in yourself. Faith doesn't require us to be willfully blind or dogmatically stupid, but it does require us to take risks, to put our trust in something we know might not be true, even when the cost of failure could be very high. Especially then. For some of us, faith becomes our central reason for living, for pressing on. Faith is what allows us to believe in a happy ending, even in our moments of greatest sorrow. It is what allows us the hope of rescue, even in the most suffocating darkness. And faith, more than anything else, is what the wasteland is ravenous to devour. More than kindness, more than innocence. The wasteland does its best to tear away your ability to believe in anything other than itself. When you no longer believe things can get better, when you stop trying, that's when the wasteland is won. The wasteland can kill us, but so long as we die trying, as long as we die believing, then its success against us is a Pyrrhic victory at best. I have been thinking of a story Spike had told us that night in his cave, one of many tales of the mares before the ministries. This particular tale was about a time when Twilight Sparkle's magic had failed her.
Do you know any spells for turning a hydra into a mouse? How about a squirrel?
No small rodents of any kind. And she had been asked to rely on Pinkie Pie's irrational pinky sense. You'll be fine! It's your only hope! You have to take a leap of faith. I am almost certainly about to die. This is my leap of faith. 2 days ago. It's time to end this. I thumped my forehoof on Zecora's table for emphasis, causing my Sparkle Cola Rad to bounce. The contents of the bottle fizzed brightly. I still had the soda from when? Just after Old Appaloosa, wasn't it? Found it in the wreckage of Ditsy Doo's original delivery wagon. Goddesses, that felt like so long ago. Well, I might as well drink it now. I wasn't expecting a lot of opportunities later. It was the wee hours of the morning. When we arrived at Zecora's hut late yesterday evening, Life Bloom and Velvet Remedy had done everything they could for Reggie. Fortunately, her wounds only mimicked those caused by magical energy, and through exhaustive work, they had been able to heal her. But the trauma and the restoration had taken a great deal out of her. Life Bloom had warned us that she needed rest, a lot of it, and wouldn't be in any condition to continue with us for a good while. Right now, she slept on the cot next to Zenith's, the one we'd kept the hellhound on the previous night. Most of us, myself included, had taken the chance to get some sleep. Even Calamity took a nap after tending to very important hat recovering. The escapees, those who hadn't left on their own, had bedded down outside. The followers of Red Eye on one side of the hut, every pony else on the other. Several of the ponies from the overcast prison had worked together to dig a grave for the foal who had died in captivity. The child's mother fashioned a remembrance marker by pulling a stone from an ash-clogged stream not far away and wrapping it in vines of softly glowing phantasmal flowers.
I've been waiting for this,
Calamity whispered to Velvet Remedy, who turned her surprised expression from me to him.
While ago, Lil Pip promised me that we'd find a way to make all this death and destruction worth something.
He explained as she opened her muzzle to ask.
Lil Pip's got a plan.
I cannot believe you're planning to drink that.
The albino hellhound muttered. I still wasn't entirely sure why he was with us, especially now that he could run or dig away. I expected that he was why at least some of the ponies elected to stay outside. Not that it would help should he turn hostile. But instead, he seemed almost genial, particularly towards Velvet, whose face he nearly severed not one day ago.
That shiny crud makes a better explosive than a drink.
Calamity's ears tilted.
It'd make a better what now?
If she don't drink it, I'll show you.
Calamity looked about as comfortable with and trusting of the newly friendly hellhound as I was. He turned his focus back to me, although he kept casting sidelong glances in the hellhound's direction.
Little Pip, what are you planning?
Velvet Remedy asked, sounding both curious and a little put out that this was the first she knew about this. Calamity quickly whispered assurances to the mare he loved, insisting that I'd been keeping everything hush-hush and that even he didn't know. The Single Pegasus Project, I told my friends, and the assorted strangers in the hut with us. We're going to bring back the sun. Only Calamity looked unsurprised, and there were a fair number of gasps.
You're going to bring back the sun?
Lifebloom sounded like he couldn't possibly have heard that correctly. Yes. I thumped the table again, the Sparkle Cola Rad hopping farther away.
We could see Celestia's sun? Feel her warmth again? Every pony?
I looked at Velvet Remedy. Something you said a while ago really stuck with me, I told her. You said that you can't really stop something bad until you take away its reason for existing. I watched as she sat down and slowly called on that memory of being in Calamity's embrace, breaking down after the horror we stumbled upon at Fluttershy's cottage. The Enclave exists because of the Cloud Curtain. That's the source of their control through a stranglehold on crops and information. Without it, the Enclave will cease to exist. I knew that was hardly going to be an immediate effect, and so did they. Open the sky, and they won't be able to stop all the Pegasi who look down and then decide to buck off the government who has lied to them, I proclaimed. Open the sky, and they no longer have a reason to slaughter ponies out of fear that one of us might remove their precious clouds.
Open the sky, Velvet interrupted cautiously, and the Pegasi will starve. We can't do that.
I paused, then nodded slowly. I know, and we won't. I smiled as I looked at my friends, a smile that hid the chill in my heart. That's what makes us different than Red-Eye. Well, one of the great many things. Red-Eye would have just blasted the Cloud Curtain away. We need to get in, analyze the situation, and trigger a cloud sweep from as many of the towers as we can without causing famine.
For how long?
Calamity asked, clearly concerned.
The Enclave's kept population down so that every pony can eat comfortably in what they can provide, plus food to stockpile. You cut the farmland in half, they'll be able to make that up from the stockpiles for maybe a year. Then you got a crisis. They ain't ready to live on scraps like we do down here. Y'all will have ponies starving to death while others hoard. Pegasi raiding parties, taking what they can from towns below.
Calamity shook his head.
I tell you, we do this, it's gonna be a bloody mess.
Maybe for just a little while, I admitted, but I assured him. I know a way to fix that. I just can't talk about that part just yet. But I'll tell you tomorrow. We've got to meet with some people first. Calamity leveled a prolonged stare at me. Then his expression brightened.
That's my girl.
Velvet Remedy cleared her throat, and Calamity jumped to rephrase.
Not my girl. I mean, not like my mare. I just meant...
Then he caught her snicker and shut up, blushing. Lifebloom was still wrapping his mind around what I said.
You're going to give us back the sun.
Not just me. I smiled at the buck. I'm going to need all the help I can get.
When Ahmed started calling you the Lightbringer, did she know?
He asked the question, driving a wedge of pain in my heart. For a moment, I couldn't speak. I could only shake my head.
2 problems, little Pip.
Calamity stated.
First, you can't get in. And second, you can't even get in. Not only is the FPP Central Hub shielded by the grandmother of all alicorn shields, something that no pony's ever been able to breach, but it's surrounded by the Enclave's Navarro military base, and that's shielded by the Blue Dome.
The Blue Dome?
Calamity sighed. Remember when the Enclave captured us and had us in those blue energy cages?
He asked, prodding my memory. The first thing I remembered was Ditsy Doo's prodding of the shield. Zap! Ow! And I had to prevent myself from snickering.
The Enclave erected a huge protective dome just like that over all of Navarro.
He glanced towards the sleeping form of Reggie.
Keeps out rogue griffins and the like. You got plans to get through those?
Calamity queried.
Stealth mission?
Velvet Remedy asked warily. Actually, I admitted, I was thinking of something closer to a direct attack. Dead, stunned silence, broken first by the Hellhound.
And you let her make the plans?
He leveled a wry stare at Calamity and Velvet.
On purpose?
I tried to head off the coming avalanche of protest. Look, the moment they know we're there, they will start bringing the full might of the military base to bear, I claimed reasonably. And we won't last minutes against that.
And thus the full frontal assault makes sense.
Lifebloom rolled his eyes.
Makes our deaths quicker.
I shot him a look. We're not Red-Eye. We don't have the force for a sustained battle. The way I see it, we have 2 options. Either we pull off the most flawless stealth mission ever. I could read in their expressions how likely they all believed that wasn't. Or we pull a smash and grab that gets us to our objective before they know what's hit them.
A surgical strike,
Calamity suggested, pondering.
Could work, assuming you can find a way past the 2 shields.
I nodded eagerly, looking to the others. So, who's in?
She asks, without even telling us half the plan.
Calamity snarked, exchanging amused looks with Velvet Remedy.
Smiling back to me, he proclaimed, "We are, of course."
I'm not.
The albino cyber hellhound growled slightly.
Attacking a winged pony base in the clouds? That's a long way to fall.
I flinched. I stared at the hellhound, and he returned my gaze, his eyes boring into me for a moment. He knew.
Still, I know someone who might be able to help you.
He offered reluctantly.
If the winged ponies ain't killed you yet.
He added.
And you can rescue hellhounds as good as you rescue ponies.
I wasn't sure if he was challenging my skill or my willingness.
Who?
Fluffykins,
He said.
She was a warclaw, one of our fiercest. Used to run the biggest pack in Old Onay before your enclave snatched her up.
The albino shrugged.
Long time ago, before they came with their magic noises.
A test subject,
Calamity concluded.
for the Enclave's behavior control experiments.
Most likely she's dead. But if not, you let her loose, and she'll take care of any Pegasi she can find.
As an afterthought, he told Calamity.
Don't be one of them.
Fluffykins.
Reggie chuckled groggily, surprising all of us. I had no idea when the adolescent griffin had slipped out of sleep.
Scourge of the Enclave.
She looked blearily at all of us.
I'm in. No,
Lifebloom told her.
you're not. You're not going to be in anything but bed for at least a week.
The two of them glared challengingly at each other. I shared a look with Velvet. Calamity, already focused on the task ahead, inquired.
Okay, Lil Pip, what's first?
First,
I paused, tapping the tip of my hoof on the table.
first, we have to get the ponies outside to safety. I want to take them to Junction R7, so I guess first we need transportation.
I challenged Calamity.
Think you can get the tortoise back up and flying?
Calamity snorted.
And here I thought y'all might ask for something hard.
He turned and nodded towards the wing Velvet had bound in a cast.
We don't call 'em sky tanks for nothing. The armor of that thing damn near stopped a shot from an anti-machine rifle. If it hadn't, I'd have lost more than just the use of a wing.
He frowned seriously.
Crash did more damage to us than the tortoise, I bet. But even if we get it fixed, I won't be able to fly it.
I nodded sadly. Then on impulse, I trotted over and gave Calamity a fierce hug.
We'll figure something out.
There were a few Pegasi amongst the captives we had rescued from the Enclave's thunderhead. Maybe we could ask one of them? Velvet Remedy got up, walking past me.
Little Pip, could I have a word with you? In private.
I gulped. I gave Calamity a worried look, and he just shrugged. He was wearing the exact same expression I always pictured a father would wear, while his wife insisted their daughter swallow helpful but icky-tasting medicine. Velvet Remedy was walking out of the hut. I paused, then started trotting after her. As soon as I stepped hoof out of the doorway, the cyber-legged hellhound moved, swiftly crossing the room and taking up the doorway. I jumped back as he blotted out the light coming from the room inside, kicking up my eyes forward sparkle.
Little Pip,
He said with an almost whispering hiss.
ain't no small thing you're intending to bring back the moon and the blanket of your gems.
Blanket of... Oh, he meant the stars. All this time I had been so focused on the idea that I was bringing back the sun, I had forgotten that what I was doing would return so much more to Equestria, or that there might be those for whom the gift of the night sky might hold much greater significance. Goddess Luna, I thought, must be so very disappointed in me.
You do this, and even I might forgive you. A little.
I stared at him, paralyzed. He did know. As if reading my thoughts. Hellhounds can't do that, right? The albino cyberhound growled.
The Splendid Valley Packs declared themselves at war with ponies. When you're at war, you don't get to complain when the enemy kills you.
He glared at me sternly.
I don't blame you for them. But the Ghost Farm Packs? The Pegasi put them down there to die, just like Red Eye did with those unicorns.
His next words hit like a sledgehammer.
And I noticed which ones you didn't rescue.
Autumn Leaf had forced peaceful hellhounds into battle, and then had his own guns fire on their position. He had intended them to die while helplessly driven against their will. If anything, his unrepentantly callous discarding of their lives had been a final, clear signal that even as he cried out for rescue,
He had no regard at all for the lives of others. But the truth was, I hadn't tried to save them either. I couldn't. I told the hellhound sadly. They were violent. I don't have anything like Velvet's spell. And if just one of them slipped out of my telekinesis... Something I knew that would have been all too easy. All one would have to do was get close enough to a wall to shove off of it, and they could push themselves out of my levitation field. And killed one of the unicorns, their colors would have gone off and we'd all be dead. The truth was, I couldn't have saved both, and I chose the unicorns over the hellhounds. Unicorns who had been faithful acolytes of Red Eye and his new unity over once peaceful hellhounds who had been tortured by the Enclave. Yes, because then they will be free-willed, hyper-aggressive creatures who have just suffered mind control at the hooves of ponies. Lifebloom had reminded us. Far less dangerous. I wish I could have, I admitted. But I couldn't rescue both, and yes, I chose the ones who wouldn't likely slaughter the rest of the ponies I was rescuing, or hopefully any pony else. Because if I had rescued them knowing that they would slaughter more ponies, just like if I had let Autumn Leaf go, then wouldn't I be at least partially responsible for everyone they killed afterwards? Zebra logic was, perhaps, not so insane after all. Velvet Remedy was waiting for me at the edge of the glade of phantasmal flowers. With a sigh, I lowered my head. My gaze turned up to the semi-friendly hellhound. Your people have every reason to hate me, but I'm really trying to do the right thing, the best I can. That, I could only assume, was the coldest of comforts, but I had to say it. I had to say something. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to do better. Another thought occurred to me. After this, the Pegasi will have plenty of reason to hate me too. I felt sudden empathy for Scootaloo. To save Equestria, I've become the villain of the piece. I moved slowly away from him, turning my gaze to Velvet Remedy. As I started to move towards her, the albino hellhound hissed again.
You do this. You give us back the moon and the jewels of the night, and maybe we'll have reason to see you as more than just a villain too.
He coughed hesitantly, then added,
And maybe I know another who could help you. Tell me where you are gathering, and maybe I'll send them your way.
I stopped, my body suddenly a battleground. My head loved the idea of another ally, a hellhound no less, and my heart leapt at a chance to do better. But my gut churned uneasily at the idea of giving the location, a rendezvous for the ponies who had the fate of Equestria in their hooves, to a monster whom I really didn't trust. The Enclave had enslaved them and sent them in to die. I chose not to help. And all this after Splendid Valley. The long history of that place and the way I had written its final chapter. Why would a hellhound ever help a pony? I looked at the albino hellhound, my eyes drifting to his shiny new cyber leg, and I knew the answer. Because of Velvet Remedy. I wasn't quite willing to trust him, but I was going to give him a chance. So I told him instead about a hardware store near a passenger wagon stop in Fetlock. Today, the first shot was fired less than an hour after dawn. I don't think any pony will ever know by who, but that shot lit the fire. Two massive armies charged forward over the Badlands outside of Philadelphia. The orifices of the Enclave Thunderhead Glorious Dawn opened and spewed a black carapace plague that swarmed down from the sky. Hundreds of battle-armored unicorns and earth ponies, a great many of them survivors of the pit, galloped to meet them, firing assault weapons and high-powered rifles with enchanted bullets. Griffins soared into the sky from the Philadelphia Wall, anti-machine rifles firing at each target of opportunity. More than a dozen raptors swooped in, their energy weapons turning Pinkie Pie balloons into flying infernos. The first four crossed over the wall when Stern unleashed her biggest surprise. Though badly wounded, Red Eye's Cyber Dragon had survived the fight in Everfree Forest, and for reasons only it could know, it still fought for Equestria, and it was pissed. The first of the raptors was torn apart in a whirlwind of violence. The sound of heavy, cruel thunder drummed the earth as the glorious dawn descended into the fray. 2 days ago,
Calamity is under the impression that you killed his brother.
Velvet told me directly.
I need to know. Did you?
Should I lie? Would that spare my friends pain? No, I'd been down that road before. Lying to my friends, especially Velvet, tended to turn out badly. Yes. She stared at me quietly. I was trapped in an unpleasant déjà vu. Hadn't I just had this conversation? I interrupted her silence. And before you tried telling me I should have given him a chance, you didn't see him down there. And you didn't see Friendship City. My voice was slowly rising. He had chances. You have to want change, or at least show a shred of remorse or decency or something.
Like you wanted to change?
Her soft voice sliced through the growing storm of my rant. I shut up, staring back at the mayor who had shot me and in doing so saved me. Deflating, I said simply, if I had let Calamity's brother go, he would most likely have sought revenge on all of the wasteland. He had no regard for the lives of others, and Red-Eye gave him every excuse he needed to turn his operation, cauterize into something more like quarantine and incinerate.
What was she suggesting we could have done? Kept him paralyzed while we tried to indoctrinate him with morals? Memory therapy? My mind dredged up some of the less comfortable implications about the Ministry of Peace. Then I stopped myself. Velvet Remedy hadn't suggested anything. All she did was ask the question. I was the one who galloped off in a questionable direction. My mind still wrapped up in my talk with the Hellhound. Taking a deep breath, I said,
I'm sorry. What was it that you wanted to say about it?
Velvet shook her head. Well, first I wanted to see how you were holding up, she told me. And now I have a fair idea. I moaned, lifting a hoof to my face. She was concerned about me, and probably concerned about my friendship with Calamity. I cantered over to stare at the beauty of the softly glowing phantasmal flowers, their vines covering the ground in what looked like a maze for insects. Well, there was plenty of concern to go around. Attempting to shift the subject, I countered,
How about you? You let yourself be captured by the enemy to help the Hellhound who tried to use you as a hostage.
I couldn't hide my disbelief, or my worry. That was not a smart decision. As the princess of stupid decisions, I should know.
What were you thinking?
I imagined myself in his position, Velvet Remedy confessed as she walked up next to me. She lowered her head to sniff one of the flowers before she continued. Surrounded by hellhounds missing a leg, my only chance of recovery dependent on some pony being willing to risk their life for my sake. She smiled. Strangely, it wasn't that hard to imagine. I blinked. Whoa! Hold those reins.
That wasn't the same.
Not even close. No, she admitted openly. But there were enough similar elements that I had little difficulty imagining what the poor boy was going through. Poor boy? The albino death machine? And I knew that, while I could never be so selfish as to ask another to risk themselves like that, I would secretly be praying to the goddesses that some pony would. The look she gave me reminded me a lot of the look she had given me back in the boxcar nearly 2 months ago. But this was a more mature, wiser version of that look. How could I not do for him what I knew I'd be praying some pony would do for me? That he would do for me should our situations be reversed? I thought about that. As I did, my curiosity snuck up on me, and I found myself with my nose in the phantasmal flower patch. The flowers did smell good. An ephemeral floral scent that held a suggestion of mint.
He wouldn't, you know,
I told her. Should it matter? I took a moment to reflect, thinking of the things I had done, and for whom. Thinking, most recently, of braving the Everfree Forest, the Enclave, and Red-Eye's Cathedral to save unicorns who were in many cases willing followers of Red-Eye who didn't stick around to say thank you, some of whom resented me. I didn't even notice the lack of thanks, more concerned with their safety as they departed alone into the Everfree Forest. And even now, I didn't miss it. No, they would not have done the same for me. But that didn't matter.
No.
Today... This is boring, Reggie complained as she turned and plowed into another bank of clouds, driving it back. Below, a maze-like swath of gray appeared, a small glimpse of the ruins of Manhattan. There's an actual battle going on. Just keep at it, Godna ordered. These clouds won't clear themselves. It was proving harder than she had expected. The cloud curtain kept trying to seal the gaps, filling in almost as quickly as they tore them apart. Blackwing, Butcher, watch your flanks. We have a black drift moving in. To make it worse, many of the clouds were charged.
A thunderstorm had been building over Manhattan last night.
Reggie turned again, slicing into a thicker cloud with her right wing, attempting to cut it down into a more manageable bundle. She yelped as the cloud zapped her, making her feathers flare out awkwardly, smoke curling from the edges of her wing.
Damn it!
The 6 Pegasi Enclave patrol seemed to come out of nowhere. Brightly colored beams of pink and green lanced through the air, 2 of them striking Godna in the breast of her armor.
Mother!
Reggie cried out in alarm, pulling out her twin Calamity guns and returning fire.
I'm fine!
Godna called back, drawing her tri-barreled magical energy shotgun as she dove behind a cloud bank. 3 of the black-armored Pegasi kept firing. Clouds were good for obfuscation, but made for useless cover. Their concentrated fire quickly vaporized the clouds. God wasn't there. The Pegasi swung around, alerted by their EFS compasses, as God burst up through the clouds behind them. It saved 2 of them. God unloaded all 3 barrels into the breast of the 3rd, burning through his armor and into his heart. A crack of thunder tore the air, and a second Pegasus was ripped apart, severed limbs spinning off. The clouds misted with red.
Say hello to little Gilda!
Butcher whooped. The remaining Pegasus on God backed up, firing rapid blasts of blue and gold from the multi-gem mini-gun in her armor. God grunted at the effort, forcing her body to move more quickly than it wanted to. 3 of the strikes tore along her left leg, igniting her body in pain. She swept the magical shotgun around to fire again. One of the other Pegasi dived in at Reggie. She brought up her guns, but he was too fast, spinning and bucking her in the face as he fired twin beams of pink at Butcher. One of the beams struck the Talon heavy gunner squarely, and Butcher dissolved into pink ash, little Gilda tumbling down through the closing hole in the clouds and disappearing from sight.
Fuck!
Reggie yelled, her head spinning, one of her eyes swelling closed. She spun, trying to recover, attempting to bring her pistols back up to bear. The Pegasus looped around to face her just in time for the adolescent Griffin to get her aim. Reggie fired both guns into the visor of the Enclave trooper, just as his poisonous scorpion tail sunk through her Talon armor and into her back. The Pegasus God had fired on melted away in a liquid stream of green, dissolving in front of her to reveal her daughter as Reggie dropped down through the clouds.
Reggie!
God screamed. 2 days ago. We had just started back towards Zecora's hut when the alicorns appeared. Leading them was a midnight blue alicorn with a flowing, silky mane of very light blues, like frost, that reminded me distinctly of Trixie. I had dropped into a battle stance, ready to try and dodge the lightning bolts, little Macintosh out of its sheath. Velvet Remedy stepped forward, horn aimed.
What do you want?
Damn it, we did not need this. I'd have to draw them into the forest, away from the hut and the ponies we had rescued. Couldn't risk having any of them caught in the crossfire. Why the hell did this have to happen today?
You!
The pretty-maned alicorn informed Velvet Remedy. Oh, hells no, I thought fiercely.
We wish to continue, to make more of us,
the alicorn continued.
No more Red Eye. No more Black Book. You will fix this. You want to procreate?
Velvet Remedy said slowly. It was beginning to dawn on me that the alicorns were acting non-aggressively. I felt a little stunned.
But you have no males.
Pointing out the obvious there, Velvet. That's the problem.
You will fix this.
The other alicorns echoed the statement in a rather eerie chorus. I'm not sure we can help, I said. After all the trouble I'd gone through to eliminate the Black Book and Red Eye's Apotheosis project, I didn't want to see an attempt to resurrect either.
Not you,
the alicorn said sharply, the others behind her neighing.
We know you. You are the destroyer. We do not seek your aid.
I wasn't sure if I felt more relieved or offended. Mostly, though, I just felt protective of Velvet, my friend, whom they were clearly targeting. Velvet Remedy stared at them, slowly cocking her head, her ears swiveling.
Why me?
We remember your compassionate merry pony. The oddly maned Blue enlightened her. You are the one who helps.
But what?
We bring you the memory so that you may fix this, the alicorn stated, her horn glowing a frosty blue. I only now noticed that she wore a satchel, old and grotesquely stained.
Her horn's glow was echoed by one surrounding the satchel as she opened it and levitated out a pit buck and what looked like a bundle of gore-encrusted wires with odd attachments, including a mechanical eye. Velvet Remedy gasped, taking an involuntary step back as the alicorn floated them towards her.
So, I said slowly, realizing what I was seeing. Something of Red-Eye survived after all.
Red-Eye had been dying when he fell into the vat, yes, but he wasn't dead yet. And who knew how long the Cyber Pony's enhancements would prolong the dying process? And this was Red-Eye. Of course he had an escape plan, and I had given plenty of time before the Star Blaster bomb went off. Not that it did him much good. Those were Red-Eye's cybernetics. He had been harvested. I felt sick. We found his corpse in the dragon lair, one of the other alicorns, a purple, claimed. I fought to shove back the bile in my throat. As wicked as Red-Eye was, this was a desecration he didn't deserve. Instead, I tried to latch onto the more sterile facts the alicorns were presenting. That made sense. The Journal of Dr. Gloom mentioned passages beneath the cathedral, and the dragon had been living somewhere. That would explain how it appeared so suddenly in the middle of the battle, and why Dr. Gloom's request to use tunnels to dump the bodies of his victims had received such slow accommodation. He had made it that far, another alicorn explained, before dying of his wounds and from the holy liquid. Velvet was staring at the machines torn out of Red-Eye's head with horror and revulsion. I almost expected her to faint. But when had she ever done that? Memories, the alicorn had said. Red-Eye was recording everything. All his research, all his actions, everything. His cybernetics were akin to black opal. The massive storage capacity of the pit buck could probably store days' worth of his memories. For the rest, he'd need multiple mainframes. I'd seen nothing like that in the cathedral, but this was the stallion whose other headquarters was in the Ministry of Morale Hub in Philadelphia. If any building would have the setup to store that much spying. Damn, that explained the sprite bots too. He was probably using them as relays to transmit his memories back to the Philadelphia hub. I'd guessed before that he must know the real function of those robots. I had never envisioned them being utilized like that. Velvet Remedy squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head forcibly. No. A small blob of meaty red dripped off one of the wires. The alicorns whinnied and stomped. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Calamity flying up, battle saddle on. Lifebloom was galloping behind him. Velvet turned a softer gaze to them. I mean, yes. She told them gently, I will help you, but not like this. Is there another way? The frost-maned alicorn asked, her voice surprised. There has to be, Velvet Remedy assured her, reaching up a hoof to touch the alicorn's face. And together we'll find it. Calamity landed, his eyes darting between Velvet Remedy and the alicorns. Leaning close to me, he whispered loudly, So, they ain't gonna attack us? I really had no words. The alicorn heard him, not that doing so was much of a feat, and she shifted her gaze towards him, as did half the others. We have learned, she admonished Calamity, siding with those who oppose the Destroyer and her friends leads to failure. I blinked. My own previous thoughts about the alicorns resurfaced in my mind. They never fell for the same trap twice. Today... Hold the line! The Steel Ranger shouted, his armor speeding through a reloading cycle as he crouched behind the rubble that until 10 minutes ago had been a mostly intact Java's Cup.
Those winged bastards get no closer to stable tech than right here!
The zorching sound and the smell of ozone, melted metal and boiled flesh told him that he had just lost one more of his soldiers. Knights, all of them. Too young and too unprepared to be fighting for their home against enemies like this. The reload cycle finished, just as the squad of black carapace-wearing ponies flew overhead. The Steel Ranger launched 2 missiles and watched them home in on a single target, blowing the Enclave invader out of the sky. The rest of the squad broke apart, swooping back to strike at him from all angles. He couldn't get them all, so he focused on the ones in front and to his left, opening up with his grenade machine gun. He had a clip of magical energy grenades, scavenged from one of the patrols of these bitches his squad had taken down before. No better time to use them than the present.
so he was rather shocked when one of the Enclave attackers closing in on his right was ripped from the sky with anti-armor grenade fire. The Enclave ponies banked sharply away, reassessing the new threat. The Steel Ranger turned to see another Earth pony in magically powered armor standing on the ridge of rubble across the street. Armor identical to his, except that it was painted with bands of rich apple red. Without a word, the Steel Ranger turned away from the Applejack's Ranger, focusing on the enemy. The Applejack's Ranger galloped in, shifting to cover his blind spots. The two of them fought together, side by side, until the ground ripped open beneath them, pouring forth Enclave helmeted hellhounds. 2 days ago, dawn began to break on the horizon, sending streams of smoke-altered light through the trees. The flowers began to dim, their translucent green petals no longer appearing ephemeral, but still no less delicate. The forest awoke silently, all the sounds of nature stilled, the creatures of the forest driven out or burned alive by the fires, their ghost offering no sounds. After Velvet Remedy had spoken with them a little while longer, the alicorns departed as swiftly as they had arrived. Or at least I thought they did. The lead alicorn's horn glowed a frosty blue, and the group of them blurred, then vanished from sight.
Whoa, Nelly!
Calamity whinnied.
We knew the blue ones could turn invisible, but they ain't never turned other alicorns invisible too.
They're learning, I said, feeling equally shocked. Growing. Velvet's eyes widened at a realization.
They haven't even begun to see their potential.
There was a moment of silence as the new reality sunk in. Then, one by one, we started back towards Zikora's hut, the earthbound Calamity slowly trotting next to Velvet as she took the lead.
Little Pip.
It was Lifebloom. He had fallen behind, and from the sounds of it, he wanted to talk with me. It was turning out to be that sort of day. Yes?
I've been thinking about how you claimed you had a way to deal with the impending food crisis,
he began.
There's a food production megaspell, isn't there?
What? How did he?
It's the only thing that makes sense.
I hadn't told any pony about this, except for Homage. And I had only breached my promise to spike with her because she would be one of the element bearers. I hadn't even dared tell Red Eye.
Or maybe a poison cleansing megaspell,
he considered.
If you purge all the poison from Sweet Apple Acres, you could feed a lot of ponies. Not nearly enough, but it would be a start.
Twilight Society, of course. They did have access to much of Twilight Sparkle's spell research, including several of the spells that were woven into the Gardens of Equestria. Something like that, I admitted, trying to be intentionally vague enough to not betray Spike and Equestria's most valuable secret. Yes.
I'd like to see it,
he said next. No, I replied swiftly. I quickly explained. It's not my place to show it. That's up to someone else. Then added, it's guarded.
Ah,
he said succinctly. I began walking again, but he stopped me.
You're not planning to just shut down the Single Pegasus project, are you?
He looked at me seriously, his voice taking a slight edge.
You're not planning on coming back, are you?
Was it that obvious?
Part of me wants to hug you and proclaim you my hero for what you were about to do.
Lifebloom granted.
But part of me wants to drop you and keep you paralyzed until I can hoof deliver you to Homage so she can buck some sense into you.
I almost wished he would. It would be so much easier if this choice were taken from me. Some pony has to stay inside that place, I explained to him instead. The only way the Enclave will stop trying to eliminate every pony who could possibly take over the central hub is if it's taken over. And not just for a moment.
Lifebloom nickered. Well, maybe I'm just thinking with my friendship here. But have you thought about what this will do to Homage? His voice was cross. She's already lost Joke Blue. What do you think this will do to her?
My heart seized painfully.
This will destroy her.
He stomped the ground for emphasis. I rounded on him, my face scrunched in internal pain as my feelings of loss shifted into a gut-wrenching abhorrence of myself. I know! I felt the first of many tears. I stared into his eyes while my vision blurred hotly. But what if I don't? If I selfishly put the two of us above all the wasteland and leave Equestria suffering for it? I answered for him. She'll lose her faith in heroes, maybe even in the good fight itself, and she'll blame herself for it. Lifebloom looked stricken. I'm not going to betray her cause and the reason she loves me just to keep her. My words were a knife. That would destroy her too. and that would destroy her worse. I was betraying Homage with my choice, yes, but that would be a far more horrible betrayal. Homage deserves better, and I was losing someone I had never deserved. Lifebloom swallowed and turned his gaze away, ashamed. I frowned somberly. Besides, I can only get one pony in. Myself. And I'll have to be locked into that machine, put into an artificial coma, in order to run it. I looked up at the smoke-tainted clouds visible through the treetops. I need to analyze the towers and the Pegasus farmlands. Set off only the right towers. I can't do that just by throwing a switch. Lifebloom considered that for a good while. He was so quiet that I didn't think he would speak again. I had almost started back, noting that the Hellhound was once again in the open doorway of Zecora's hut, this time having waylaid Calamity and Velvet Remedy.
We have to do better, don't we?
He said in a soft, small voice.
You're right, and you were right.
He continued, finding a little more strength.
We've done almost nothing to help the Twilight Society. We've sat back, hoarding our secrets, telling ourselves, hell, we're virtually the Enclave in miniature.
I swiveled around to see the crimson and scarlet-maned white unicorn staring at the dirt, downcast.
Even my joining you was little more than a token.
In Zecora's doorway, the Cyberhound was dangling my undrunken Sparkle Cola rat in front of Calamity's snout.
We're hardly deserving of the name we have taken.
Lifebloom looked up, his own eyes as tear-filled as my own.
We have to do better. We owe it. You and Homage. You've done so much, so freely. Hell, you're giving yourself for all of us.
He paused, seeming unsure of what to say from there. I merely nodded, turning my tail on him and trotting off. As much as my heart felt like it had been put through a blender, this was good. I needed Lifebloom thinking this way. I had a plan. And without Homage, it would be up to him alone to convince the Twilight Society to do their part. Today, the ancient ritual chamber within Timpani Tower was alive with light for the first time in over 200 years. It had been 2 centuries since the megaspell known as Celestia I had been activated. The ponies inside had ignored the destruction of the city around them, intent instead on bringing the full power of the sun itself down on those zebra islands and coastal lands that those equestrian ponies believed held the launch sites for the bulk of the zebra's long-range megaspell missiles. The last time the chamber was used, entire islands had been plunged back into boiling oceans. The attack had lasted less than half an hour before the Pegasi had closed off the sun. Now, once again, sunlight poured down the artificial chimney through a well of multifaceted mirrors that caught and reflected the glow of Celestia's sun, bouncing it down into the bleached white chamber below, filling the ritual chamber with a monochromatic kaleidoscope of light and shadow. A line of robed ponies plodded into the chamber. In the lead was an older, mottled brown unicorn. Behind him, a younger white one with a few curls of scarlet and crimson mane poking out from beneath his hood. Each moved with purpose, striding to their positions within the intricate, arcane mosaic of polished white tiles. Though not a one of them had ever cast a megaspell before, and in fact most never expected the opportunity to do so would fall within their lifetime, each knew exactly what to do. This was something they had practiced by rote, but this time, they could feel the charge in the air. This time, it was real. They looked at each other. A few tapped at the mosaic tiles with their hooves or whinnied nervously, still not sure that they were really doing the right thing. 2 days ago, I concentrated as best I could. This time, it was my turn to fly Calamity over the treetops of the Everfree Forest. We were going to locate the tortoise, and I was going to levitate it back with us to Zecora's hut, the only safe place to really work on it.
We should have just brought it back with us the first time,
Calamity had commented earlier. I agreed. But yesterday we had all been so exhausted and depleted by the time the Wonderbolts flew off that none of us were thinking that straight. Calamity hadn't said anything since. His sharp eyes were watching for shooting plants and other hazards while I tried my best not to drift off to sleep. The effort of flying was momentous. I'd only been up for a hoofful of hours, but the last few days, hell, the last 2 months, had been so physically and emotionally excruciating that my body didn't care. It wanted rest. And a lot of it. Not now, I tried to think at it. Not yet. Calamity nudged for me to widen our search pattern. I looked up at him, enjoying seeing his face, and gave him a small smile. Calamity was a good friend. The way my morning was going, Any minute now, either Calamity and I were going to have a painful heart-to-heart, or we would be intercepted by a monster. Probably a chatty one. I almost groaned when Calamity's muzzle opened. I had so called it.
Incoming!
He warned, eyes narrowing. Oh, it's the second option. Yay! Even so, I was absolutely not ready for what swooped out of the sky in front of us. I found myself staring into the eyes of a Reaper pony. It had the body of a dead Pegasus. Gaunt, coatless, its body a pale and sickly white. But the eyes of a dragon. Fierce, glowing yellow irises with cat-like pupils, full of power and fierce life. From behind its shoulders sprouted large, leathery bat-like wings, and nightmarish armor growing out of its flesh. My heart seized. The Reaper ponies were real. I mean, really real. Oh, goddesses, I wasn't ready to die. Not now.
You are little Pip.
The Reaper pony proclaimed, its voice like an earthquake filled with knives. The creature shifted its fearsome stare to Calamity.
You are Calamity, correct?
God, knew my name! The Reaper ponies knew my name! And it wants to talk? My little pony rudely interrupted my panic. So called it.
Y'all must be the demon,
Calamity sussed out.
Lionheart,
It answered, nearly blasting us back. Calamity flapped his good wing, backing us away from the Reaper pony and its, quite possibly reaping, voice. That's when I noticed the Reaper pony had a pip leg, with a broadcaster, just like the ghouls in Stable 1.
Whoa there,
Calamity blurted.
Dial down the volume, will you? It feels like you're yelling at us.
He added,
With a hurricane. That is not possible.
The Canterlot Ghoul Reaper pony announced.
The armor of the palace guards was enchanted by Princess Luna herself, that we may always speak in the royal Canterlot voice, so that our words would carry the proper weight.
Okay, not a Reaper pony. A survivor of the destruction of Canterlot.
But do not fear. We are here to help. We?
Calamity asked cautiously, raising an eyebrow.
As in royal alicorn pseudo-goddess we? No.
The Canterlot ghoul blasted.
We as in we. Not following.
Calamity told him, looking around for a second bat-winged Canterlot ghoul, or for that matter, a second anything. In response, a tiny white field mouse with cute little pink eyes scurried up the Canterlot ghoul's hideous neck armor and perched on his head, squeaking. The little fellow's whiskers wiggled cutely. And for some reason I couldn't fathom, the tiny mouse struck an even deeper note of terror in me than the apparent Reaper pony had. Wait, my little pony insisted. I should know this. My little pony slammed together bits of memory like a puzzle. His name was Lionheart. I remembered DJ Pone 3's broadcast after the Enclave attacked Friendship City. A broadcast focused not on the horror and tragedy, but on the heroic response she was seeing all across Equestria. I have a tale here of two such heroes taking down one of those warships just south of Stalliongrad. Left a calling card, Lion and Mouse. Well, tell you what, Lion and Mouse, drop by Timpani Towers sometime. The only raptor taken down in a battle I wasn't there to witness. I recalled the rising panic of the communications officer on the Enclave interwarship channel just before it went deadly.
Are you reporting that the monster which downed the Mamadas is...
And DJ Pone 3's last broadcast, which even as I heard it I realized had been recorded hours if not whole days before. Homage wasn't going to make it easy for the Enclave to catch her after all. I interrupt the Enclave's depressing-ass music for a very special broadcast. Today I have with me two members of the Wasteland Resistance. None other than the Enclave fighting duo of Lion and Mouse, and I'll be speaking with them about the good fight, and the blows they have struck to the Enclave, and what every pony can do to lend a hoof. And finally, Watcher.
Homage herself insisted she can't make it, and she told me to tell you that she's sending some more allies your way.
The allies my mare friend sent me took out the Overcast. Holy hot sex with Celestia.
A field mouse?
Calamity blinked.
You brought your pet? DJ Pone 3 sent us,
The ghoul announced, confirming what I had deduced.
As proof, she told me to give you this.
Lionheart produced a small, clear plastic bag with a memory orb inside, along with a piece of paper which simply read, Number 8. The mouse snorted, Just a little, blasting the air with yard-long streams of terrifying solid pink.
Oh,
Calamity muttered.
that mouse.
Today, aboard the Glorious Dawn, Ensign Fancy Lad adjusted his headset once again, listening to reports from the southern detachment of Raptors. The bombing runs were proving effective at clearing out embedded clusters of enemies, but they were losing an uncomfortable amount of bombing wagons to sniper fire.
Goddesses damn them,
He muttered.
they've seated snipers amongst the slaves.
He reached a hoof to a switch beneath one of his terminal monitors. Raptor Nacreus was in perfect position, and otherwise only lightly engaged. He flipped the switch.
Senior Comm Officer, this is Ensign Fancy Lad reporting. I suggest we send Raptor Nacreus to purge the slave compounds on South Sector 5.
Copy that.
The stallion's voice responded. And those were the last words Fancy Lad ever heard. He spent the next 10 seconds spasming as fatal static poured out of his headset, his brain melting out of his ears and nostrils. Likewise, nearly all 30 other members of the Glorious Dawn's communications center collapsed, many of them not even managing to scream. One of them, a mare who had put her headset aside to get a cup of coffee, now galloped for the elevator doors. With each yard, she staggered more painfully, her mind ripping apart from the soft hiss that flowed out of every headset in the room. The mare collapsed, her eyes swimming in pools of blood, less than a hoof's reach from the elevator, but no longer able to stand and reach the button. The elevator door slid open anyway, pouring out a thick, blanketing mist of pink, revealing the bat-winged ghoul and his little friend standing just inside. 2 days ago,
Throw 'em that killing joke till one of 'em sticks.
Velvet Remedy's eyes were shooting stilettos at the albino hellhound.
What?
He asked, at least feigning ignorance.
Killing joke turned a male hellhound into a female pony.
Velvet blinked. Her eyes widened. I could almost see the spark of innovation ignite behind her black pupils.
Oh.
She pranced in place.
Idea.
She sang out, then galloped over to the doorway of Zikora's hut, virtually accosting Calamity and me.
Oh, we just need to go to Stable 29.
She looked at us pleadingly.
Can we, please?
Almost timidly, she added,
If that's all right. And it won't interfere with your clandestine plans.
I nodded, walking through the doorway. Of course we can. After the gushingly thankful look she gave us, I couldn't quite bring myself to tell her we would have been going there anyway.
Greetings, you are Velvet Remedy. Oh my gosh.
Velvet Remedy backpedaled as Lionheart's imposing figure filled the doorway.
Have no fear, we are here too.
He was cut off by the pained yelp of the albino hellhound. We turned to see the cyberhound crouching in a corner, his paws clamped over his ears.
Maybe you ought to stay outside,
Calamity suggested. I suspected it was less for the hellhound's sake and more for ours. Velvet Remedy was already giving the whimpering Cuisinart a poor thing look. I nodded to Lionheart. I wasn't so nearly as concerned about the Not a Reaper pony as I was about the pet he traveled with. She managed to fill an entire raptor with concentrated pink cloud in the space of less than 2 hours. The little beast could probably kill every pony in the hut with an accidental sneeze.
Speaking of clandestine plans,
Calamity started.
why don't you fill us in just a little bit about what we're doing? What's this big meeting you got hidden under your, horn?
The rust-coated stallion blushed a little. Apparently, there was a Pegasus colloquialism that just didn't apply well to unicorns. I had 2 options. Answer quickly, if only for his sake, or delay by needling him about hiding things under my horn. The latter was so tempting. As I said, I've got a plan, I began, but we can't pull it off alone. The way I figured it, we need the help of 7 of the allies we've made these last 2 months. 2 of them are currently at Spike's cave, and one of them, Lifebloom, is with us already. The curly-maned white unicorn who had been laying pensively near Zenith's cot looked up at the mention of his name. Back in New Appaloosa, the night after the Sonic Rad Boom, I asked Watcher to use the Sprite bots to contact the others and gather them. I didn't bother mentioning that one of those crucial ponies, my beloved Homage, wasn't going to make it. We're going to be gathering together at the cave in less than a day, and I'll tell you everything else once we're there. Well, almost everything. But there are some things we need to do first.
Spock's cave?
Calamity raised an eyebrow high enough to knock back his hat.
Good thing we managed to get another pair of wings.
He winced as he tried to flap his bound and wounded wing. Enclave tanks ain't designed for Griffin pilots, and we'd never make that distance on hoof. You will be delivered swiftly, came the bellowing voice from outside, the open door banging from the blast. While I served at Her Majesty's pleasure, I would often be called upon to pull her royal chariot. As if that would excuse using a powerful and dangerous ally, a hero in his own right is nothing more than a chauffeur. Oh, that ain't gonna get old, Reggie snarked, rubbing her knuckles against her ears while the hellhound whined pathetically. Calamity mulled the new information over a moment. All right, I'll wait, he told me, clearly getting a little antsy. We trust you, Lil Pip.
Good, I said sheepishly, because the next step in the plan is to piss off a dragon.
Shocked silence, magnified by the soft clank as some pony dropped something. Blinking, she said, "What?" level silence, to which a small squeak was added.
Again, you let her make your plans? On purpose?
Before any pony could respond, a small voice wavered up from behind us.
Am I still a zebra?
Zenith! She was awake!
As best as I can tell, Lifebloom said, answering the bandage enshrouded zebra's question. Yes.
Zenith!
Came the resounding shout of joy from many muzzles, my own included, as we pounced the poor barely recovered zebra mare.
Should they be doing that?
The albino cyberhound asked, looking at Lifebloom with a disturbed expression, ears flattened back. He was already halfway out the door, his zebra cloak over his back. Between the new arrivals and Zenith's awakening, the monster had apparently decided it was time to make good on his not being with us stance. Oh yes, he responded with a bright smile. As a medical pony, I can definitely attest to the healing power of group hugs. Today, from the blood-soaked Badlands to the embattled ruins, the sounds of battle and the stench of death burned beneath the angry red-tinted clouds of Philadelphia, threatening to drown out every last touch of hope or good that the hellish city had left. Suddenly, a brilliant light of greenish gold burst into the sky, swooping up from the Philadelphia crater like a rising phoenix, beating back the murderous red glare of the Philadelphia skies. But only for a moment. Then that glow of hope winked out, disappearing through the blackened cloud cover, and Philadelphia was once again plunged into hell. Too busy fighting for their own lives, almost no pony noticed. 2 days ago.
This is it?
I watched as Zenith struggled through her own crisis of faith. The zebra was crouched down, staring hatefully at the strange bluish rock from Sweetie Belle's storage container. Lifebloom was stammering nearby, once again trying to persuade her that she shouldn't be out of bed.
This is the great nemesis of my people,
she said with a growl that would have done a hellhound proud.
This is what we suffered and killed and died over? It's just a rock.
Zenith stood up over the chunk of meteorite, her body swaying alarmingly in the wake of the sudden movement.
Just a stupid, meaningless rock.
Her hoof came up and slammed down on the bluish stone in one focused blow. I'd seen Zenith's hooves strike bone-breaking blows to hellhounds and kill through Steel Ranger armor. Even in my friend's weakened state, the hunk of star rock didn't stand a chance. The meteorite was pulverized into a fine blue powder under her hoof. Zenith stood there, breast heaving with panting breaths, then wobbled and collapsed. Celestia have mercy! Lifebloom ranted as he moved quickly to Zenith's side. Do you people ever listen to your medics? Velvet Remedy answered succinctly.
No.
You're not in any condition to be exerting yourself, he told Zenith sternly, looking over his shoulder at Reggie. He reiterated, and neither are you.
Then make us so,
Reggie huffed. It doesn't work like that, Lifebloom stated. And didn't I wish it did? I was barely able to stand. Only the adrenaline from seeing Zenith wake up was keeping me from hitting the floor and falling asleep, and probably not in that order. I kept telling myself I was going to have a nice, long, comatose sleep in just a few days. My body didn't care and wasn't listening anymore.
Maybe your spells do not,
Zenith intoned slowly, her richly exotic voice almost hypnotizing to me in my weary state.
But there are plenty of herbs and powders here, which I could mix for such effects and more.
We looked around. To most of us, Zikora's hut was full of rubbish.
Amongst the shards of pottery and broken glass were numerous bottles, vials, and jars of what to us was nothing but preserved weeds and desiccated garbage. But Zenith was seeing more. Much more.
This was clearly once the home of a great zebra alchemist,
Zenith informed us.
The wonders that these receptacles contain.
She trailed off.
So,
Reggie said hopefully.
we're not going to miss out on the big fight after all.
Zena's gaze fell on me.
We will be ready for battle, little one. Just, could you help me stir?
She blushed slightly.
And stand up?
Today, Stern watched from the roof of what had once been Red Eye's office in the Ministry of Morale as the cyber dragon, surrounded by 6 of those damned raptors, finally let out a death wail and fell, twisting in the air as it tumbled back to the earth. Its body crushed the ruined buildings beneath it, a bellowing cloud of dust and rubble washing through the streets. As pure luck would have it, the dragon's tail struck down against one of the raptors, pulverizing the dragon killer's starboard propellers. The dragon had taken one last one of those black horrors with it.
Good for you.
Stern grunted. The roof access door slammed open behind her. The griffin heard hoofs galloping out.
What?
She asked, her voice filled with measured annoyance at the intrusion. The sleek black griffin turned her white-feathered head towards the source of the bother and stopped when she saw the battered and bleeding zebra in a tattered cloak and haggard saddle pouch. The zebra was panting heavily, her scarred body almost shaking with drive. Stern stepped back, considering the zebra.
Wait, I know you.
She said after just a moment, her eyes lighting with recognition.
You're that fighter from the pit, the one Red Eye let go.
Stern was not a stupid griffin. She knew where the zebra slaves she had captured had come from. And even if she didn't, it was impossible to miss the burning hatred in this one's eyes. With a flap of her wings, she took to the air, carrying herself out of what she knew to be the zebra's rather impressive jumping range.
Sorry you came all the way home for nothing,
she told the zebra flatly.
but I have more critical things to deal with than you and whatever score you want to settle. In case you haven't noticed, we're at war.
The black griffin gave the zebra a dismissive wave of her tail as she turned towards the area of the cities where the raptors were beginning to separate, 2 of them already starting to burn away her ground forces and her city with powerful plasma cannons. Zenith panted, snorting, as she watched the talon griffin fly away. Then she craned her neck back, pulling her blood-winged talisman out of the pouch. Zenith tossed the talisman over her head and groaned in momentary pain as she grew wings of her own. 2 days ago. The day seemed to pass in a montage. I slipped in and out of sleep several times, mostly in transit aboard the Tortoise. Zenith had spent hours working on brews, most of which she had administered to herself or to Reggie, although one had been given to Calamity to help strengthen his healing wing. A couple of those brews, I knew from experience, were not merely of the healing sort. Once Zenith and Reggie were fit to travel, we began to move. I barely remember Timpani Tower, and have only the haziest recollection of delivering the refugees to Junction R7, save for the one stark moment of clarity when I spotted our overmare there. She was delivering the first of Stable 2's apple orchard to Shattered Hoof. Something, I thought happily, that was going according to design. I had high hopes for the future of this place. But my longest period of wakefulness started when Lionheart touched the Tortoise down in fetlock.
This is where you wish to be? Are you certain?
The Canterlot ghoul's voice echoed painfully inside the sky tank.
I see nothing here but rubble. That's 'cause the real fun's underground,
Calamity retorted, rubbing his ears.
And ow! Sorry,
Lionheart bellowed, not helping in the slightest. Velvet Remedy and I quickly disembarked. It could have been worse. I had been concerned about taking a ride with Mouse. She may no longer be a gigantic, terrible, teeth-gnashing, sharp-scaled, horned, pink cloud-snorting, could-eat-a-pony-in-one-bite dragon. But she was still one of the most dangerous creatures in the Equestrian wasteland. Possibly in a way even more so than before, now that she was no longer confined to the royal treasury, trapped inside a fused hoard of gold, gems, and valuables. From what I had gleaned from Lionheart, Mouse had survived the crumble and fall of Canterlot by just being that tough. As if the transformation hadn't somehow taken all that ancient draconic resilience and compacted it down into this new, and admittedly cute, form. That was not what the spell was supposed to do, but then dragons had magic of their own. When I had put voice to those concerns, the former royal guard had responded by producing what I had at first mistook for a giant pink marble. On closer inspection, I had seen that the glass sphere had once been some sort of pet ball, the glass surface having warped so badly from the concentrated pink cloud inside that it became completely sealed.
How does she get in and out?
I asked.
How does she breathe?
Velvet wondered, aghast. She quickly checked herself.
Of course. She doesn't have to, does she? She would be the ultimate Canterlot ghoul, I suppose.
The gaunt, reaper-like Pegasus had nodded to her, answering me cryptically,
Dragon magic.
I went out on a limb and guessed he didn't know either. Velvet Remedy and I trotted carefully through the bleak rubble of Fetlock. I had my EFS up, but my compass wasn't showing any hostiles. It wasn't showing any life at all. A cold wind stirred up flakes of ash and debris. In all directions lay ruins which were once bright, happy homes for pony families. As we neared the waiting station for Sky Bandit stages, my eyes caught black writing on a freestanding wall, centuries-old graffiti. Every pony is gone. I was moored in place by the overwhelming desolation of the equestrian wasteland. My reverie was broken by the sound of a pony hole cover scraping against asphalt as Velvet Remedy shifted it open with a hoof. She glanced at me sheepishly, probably realizing that would have been a better job for her horn, and then vanished into the darkness below. I moved forward to follow her, but my ears caught a sound. A touch of conversation. Cautiously, I moved towards the shelter where I had fought my first manticore. As I neared, lights winked into existence on my compass, and the voices became clearer. I breathed a sigh of relief as none of the new lights appeared hostile.
Even got a fresh supply of death straight from the angels,
I heard a stallion saying.
Just tell me what you need. The good doctor's got your fix.
Huh?
Replied a grizzled voice.
You're selling sticks? I don't need sticks. Especially sticks from a pony.
No, the stallion repeated, skillfully hiding any hint of exasperation.
Fix. I have your fix. Drugs, my good doggy, drugs.
Rounding the corner, my eyes alighted on a pony dressed in what had once been high society attire. Probably from Timpani Tower, before it had become so well-traveled. He was accompanied by a Brahmin and a griffin, the latter wearing talon armor with an unfamiliar insignia, neither God's nor Stern's company, carrying a rocket launcher over her back. The customer that the stallion was attempting to engage in conversation was a heavily grayed, elderly hellhound holding a brush gun modified with a scope. The hellhound was crouched down, staring closely at the pony, a look of confusion on his face.
You got rugs? How you gonna stop they winged ponies with rugs?
The hellhound barked.
Or they flying rugs?
I cleared my throat. The stallion shifted an eye towards me, unwilling to fully turn his head away from the dangerous monster he was trying to sell to. A look of relief crossed his face.
Doc Hoof at your service.
He smiled nervously, taking a slight step back from the hellhound.
Don't mind this fellow,
he added, not wanting me to provoke or shoot his customer.
He seems genial enough, but I do believe he's hard of hearing.
Barking saw. Our albino friend had indeed sent someone who might be interested in helping us. The hellhound, who had seen the Enclave enslave his whole town. The deaf and senile one. Yay? Turning to Doc Hoof, I asked,
Do you have any healing potions or bandages? Medical supplies?
I might as well do something useful with the bottle caps I still had to my name.
Oh, yes.
The stallion whinnied proudly.
Ever since that remedy last invested, I've been able to procure quite the stock.
Wait, what, velvet? When? I shook my brain, but the only time I could come up with was while I was behind the wall in Philadelphia. My little pony chided that I shouldn't be surprised. It wasn't as if my friends just stood around idly when I wasn't with them. Let's see what the good doctor has in his magic bag, shall we? What he had was impressive. Today, God stood on the dark gray cloud and stared into the quickly closing hole over Manhattan, favoring her wounded hind leg. A tear ran down from her good eye and over her beak, hanging on the tip of it before dropping off and disappearing into the same gulf that had swallowed her daughter. The Enclave Patrol had taken out 2 of their own, including her daughter, before she could finish them. And as a group of 6 more carapace-armored Pegasi approaching from behind her proved, The first patrol had managed to send a warning before they were dispersed. God checked the load on her magical shotgun, a thin grimace drawing across her beak.
Don't move,
Warned the Enclave soldiers as they drew near.
one wrong switch of your tails and both of you are ash.
God traded a sidelong glance with Blackwing.
The other griffin gave a slight smile that said all she needed to say. The two griffins swung around, aiming their weapons as the sky erupted in deafening thunder.
Yee-haw!
Reggie roared as 3 of the 6 Enclave soldiers were obliterated by the sheer force of little Gilda. God blinked in disbelief, then recovered, just a feather's breadth faster than the remaining Enclave Pegasi did. Her shotgun vaporized one of them. Blackwing struck down the second, but not before a beam of light struck out, hitting her left wing, dissolving 2/3 of it. God swooped to catch the crippled griffin, as Reggie annihilated the last Pegasus with the supergun.
Blackwing!
She called out, dashing forward.
Hold on, I've got healing potions. Where?
The griffin asked, trying to focus.
The hell did you come from?
That poison, she knew, should have killed her.
Or at least paralyzed her. The fall would have done the rest.
What?
Reggie teased as she fretfully dug into her bags, ignoring the looks her mother was giving her.
Never seen a zebra-augmented griffin before?
Godna wasn't sure if she wanted to hug Regina or give her backside a thrashing.
Now don't you dare pass out on me,
Reggie told Blackwing as she poured the healing liquid into the griffin's beak.
We still have some clouds to clear.
2 days ago,
I know it's not going to be as simple as turning a rock into a top hat,
Velvet was telling Elder Crossroads as I finally joined them in the bowels of Stable 29.
but I'm sure it's possible.
In the time it took to sound out Barkinsaw and determine that the Hellhound actually was a potential ally, a process which started by having to explain to him that I was the pony he was looking for, not Doc Hoof. Velvet Remedy had talked her way into the AJ Rangers headquarters, gained an audience with their elder, and pitched her request. The new leader of the Applejacks Rangers molded over.
Any friend of Steelhooves is a lifelong friend of the Rangers,
She began.
We'd be honored to lend our hooves. If you were asking any other thing.
Velvet Remedy's face scrunched like she had bitten something sour.
But you are asking us to help propagate Equestria's alicorn problem.
The brown mare with the cropped yellow mane continued.
You do remember that Steelhooves was known as the mighty alicorn hunter, don't you? There was a reason for that. They're not monsters.
Velvet Remedy snapped.
They're victims of the goddess, of Red Eye. And now, when they finally have a chance at freedom and individuality, you're talking like they are a particularly unpleasant infestation that needs to be exterminated.
We need to do better, I commented as I stepped fully into the room, my words echoing those of Lifebloom. My heart shared his sentiments. He saw how much the effort of the Twilight Society had fallen short, how paltry they seemed. I was seeing my own in a similar light, particularly where hellhounds were involved. Seeing Velvet and Crossroads, I sensed we weren't the only two due for this awakening. Elder Crossroads looked between Velvet Remedy and me, then compromised.
The research you desire access to really belongs to ex-scribe Rattle,
The Elder decided.
Fortunately, he was one of the survivors of the Friendship City massacre. He is still recovering at Timpani Tower under the care of Dr. Helpinghoof. If you wish to access his experimentation records and studies in transformation magic, you need only obtain his permission.
Velvet Remedy found that agreeable. More so, it gave her an excuse to visit the good doctor again. The real good doctor, not the wandering merchant outside selling dash to passers-by.
We have secured Buckland Cross as an Applejacks Rangers outpost.
Elder Crossroads whinnied.
His research was largely in the mainframe there. If he is willing to help you, have him give you his passwords. We'll see to the rest.
The brown mare looked to me.
And did you want something as well? Or was this a social call?
I steeled myself. I need every Applejacks Ranger you can spare. The Elder lifted an eyebrow.
Battle coming?
I nodded. The big one. Today, Zenith hit the gabled rooftop with a bone-cracking thud, skidding down the broken roofing tiles and thumping against the jagged remains of a chimney. Stern landed on the apex of the roof with her hind legs, cradling her shattered firing arm and glaring down at the zebra, who had dared challenge her in the air. Zenith had proven every bit the better fighter that she had shown herself to be in the pit. But being a better fighter isn't worth much in the Pegasus fighting when you're up against a better flyer. And this zebra used her wings like she had just grown them.
This was a doomed fight from its inception.
Stern growled, deciding how best to finish the damn slave. Her preferred method, her anti-machine rifle, was no longer an option, as the pain in her arm attested to. The zebra had seen to that.
Just who do you think you are?
I am no one.
Zenith said softly, coughing up blood. Stern's eyes widened. Hadn't this one been mute? Maybe she was thinking of the wrong zebra. No, that wasn't possible.
Then what made you think you could take me?
Stern hissed in disbelief, shifting carefully down the slope of the roof, silhouetted against the broiling red of the Philadelphia sky.
Because...
Zenith coughed again, moaning in pain as she tried to move, tried to get back up.
I am not alone.
What?
Stern managed, eyes widening just before the second zebra appeared overhead, the wind blowing back the hood of her cloak as she drove her hooves into the black griffin's back with spine-shattering force.
Don't touch my mother!
2 days ago. Sunset spread out across the equestrian wasteland like a heavy blanket, the ruddy colors making the cloud curtain glow like a warning light. It looked like the clouds were bleeding. Elder Cross had given us a full dozen Applejack's Rangers and offered us access to their armory. I personally declined the latter. This wasn't a battle that we could win with bullets. But I made sure that each of the Rangers was fitted for the fight of a lifetime.
Paladin strawberry lemonade?
Calamity asked, sounding impressed.
Junior Paladin,
The mayor answered humbly.
but yes, and I'll probably be a full paladin after this.
She didn't even know what this was, but that didn't shake the faith in her voice. Her chipper voice became slightly more subdued as she explained.
Promotions tend to come quickly in wartime.
How is that struggle going?
Velvet Remedy asked demurely.
Oh, the shooting has died down between us and the Steel Rangers. The Enclave invasion sent the Steel Rangers back into their holes.
Based on what Crossroads had told me earlier, the Applejack's Rangers, meanwhile, had divided their efforts between helping the rest of the wasteland against the Enclave, fortifying, and licking their own wounds. But I hardly expected the proud young paladin to put it that way.
Trottingham is ours, as is Manhattan. Philadelphia is theirs, but it's such a mess right now. Why would we want it?
Because there are several hundred ponies there in desperate need of your help? Or how about just because it has stable tech headquarters in their mainframe? Or just because it's the right thing to do? I tactfully didn't mention those out loud. Elder Crossroads had priorities well in hoof. There was no need to rain on the patriotic enthusiasm of the young paladin. Joy now, grim realities would come soon enough. I shifted, gazing out over the equestrian wasteland through the narrow window of the Enclave sky tank, taking it in with my own eyes one last time. In 2 months, I'd seen horrors enough to spawn a lifetime of nightmares, cruelty and despair that could kill the soul. The wasteland was like a corpse, seeming dead and gone, nothing but an empty husk, but crawling with terrible things feeding off its rotting flesh. Things I had fought, and fought successfully, although all too often at great cost. I am Little Pip, I declared softly, the conversation just between the wasteland and me. Damaged, but not defeated. I looked for something else to say, but only one thing came from my heart. You don't win. A moment later, we burst above the cloud curtain, and the twilight sky opened above us, twinkling with stars. Today, the little light of hope reappeared in the sky above Philadelphia once again, punching down through the clouds of black and red like a shooting star. Streams of poisoned light flowed off of the star as it pulsed, each little flash brighter and brighter.
Krabasoom!
The little light of hope exploded in a blast brighter than Celestia's sun itself, a ring of sickly colors erupting forth from that center, driving winds before it and tearing the hellish clouds away. Sunlight, pure and clean, poured into the poisoned city of Philadelphia from a brilliant blue sky. The expanding toxic rainbow tore apart the remaining raptors before striking a fatal blow to the already failing glorious dawn. The great black siege platform seemed to collapse under its own weight, tearing itself apart, raining Pegasi as it plunged out of the air with a sick rumble. The tiny speck which was once the glowing light of hope continued to fall, dropping at breakneck speed towards the Philadelphia crater from whence it had come. The shape of something that resembled a pony, only gaunt and strange with leathery bat-like wings, arched out of the falling corpse of the glorious dawn and sped through the air to catch it. 2 days ago.
No!
Spike roared, the force of his shout threatening to blow the tortoise back off the ledge outside his cave. The giant purple dragon slammed a fist down on the mountain, standing in the entranceway of his home.
Little Pip, you know why I don't allow Steel Rangers in my home? And you brought a dozen of them here.
Piss off a dragon? Check.
Spike,
I said calmly,
these are Applejack's Rangers. They're the good guys.
pointing a hoof. I admonished reasonably.
And you should know that. You've seen the good they've been doing. You've been watching.
Spike's snout twisted into a begrudging frown. He crossed his arms, snorting smoke.
Well, I still don't see why you had to bring them here.
I sighed deeply. Time to pull out the big puppy eyes.
Don't you trust me, Spike?
The dragon groaned.
Ugh, only for you, little Pip.
Spike lowered his snout and glared at the frontmost ranger.
But behave yourselves. No wandering. Stay in the front room, got it?
Yes, your scaliness.
The pony managed from inside her magically powered armor. The slight attempt at remaining tough felt humorous, considering Spike could completely enwrap the mare with his tongue. The lot of us trotted into the gaping maw of the dragon cave, Firelight and Reggie flying above us, the little pink orb squeaking as it rolled along between our hooves, the shadow of the mouse inside barely visible. The darkness of the opening gave way to the brightness of the interior. I drew up short, gasping at what I saw. Spike's cave home starkly was not how I remembered it. Spike's piles of gems had been removed, but not far. They had become a glittering mosaic that covered every wall, depicting images of the ministry mares in the joy of their youth. I recognized some of the scenes from stories Spike had told us when we had visited him here several weeks ago. Strings of gems were slung across the ceiling and strung between the multitudes of bookshelves like decorations. The gems were enchanted to glow with soft-colored light. The walls glistened, reflecting those lights like an inverted mirror ball.
Do you like it?
Silverbell chimed, galloping up to us.
I made the cave pretty.
I nodded, stunned. It was beautiful, and more than a little overwhelming.
Oh my,
Velvet purred.
yes, you most certainly did.
She caught the little filly in a hug. I looked around and spotted Ditsy-Doo not far away, smiling.
Regina!
The cry came from Godna, the older griffin bursting out of a group of ponies and soaring across the room to reunite with her daughter. Spike's cave was crowded. 7. I tried to gather 7 allies. There were a lot more than 7 people here. I spotted Blackwing and her team of Talons. I blinked as I recognized the white coat and electric blue mane of Morning Frost standing next to her sunflower-coated friend Sunglint. Was Tracker here too? No, I learned quickly. But before vanishing into seclusion, he had contacted them.
We heard you were planning something big,
Sunglint said with a cheerful seriousness.
and we want to help. We just feel awful about everything the Enclave is doing. This just isn't right. Ponies shouldn't act this way.
I couldn't agree more, came the familiar voice of the amber-coated wasteland crusader. My jaw dropped. They were here too?
What? Huh? How?
Watcher told us, she said with a stubborn stomp. You didn't think you were going to leave us out of this, did you? Well, yes, actually. I didn't have words. Hell, I didn't even know several of these ponies.
You invited my daughter.
Zenith whispered into my ear, having spotted several zebras clustered in the crux of 2 towering bookshelves. It took me a moment, but I recognized Zephyr, and the zebra next to her, who had painted herself to be nearly black with thin white stripes, was Gloom. Zenith looked slightly mortified. I shot Spike a look. He just smiled and shrugged, deftly shifting blame.
This was more Homage's idea than mine.
Oh, that so figured. I waded through the room, feeling dazed. Every few feet, I was stopped by some pony, or zebra or griffin, who wanted to greet me. All around me, conversations were bubbling. God thudded down in front of me, blocking my view of everything. Tears were flowing down her cheek from her good eye, and I could see her fighting to keep her composure.
Tell me it was worth it,
she demanded, her voice low and dangerous. I froze. Oh, goddesses, she just learned about Cage.
It was worth it, Mom,
Reggie interrupted, flying up next to me before my brain could put words in my mouth. God glared at her daughter, but Regina stood firm.
Cage.
Godna bit back a shout, tears flowing.
He was a fighter, a Talon, but he was my son.
He died like a Talon, I offered, my words feeling lame as they slipped off my tongue. Brave and steadfast to the very end. God's stormy demeanor did not improve. Reggie flew in front of me, nearly beak to beak with her larger and more grizzled version of herself.
Cage died striking a fatal blow to the Enclave,
Regina told her mother.
Not an instant kill, no, but fatal. A slow death, like the thrust of a poisoned knife.
God did seem to appreciate that, but Reggie wasn't done.
How many Griffins died, Mum, when the Enclave invaded the skies of our homeland? How many more do you think will die before they're done if we don't stop them?
Reggie brushed back her head feathers.
This was our fight long before it was theirs.
The conversations around us had gone silent. Every pony, and dragon, griffin, zebra, and phoenix, was watching. Reggie glanced back at me, giving me a small smile before rounding on her mother again.
And so far, it seems Calamity and his friends have done most of the fighting for us. Was it worth it that Cage, your son, my brother, actually got in a blow? Fuck yes.
Godna Grimfeathers wiped her eye and gazed at her daughter. The rest of the room seemed to be holding its breath. Then I heard a whooping whistle, and the amber mare started stomping applause. Soon, the whole room was thundering.
Well, okay then,
Godna said softly.
You didn't need to yell. I'm your mother.
Reggie looked sheepish and then enwrapped her mother in an embrace.
Huh? What's going on?
Barking Saw asked nearby.
What did she say?
Today, we emerged from the cloud curtain right beneath Navarro and flew directly into the path of two of the raptors. Spike tore past one of them, breathing green fire across its propeller array as he passed. Half the propellers exploded in flame. The others dissolved outright. The burning raptor canted out of control and began to dip into the cloud curtain. Victorious! This is Raptor Noctilucent! A voice cried alarm over the Enclave military channel and into my ear. We're under attack! It's a dragon! Spike swooped up through the second layer of clouds, drawing out of sight of the raptors and their parent Thunderhead. He drew up, hovering just outside the wall of blue light that protected Navarro, his giant wings flapping slowly. Inside, Pegasi were galloping out of barracks and buildings, staring up at the humongous purple and green creature who had positioned himself between them and the morning sun, casting his shadow across the eastern part of the base. The Raptor Noctilucent tore up through the clouds, its weapon swiveling towards Spike, bright light building up inside the barrel. Spike attacked the shield. The blue wall of energy buckled, warped and collapsed under the unstoppable force of Twilight's #1 assistant. Yesterday, breakfast at Spike's cave. Spike didn't have any tables for ponies, so we were all gathered on the floor, eating breakfast thoughtfully procured by Lionheart late in the night. I wasn't sure where he acquired the rather large bundle of food, which included fresh hay, vegetables, and flowers. But I had my suspicions, and I wasn't about to ask. The majority of Spike's guests had traveled a long and often dangerous way to get to the top of the mountain, and most of us had been suffering various levels of exhaustion the night before. So shortly after the scene between the Grimfeathers, and with promises of long, important discussions and plans the following morning, most everyone had slowly found themselves a place to drift off to sleep. Now, much better rested, and with the company of friends and heroes, those around me were taking to the morning meal with a lively energy. Calamity was in particularly good spirits. After Velvet's and Lifebloom's attentions and a good night's rest, his wing had finally regained enough strength to allow him to fly. Not well and not fast, but he was hovering everywhere like a pro.
This world is way too filled with morning people.
Gloom mumbled, her mane drooping over her face, but not far enough to conceal her scowl. What are you bringing to the fight? The Amber Mare asked Gloom with a level of enthusiasm that clearly did not sit well with the odd zebra.
Before you get too ahead of yourself,
her khaki-coated friend cautioned.
We don't even know if there will be a fight.
The Amber Mare rolled her eyes.
Of course there's going to be a fight. It's not like they're planning to just give the Enclave a good talking to.
Shifting back to Gloom.
So, are you a sniper, medical pwn, or zebra? Fight with your hooves like Zenith? Isn't she awesome?
If we are fighting, then I will fight, Gloom answered gravely. With blade and poison, and with my life until they kill me. Then probably rise up as a vengeful spirit and haunt whoever's left.
The Amber Mare raised an eyebrow, scooting slightly away.
Alrighty then.
If this is a battle,
Godna said, sitting just a little ways from me,
then my talons have much to lend to the fight.
Knowing God, the word lend was meant literally.
We've been collecting a significant amount of resources and tools over these past few weeks. Yeah, that orb vault had turned out to be the ultimate treasure map.
Butcher, who is now Blackwing's second in command, revealed, ignoring a displeased look from God.
Last week we were able to sneak into an old zebra vault and get at its armory. Check out some of the exotic new weapons we found sealed up in that place.
Butcher showed off some of the Talon's new equipment proudly.
This nasty little melee number is something the zebras call a chainsaw,
Butcher announced.
Never gonna be a replacement for little Gilda, of course. But damn!
After rolling her eyes, Blackwing also chose to ignore God's displeasure, showing off the new addition to her own arsenal. Zenith identified the strange weapon immediately.
A crossbow,
She intoned.
an assassin's weapon, silent and deadly.
Like a fart.
Reggie snarked. Then suddenly her eyes lit up. She turned towards her mother. Godna pinched the bridge of her beak with her talons, her eyes ground shut.
No. No what?
Reggie protested.
I haven't. No.
God reiterated.
I ain't letting you have a crossbow so you can name it the fart.
Reggie whined. But Mom... I felt myself blush as I was suddenly reminded that the gun-slinging Griffin hero was indeed just an adolescent. I refocused on eating my flowers. Good flowers. Yes, pretty and tasty.
This not an underground research facility where ponies were attempting to apply zebra alchemical techniques to coal.
Blackwing was telling Calamity.
It seems they were hoping to create everlasting coal. They never succeeded, but they did manage to produce an alchemically treated coal that burns twice as fast and about 10 times as hot. Word of warning,
Godna said, leaning over to me.
If you ever think of having kids, beware. No matter how much you love them, eventually they will become teenagers.
Next to me, Calamity snorted. I merely stammered, thrown a bit.
No. Children, not really in the plans.
I mean, even if there was a time and even if Homage was here, it wasn't like either of us was going to get the other pregnant. In fact, I was pretty sure pregnancy was right out with any pony I had ever fancied.
Or Griffin. Oh, and aren't these flowers delicious? Yes, stare at my plate. Munch, munch, munch. Yay for breakfast.
Oh, wow.
Gloom sing-songed.
Little Pip likes mares. You can tell.
I nearly choked.
What? Why do you say that? I wasn't doing anything.
My eyes shifted back and forth as I thought quickly. I was not checking out Godna, or her daughter, or any mare. I'd made certain of it.
You were eating flowers,
the strange zebra pointed out. So, Zephyr butted in, Gloom, I eat flowers. You eat flowers.
but it was the lesbian way she was eating the flowers.
What? That, Zephyr informed her, makes no sense. Turning to me, Zenith's daughter advised, Don't listen to her, little Pip. Gloom is strange. I nodded, unable to find my voice, a flower petal clinging to my lower lip. Zenith's exotic voice whispered behind me,
If you look at my daughter, I will paralyze you.
Gah! I wouldn't, never, but it didn't help that sometimes I sneaked a glance at Zenith herself. I found myself blushing almost painfully as Homage's tease about a threesome replayed in my forebrain. I spun around, but Zenith wasn't there anymore. So instead, I sunk low and tried to focus on anything but mares, of any species, or flowers. Other conversations were continuing all around me.
In a far corner, I saw Ditzy-Doo engaged in a deep-looking discussion with Barking Saw.
You want to know now?
Barking Saw asked.
What kind of book is this?
The ghoul Pegasus scrubbed off her chalkboard and scribbled something in response. My ears caught a plaintive draconic rumble on the other side of the chamber.
Mommy?
Firelight had flown up the spikes, eye level. The pink-filled mouse ball clutched in her talons. The huge purple and green dragon was staring at the rodent inside, with a wrenching mix of emotions.
You're not Mommy.
He complained.
You can't be.
He reached out and gingerly touched the pet ball with a claw tip. Firelight nodded sagely. The mouse simply squeaked.
What sort of big plans?
Calamity was asking God. I had missed a shift in the conversation, but I didn't care. I clung to the new discussion like a life preserver.
With Shattered Hoof under my wing, and the community you seem so intent on building around it, I've been thinking that maybe it's time to hang up my holster.
Godna admitted.
Mercenary work is a young griffin's game.
She looked over at her daughter and the empty space next to her that Cage would have naturally filled.
I've accomplished more while running the Talons than I ever did in the field. I'd have to be blinded in both eyes not to see I have the opportunity to build something lasting here.
She added.
And to turn a handsome profit in the process.
My ears perked up, my blush quickly receding. This had become interesting. I felt a spark of hope born of Godna's words.
It doesn't take a tactical genius to realize that the Enclave is building up for a huge battle in Philadelphia sometime very soon.
Godna pointed out.
And I'd be willing to gamble by the timing that the little powwow isn't unrelated. So here's the deal. I'm offering the full support of my talents and our resources, but in return, I want total freedom to take over Red Eye's resources in Philadelphia.
Say what now?
Calamity asked as I fought to pick my jaw up off the floor.
Cooperation would be appreciated,
Godna said.
But in the very least, you and your allies don't get in my way. And that includes the Applejacks Rangers.
What exactly are you planning?
I asked.
Expand on what y'all have been pushing me to do.
God claimed.
The area around Shattered Hoof and Junction R7 is becoming a civilization. We're gaining a population, an orchard, a water talisman. Everything we need to become one of the biggest thriving communities in the wasteland.
Well, yes. I had kind of been thinking along those lines, I had to admit.
So why stop there?
God asked.
By taking over Red Eye's factories, we could seriously have a shot at rebuilding.
A real new Equestria.
Not that poisoned Unity crap, with Shattered Hoof as its new counterlot.
I blinked. Well, God's plan was definitely ambitious. Still, I'd love to see you take over Red Eye's operations, but only so long as you don't run them the way Red Eye did, through barbarism and slavery. God waved a wing.
Settle your mind, little Pip. I ain't looking to become the new Red Eye. Wasteland's seen enough of that kind of thinking.
I felt myself let go of a tension I hadn't realized was building in me.
A new Equestria.
I pondered the idea.
A new Canterlot? But who would be the new princess?
You?
Calamity asked.
In God we trust?
Godna Grimfeather shook her head.
Monarchies are a pony thing. I'm looking for something more inclusive, more open to other people.
She looked to her daughter, warming to the topic.
A republic, perhaps, fashioned in the image of the legendary Griffin Clan Council.
No princess?
I said again, still trying to wrap my brain around the idea.
Not even an overmare?
Nope,
Reggie said.
just an arbiter, for when the heads of the clans can't agree. Mother would be perfect for that.
We don't play politics, and we don't take sides. A crooked grin spread across God's beak.
To be honest, I've already sent representatives to the Buffalo, and I was hoping Zenith might serve as an intermediary with the Angels.
Me? Zenith peeped, seeming once again to appear from nowhere. She seemed about to protest, but stopped looking confused.
Angels?
I'd heard that name before. Just recently, in fact. That would be us, Zephyr called out, apparently having been listening in. Either that or the name caught her attention. After we started making dash like you taught us,
The others decided we needed a new tribe name. We couldn't use Dad's anymore. Zenith's eyes widened. They wanted to name us something fierce, a name that would demand respect, Zephyr claimed. So I thought since we were living beneath a giant doom bunny, why not name ourselves after him? You named the new tribe after Doom Bunny? Zenith looked pale, which was quite a feat for a zebra. I didn't even know the buffalo still existed, Calamity whispered to me. Velvet Remedy chimed in. Not everything Red Eye was trying to do was bad, she claimed. I, too, would like to take charge of part of Red Eye's work. God scowled, opening her beak to protest, but closed it when Velvet Remedy said, his plans for schools and medical centers. Y'all are dividing up something that ain't yours, Calamity warned the two of them. I was mostly interested in the factories, God admitted, but I have the Talons and the X-Raiders of Shattered Hoof to help. No offense, but how is one pony going to build schools and bring education and medicine to all of the wasteland? Velvet Remedy blushed uncertainly. I think I have alicorns. God blinked. Zenith scooted closer to Velvet. If you do this, then would you please start in Glyphmark? Glyphmark needs a school and a medical center. She looked over at Zephyr. It has a doctor and... Zenith looked back at Velvet Remedy, her face hardened with determination. I have decided I wish to become their teacher. This is something I can do for them. Velvet's eyes widened, as did her smile. She moved to hug Zenith, but the zebra had anticipated this and swiftly tapped the ground. I heard something break, and the zebra vanished in a puff of unhuggable smoke. Velvet plopped back down, looking shocked for a good 10 seconds before recovering. You're right, Godna, she finally said. Even if I do have alicorns, I will still need help. So I'll make you a deal. The griffin raised an eyebrow in response, all ears. Velvet offered, you help me do this, and in honor of Cage, I will use the name he came up with. And I'll name the Philadelphia school after him. Calamity tried to caution, then seemed to give up. Leaning towards me, he muttered, I really hope your plan involves defeating both the Enclave's and Red Eye's armies in Philadelphia. He looked at God and Velvet Remedy uneasily. The name Cage came up with? God asked, confused. She looked at her daughter questioningly. The followers of the apocalypse. Today, walking on clouds was weird. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to truly get over my discomfort.
I just had to accept the general wrongness of it and press on.
You sure about splitting up like this?
Calamity yelled over the driving wind and the sound of the defense array. Above us, Spike was wheeling and dancing, trying to keep away from the blast of the defense cannons by placing the attacking raptors between himself and the base. Don't worry about me, Velvet Remedy called back, smiling. This old unicorn's still got a few new tricks.
Old unicorn?
Calamity called back.
Where? Hiding behind Velvet?
A cacophony of rending metal and explosions marked the second raptor to be taken out by friendly fire. Fortunately, the Enclave soldiers left to operate the defense array were proving too novice to skillfully avoid their own ships and still hit Spike. Unfortunately, a few of their shots were indeed hitting Spike, and his cover was dwindling. We need to go, I called back to the two of them before charging off.
Y'all better be okay when I find you again,
Calamity told Velvet sternly. The beautiful unicorn smiled and shook her head. Of course I will.
They'll come for you,
Calamity said, not for the first time. Let them, Velvet replied. They'll underestimate me. Everyone underestimates me. Calamity and Velvet Remedy paused, looking into each other's eyes, embraced in a passionate kiss. A minute later, they broke apart. Velvet galloped off in a second direction, and Calamity in a third. Yesterday.
Sorry I'm late.
The most wonderful voice in Equestria apologized.
Did I miss the briefing?
Homage's voice brightened the room, lifting my spirits. It was as if my heart was being held aloft by a flock of butterflies.
Nope,
Calamity said to the sprite bot that the voice of my love was coming from.
We were just about to start. Glad you can make it.
Oh, thank you.
I gushed at Spike.
My eyes began to tear in joy. I was going to have one last time with Homage. Maybe not physically, but this was still more than I had hoped. He stroked his spines back, looking a little embarrassed by the volume of emotion I was pouring out.
You're welcome.
Everyone else in the cave was staring.
It was nothing, really.
Oh, but it isn't nothing, I insisted. It's everything.
I couldn't help it. I threw myself around one of his ankles.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
If you start kissing Spike,
Homage said, her voice sparkling with amusement,
I'm leaving the room.
I stopped, my eyes turning to the crowd, a blush rising.
Little Pip, y'all were saying about how the Enclave depends on the cloud curtain?
Calamity reminded me tactfully.
You know, the plan.
Oh, yes, that.
I pulled myself back up, brushed my mane out of my face, and stared back at all the eyes turned towards me. This was it. This was the plan. Still, the little pony in my head wouldn't stop bouncing around like Pinkie Pie, cheering Spike and crying out Homage's name.
The Enclave will annihilate every living soul in Philadelphia and bury the industrial progress made there under melted rubble if they aren't stopped,
I reminded them.
If Red Eye's forces win, the surviving Pegasi will end up enslaved or with their heads on pikes.
And Stern's talons aren't likely to stop with just one successful victory,
God added.
With Red Eye gone, she'll be looking to take over his whole operation. Defeating the Enclave's biggest force, she'll take the war back to the clouds once she smells weakness.
This is the griffin who wiped out Father's tribe, isn't it? Zephyr asked. Xena scowled, nodding affirmatively. Well, then they can't win, the younger zebra insisted.
Do we have any idea when the Enclave are going to attack?
One of the Applejack's Rangers asked.
Yes,
I told him.
tomorrow morning.
The news was greeted by several voices of dismay.
It will be the largest, fiercest battle Equestria has endured since the Great War,
I reiterated.
and unfortunately, I'm going to miss it.
What? The sound was a chorus.
We have a chance to end things,
I told them.
not just one battle, but the entire threat of the Enclave entirely, forever. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to lead a group into the Enclave's military base in Navarro, break into the Single Pegasus project, and tear down the cloud curtain.
Wait, Morning Frost said, tossing up a hoof. You're going to take down Navarro? I was stationed there, you know. It's the biggest military base they've got. Do you know how many troops are stationed there? How about the Thunderhead and the Raptors, the Shield, the Defense Array?
The Enclave brought the war down to us,
Lionheart announced, sending Silverbell as deep as she could beneath Ditsy Doo's wing.
We are bringing it back up to them.
Most of the troops won't be at Navarro,
I claimed.
We have two advantages going in. First is the element of surprise. The Enclave isn't expecting forces from below to actually attack them on their home turf.
Had to be a Pegasi-appropriate word for that. I pushed forward.
This will be an unexpected tactic.
Y'all can say that again.
Calamity neighed.
Second is the fact that tomorrow morning, Navarro will be functioning on a skeleton crew.
I revealed.
Every available Pegasi from Navarro has been used to bolster the military force poised to hit Philadelphia. Until that battle is over, there will be almost no pony left at the base.
I looked to God.
This is the information Cage gave his life for. The one opportunity, the one window of weakness that we can exploit to take over the SPP and kill the Enclave for good.
Godna Grimfeathers drank that in without comment.
Once inside the SPP shield, it might take hours to figure that place out. We can't count on what I'm going to do in there happening in time to save the people in Philadelphia. So I need your help, most of you, in the battle for Philadelphia.
I told them.
I have a plan, but look, what I'm about to ask of all of you is more than any pony has the right to ever ask of anyone. But for the sake of everyone else in this room, and everyone out there, both below and above the clouds, I'm begging you to help.
We wouldn't be here if we hadn't already said yes, kid.
One of the Applejack's Rangers announced.
Get on with it.
There were whinnies of support all around the cave. I took a deep breath, and with that, I laid it out, starting with the part I felt worst about.
Ditsy Doo,
I said solemnly, focusing on the ghoul Pegasus. She was listening from the back, one wing wrapped around her adopted daughter.
I hate this more than anything, but I need to put you right in the heart of the battle.
My heart seized as Silverbell's eyes went wide. Mommy? She asked timidly. Forcing myself forward, I told her.
I need you to perform another sonic rad boom. This time, right in the middle of the conflict.
I quickly added,
But I want you to do so with as little risk as possible. If you can take out some of the Enclave's ships, that's wonderful. But the goal is to clear the clouds over the battle zone. So if you can pull it off at a higher altitude, keep yourself out of the firefight, that would be best.
Silverbell was looking at her mother with a painful expression. But who will catch you?
Lionheart will.
I managed, looking towards the Royal Canterlot Ghoul.
I'm sending you and Mouse into Philadelphia. Your mission is to wreak as much havoc amongst the Enclave as possible, keeping their focus off Ditzy-Doo, and to catch her if she needs it. Once the sonic rad boom happens, I want all three of you out of the area as swiftly as possible.
I had to admit, I was feeling a lot better about sending Ditzy-Doo to Philadelphia than I had in the days before, now that we had Lion and Mouse.
But for now, I need you to get Ditzy-Doo to the Philadelphia crater.
To Ditzy.
Wait there until it's time. No pony should bother you in there, and you should be glowing again in no time.
I hated this, but there was no other way. Looking at the lovable ghoul Pegasus, I whispered to myself,
We can't lose you.
I realized I was banking an awful lot on Ditzy-Doo being able to explode twice. Ditzy-Doo gave a cute little salute, then turned to Silverbell, writing something on her chalkboard. The little filly nodded, embracing her new mother in a teary farewell. I sent all my prayers to Celestia and Luna that they would only be apart for a day. Velvet Remedy wrapped her tail around Silverbell as Lionheart trotted up to her. The little pink ball wheeled across the room in their wake as the two ghouls walked out of the cave.
Hold on,
I called out to them. The two ghouls stopped, looking over their shoulders. The little ball smacked into Ditzy-Doo's left hind leg and rebounded with a squeak.
Before you go, I will need to speak to Ditzy-Doo in private.
I needed them to wait just a little longer.
Don't worry, it won't be long.
Ditzy-Doo nodded patiently and sat down. Silverbell pushed herself free of Velvet's tail and scurried over to be with her wall-eyed mother. I swallowed hard and steeled myself for the rest. One of the worst parts was over.
God, I need you and your talents to clear the sky over Timpani Tower and keep it that way.
Reggie protested.
We're not going to be in battle.
Hopefully not, I thought in response. You're critical to it, is what I told her. She didn't seem particularly mollified.
And what are you offering in return?
God asked. A few of the ponies around us murmured unpleasantly. But I knew God wasn't trying to squeeze me in a time of crisis. She just needed an offering, if only just a token one to save face. After all, the Talons weren't crusaders. They were a business.
How about an opportunity to expand your influence into Timpani Tower?
I offered.
I own what used to be a cheese shop. Perfect place for God's Talons or New Canterlot to set up a satellite office.
Homage's voice rang out over the sprite bot, sounding slightly tinny. Ooh, little Pip, what are you planning? From her tone, she already knew.
Life Bloom.
I turned to the one member of the Twilight Society that we had with us.
You're going to have to convince your friends at Timpani Tower. Once the clouds are cleared in both places, we need the Twilight Society to bring the power of Celestia 1 down on that battlefield.
Lifebloom blinked slowly, then nodded. You can count on me, he added. On us.
What's Celestia 1?
One of the Wasteland Crusaders asked. Lifebloom explained, leaving out the finer details. But the reality was quickly clear. Timpani Tower had the ability to enact a mega spell capable of tactical precision, and I was going to unleash it against both sides. We're taking back what they stole from us, the Ember Crusader said in awe, and then using it as a weapon against them.
Yes.
I let myself smile just a little at the wonder in her voice before continuing.
Meanwhile, a group of us will be hitting Navarro. Once we get in the heart of it, the SPP Central Hub, I'm going inside. I'll be analyzing the cloud curtain and then using the towers to tear away as much of it as I can without threatening the Pegasi with starvation.
Morning Frost and Sunglint objected.
I shared a glance with Spike before confiding.
There's a final step to this plan, one that will compensate for the loss of crops. But that's going to take extra time to implement, possibly months. But we do have that covered.
I looked to Morning Frost.
You were stationed at Navarro. Why don't you and Calamity give us an overview of what we are attacking?
Morning Frost floated up her pit buck and brought up a map of Navarro from its database. Velvet Remedy concentrated, her horn lighting up. The illusionary magic she previously used for her concert light shows now trained on presenting a mirage of Navarro that everyone could see. It looked like a cloud-bisected egg. A small red alicorn shielded the SPP central hub at the core, the blue enclave energy field surrounding the base like a shell. We could make out several clusters of buildings, including the barracks, the science center, and even a collection of solar dishes, like those outside of Hope. The base got its power from a combination of those dishes and a field of thunderclouds, the former largely powering the blue dome and the defense array. Navarro was set into a higher patch of clouds than the cloud curtain itself. Between the two, the ominous bulk of the Thunderhead Victorious stalked the sky, barely moving. The Victorious's 4 raptors prowled about it.
And that's our target?
Paladin Strawberry Knight surmised.
We're here to help you take on that.
She sounded impressed, and a little confused.
How? We can't fly.
Yeah. The Amber Mare jumped up. How can we help? The Wasteland Crusaders are ready. Her 2 friends whinnied their affirmations. I had no answer for them. I honestly hadn't intended for them to be here. Higher Light gave a little hoot and swooped down to whistle into Velvet Remedy's ear. Her eyes brightened.
Maybe you could.
Velvet Remedy suggested.
Well, not fly exactly, but spike.
She shifted her attention to the dragon.
Did you tell us that Twilight Sparkle had a cloud walking spell? Would there be any chance that spell is somewhere in all these books?
I'd forgotten about that. With a thrill, I realized that the cloud walking spell should also allow me to hack into the Enclave computers. Wouldn't help me with their lock since it wouldn't alter my telekinesis or my tools, but this was still a huge improvement. Spike coughed, then puffed up proudly.
Hey, I was the #1 assistant of the nerdiest unicorn in all of Equestria. Have you seen this library?
Wonderful.
Lifebloom jumped up with a grin.
Point the way. If you've got it, I can learn it.
Velvet Remedy cocked her head, staring at him. With a playfully put-out voice, she asked,
Really? Is there any spell you can't learn?
Not so far,
he admitted. Spike looked the white unicorn over curiously.
How is that? Is your special talent? Is it magic?
Lifebloom laughed and shook his head, his crimson and scarlet curls quivering.
Oh, no. I'm nowhere near as powerful as even little Pip, much less a pony like Twilight Sparkle.
Powerful? Me? Since when?
But I am exceptionally versatile. Turns out that's my special gift. Learning.
Blushing a little, he confessed.
I can learn pretty much anything I set my mind to if I have the resources.
He could have learned anything, and he chose to become a medical pony, a healer. Wow, I hadn't even... Wait, idea! Spike, do you by any miracle have the Ministry of Magic's research into Spell in the Box?
I think so,
the dragon said.
After the briefing, I'll see if I can find it.
Zenith spoke up gently.
And I can craft some Bloodwing talismans,
she offered.
But I will not be joining you in this fight, little Pip.
Calamity, Velvet, and I all turned towards our zebra friend in surprise. Zenith shook her head solemnly.
My place is in Philadelphia. Sturm murdered my husband, destroyed our tribe.
She reminded us, no longer trying to hide who she was from Zephyr.
Enslaved me and thrust my foal into the cold, brutal wasteland without protection. If the battle is going to be the end of Sturm, then I must be there.
I nodded, frowning a little, but accepting that completely. Zenith was right. This was her story to play out, no matter how much I might wish her by my side.
Now remember, folks,
Calamity spoke up, stomping a hoof for attention before flying to the center of the room to hover above the floating mirage of Navarro.
Their soldiers ain't the bad guys. They're the enemy only in that they'll be shooting at us. And it ain't like we ain't invading their home.
He stared over the assembled ponies and others.
These soldiers ain't done nothing wrong. Many of them will be fresh recruits still being trained. They ain't done nothing to harm Equestria or its people. The ones who have, they're all gonna be in Philadelphia. And the pony in charge,
he choked just a little,
Colonel Autumn Leaf, The one who ordered the Friendship City massacre and almost every other atrocity? He's dead, folks. We ain't going into Navarro looking for blood. We kill only in self-defense.
Calamity's words were forceful and booked no argument.
We ain't going into slaughter. We're just punching a hole.
Another reason I didn't want Lionheart involved in Navarro. And now came the other hard part. I turned to Strawberry Lemonade and the 11 other Applejacks Rangers.
And to answer your previous question, no, you're not going to be part of the assault on Navarro.
Philadelphia, then?
Again, I shook my head. You're going to be here.
Here?
Strawberry Lemonade asked, sounding disappointed.
Here?
Spike blurted. I nodded.
Yes, here. Right here in this cave.
I looked up at Spike.
The group of you are going to defend this cave and its extremely important secrets from anyone who might take the opportunity to attack while Spike's gone.
Gone?
Spike repeated in disbelief.
Yes, I told him. We need you with us. We can't do this without you. Spike, it's time to stop watching.
He looked between me and the Applejacks Rangers.
But...
What would Twilight Sparkle have done?
I asked. From his expression, I didn't need to say any more.
Wait,
Calamity said.
You're sending Spike into battle against the Victorious and 4 Raptors? Doesn't the Enclave call those dragon killers?
Spike chuckled wryly.
Guess this was preordained, to be honest. I always found that name insulting.
He made a wave with his claws.
Part of me always wanted to put them in their place for that.
Morning Frost looked at Velvet Remedy's illusion of Navarro, then stared up at Spike. Do you think you can take down the Enclave shield? Spike lowered his head, staring at the data on her pit buck.
Magically enhanced Type 6 photonic resonance barrier. Let me do the math.
Assistant to the most geeky unicorn indeed. He sat up, making an elaborate show of counting on his claws, occasionally mumbling something like, "Carry the 3, before leaning back and providing us a wide, dangerous, sharp-teeth-filled grin.
Oh yeah,
He purred.
probability of hindrance? 0%.
I couldn't help but grin.
And you 3,
I said, turning to the Wasteland Crusaders.
I want you here, helping protect this place, just in case.
And what are the chances of someone attacking this cave in the few hours you were gone? The olive-coated buck asked.
Hopefully none,
I prayed.
But while I can't explain why, this cave is the single most important place in Equestria, and it must be protected at all cost.
Paladin Strawberry Lemonade shook off her disappointment and stepped up.
Then we will guard it with our lives. You can count on Applejack's Rangers. None shall pass.
Yes, everything was shaping up better than I could have expected.
I'm pretty sure I can't get through the shield around the central hub, though.
Spike added cautiously.
What are you going to do once you get there?
I opened my muzzle, then shut it again. In truth, the whole thing was a gamble. An educated guess, fueled as much by faith as fact.
I'm going to do what I do best,
I told him simply.
Drop something heavy on it?
Calamity asked.
Get shot full of holes.
Velvet Remedy offered wryly.
Stare at flanks.
Reggie snarked. The voice of homage floated out of the sprite bot.
Orgasm?
Eep, homage!
My ears and cheeks burned like Celestia's sun. When had I fallen on the floor, and why were my legs twitching like that? Scribbling swiftly, Ditzy-Doo offered up, "Squeak and blush?" I could hear giggles.
Ugh.
Okay, fine.
I whimpered, giving up.
I'm going to do something I'm sort of good at.
I sighed, covering my face. God, what I have to deal with.
Hey, leave me out of this one, kid.
Today, Velvet Remedy was the first to reach her destination, the Enclave broadcast station where the Enclave was tied into the radio override system of the FPP.
I'm sorry.
She sang out,
Pardon me, excuse me.
as she dropped each of the technicians in turn with her anesthetic spell. She turned around and propped the doors open wide behind her, then proceeded to look over the controls.
Now, if I were a shut down everything button, where would I be?
She glanced up as the propped open doors swung shut again, then went back to her work.
Aha!
With a jab of her hoof,
The ROS began to reboot. Within 2 minutes, the overriding Enclave broadcast was back on the air. Velvet Remedy trotted over to a microphone, checking the settings on the soundboard, then cleared her throat.
Hello, Equestrians, and good morning,
She said sweetly.
Now, I know I'm not DJ Pone 3, but I am a good friend. And I sure he wouldn't mind if I entertained you all for a little while. I have some wonderful new music that I wrote myself. But first, let me tell you a little about what's going on in the wasteland today.
The doors to the station banged open, half a dozen Enclave soldiers bursting in. Without skipping a beat, Velvet purred.
Starting with the young bucks and mares of the Enclave, who just came in to shut me down.
She waved at them with her tail.
Pull up a place, boys. Let me play some real music for you.
Back away from the controls, lady.
One of the Enclave soldiers ordered.
Surrender. You're unarmed, and if I see your horn start to glow, we all shoot. Don't make us kill you.
Velvet Remedy looked put out, pouting with her lower lip and fluttering her eyes.
But boys, I don't need guns or magic. I have something with me that's much more powerful than those.
Velvet smiled pleasantly.
Kindness.
The Enclave soldiers looked at each other.
One of them started to laugh. Kindness? What the hell kind of weapon is that?
There was a flash in the center of the room. Within the flash appeared a purple alicorn, her horn glowing, her hooves ringed with all the ammunition and power packs from the Enclave soldiers' magical armor. The air shimmered behind the talkative one, revealing a midnight blue alicorn with a silky frost-colored mane. The oddly maned alicorn leaned close and whispered,
"The kind that earns you friends."
Yesterday. They need to see, I told Spike after the mission briefing had broken up. I expected resistance. Instead, Spike agreed readily.
I've already shown Ditzy Do.
He confessed.
As one of the spirits of the elements of harmony, she deserved to know.
One of the what now?
Calamity questioned. He and Velvet Remedy were standing with me, along with Spike, Ditzy Do, and the floating sprite bot that channeled homage. I opened my muzzle to attempt to explain, but Spike suggested we just show them. 10 minutes later, we were standing before the wonder of the gardens of Equestria, the sun shining down through the mountain's natural chimney and glowing off the spine of the Crusader mainframe and its web of cables. The elements of harmony seemed to shine in the glow of Celestia's sun, resting on their pedestals. I had explained it all, everything. Ditzy-Doo sat at the pedestal holding the element of laughter, staring reverently at the necklace with the little balloon-shaped gem. Calamity was the first to speak.
The spirit of loyalty?
He seemed overwhelmed.
That's a lot. I'll try to live up to that.
You already do, I assured him.
The elements of harmony require many things,
Spike reminded him.
but they don't require you to be perfect.
Kindness?
Velvet Remedy sounded faint.
But are you sure?
She leaned closer to me, speaking hesitantly.
In case you haven't noticed, Pip, I can be a bitch sometimes.
I thought back to Velvet's kindness to the dying alicorn at Marypony, to her taking a stance against attacking the Hellhounds, to her holding Silverbell back in her barn. It had taken me far too long to recognize who was right in front of me, to see both my friends for who they were. In truth, I should have seen it back in Timpani Tower, when they explained how much they felt about each other, both of them expressing what they saw in each other in terms of their own virtues. Yes, I affirmed. I'm sure.
But what about Fluttershy?
Velvet Remedy pleaded. The dragon answered.
The elements of harmony are passed on, sometimes even while the former bearers are still alive. It happened with Celestia and Luna. You're not taking it from her. This is natural.
You mean, even if she comes back?
Spike blinked.
If who comes back? Celestia?
Fluttershy.
What?
Velvet Remedy explained.
We can save Fluttershy. Bring her back. Maybe. It's risky, but...
Fluttershy's dead.
Spike said, sounding fairly certain.
No.
Velvet Remedy corrected him.
Fluttershy's a tree.
Ditsy-Doo fluttered over, landing between us. She kicked off her chalkboard and took a piece of chalk in her muzzle, scribbling, "What's going on?"
Velvet Remedy thinks Fluttershy's a tree.
Spike explained. Ditsy-Doo cocked her head, one eye focusing on Velvet, while the other seeming to stare up at Spike. She rubbed her hoof on the chalkboard and wrote, "Fluttershy was a friend," Ditsy added. "You know she was a pony, not a tree, right?"
She's not a tree, Velvet.
Spike insisted.
But she is a tree.
Velvet Remedy exclaimed. She turned to Calamity and me for support.
Yep.
Calamity said. "Killing Joke got her," I explained, affirming. "Fluttershy's a tree." It took Spike and Ditsy-Doo quite a bit of time to process that. This was some pony they knew, a good friend, particularly to Spike, one of his mares. The idea that she was still alive and that she might even be saved was a lot to take in. Meanwhile, I had unpleasant news to break to the others. After tomorrow, your top priority will have to be finding the 2 remaining ponies with the virtues needed to use the elements of harmony and set off the Gardens of Equestria. By your estimation, Calamity, you'll have about a year before things get really bad. I hope you can do it by then.
Wait.
Calamity waved a hoof. Y'all say that like you're not coming with us.
My heart felt like it was being squeezed. "I'm not," I said, feeling tears. "I can't." I explained to them, as I had to Lifebloom, that the Single Pegasus project needed a pony, and that saving Equestria required that pony to stay.
Why you?
Velvet complained. I sighed heavily. "Because of all this." I glanced around at the Gardens of Equestria. "Because in the end, I'm expendable, and you're not."
Not to us.
Velvet insisted vehemently. "It's okay," I consoled her softly. It's the right thing for me." I smiled, tears dripping down my cheeks. "I finally know what my virtue is."
It's not fair,
she whined.
It does not matter that it is unfair.
Zenith had once told me.
It still is.
Zebra wisdom. Velvet Remedy leaned into Calamity and cried. Calamity wrapped a wing around her.
I agree with Velvet. You ain't expendable. Y'all are a big damn hero and our dearest friend. He tipped off his hat. Y'all do what you have to do. But take this with you. I want you to have it.
Seeing Calamity's gift, Velvet Remedy floated out the Fluttershy orb.
And this, from me. 1 year?
Spike's head jerked towards us.
That's insane. I've been looking for over 200 years.
And Lil Pip found 4 of us in just under 2 months.
Calamity smiled, looking at Spike with lidded eyes.
Perhaps y'all are doing it wrong.
Ditsy-Doo held up her chalkboard. He found Little Pip. Spike sputtered, stared, and slapped his palm across his eyes, dragging his hand down his snout, bending it until it slipped from his hand and snapped back with a boing.
I've been so stupid.
What?
I'm so sorry.
Spike looked to me apologetically.
You're not unimportant, Little Pip. You're the most important part.
What now? No, I needed to be unimportant. I knew my virtue, and it wasn't any of the ones the elements of harmony were looking for.
I told you that your group wasn't the one that was needed because it was obvious to me that you and Steelhooves weren't ever going to be bearers.
He explained rapidly.
But it takes more than just being loyal or honest to be a bearer.
Oh, crap. You're going to make it more complicated now?
Just like it doesn't require that the bearers be perfect paragons of their virtue. There's more to it than that.
He looked at us all.
I mean, it's not like the destined few just happened to all live in Ponyville. Fluttershy, Applejack, Rarity. I'm sure there were plenty of ponies with the same virtues, but it wasn't enough to just have the virtues. That wasn't what made them suitable to be bearers. It was only when they accepted the call to act and became friends in the process that they became worthy in the eyes of the elements.
The elements have eyes now?
Calamity questioned, taking it a little too literally.
I've seen it before. The elements won't work for ponies who don't possess the right virtues, true. Or who aren't friends. But they also don't work for ponies who aren't willing to stand up and truly fight against disharmony and evil.
They have to fight the good fight,
Homage agreed. Spike continued.
It was when they all stepped into the Everfree Forest, braving it together, that they truly started to become friends.
Well now,
Calamity said.
I reckon any set of good ponies who are willing to brave danger and face down evil together are likely to become friends.
Exactly.
Spike agreed.
There's a word for accepting that call to action. Galvanize.
I was lost.
Spike turned to me again.
I was so fixated on how it happened with Twilight Sparkle that I forgot. But even Nightmare Moon thought the spark didn't work, and she was Luna, who as Celestia had been a former bearer. The only way she wouldn't have known better was if the very nature of the spark changes each time.
I began to glean where this was headed and opened my muzzle to protest. But the dream words of Twilight Sparkle and her friends floated through my mind.
It's happening differently this time, isn't it?
Well, duh! Do you think it was the same when it was just Celestia?
Same is boring. I reckon it's different every time.
Last time, it happened inside Twilight. Last time, the spark was an epiphany. This time, the spark is a pony.
Spike stared at me.
Little Pip, you're the spark.
But what? How?
A different kind of spark.
Damn.
Calamity whinnied.
When the 5 are present, a spark will cause the 6th to be revealed.
As every pony turned to him, he grinned sheepishly.
Hey, I was paying attention.
I dropped to the floor, my head swimming in cloudy confusion. Then suddenly clearing, like the little pony in my head had performed a sonic rain boom. At that moment, I finally realized what most of you probably figured out right from the prologue. The true meaning of my cutie mark. A feature not to be forgotten, Pip-Bucks keep track of the location of tagged objects or people. If a pony somehow got lost, it could help find them. Like I had found the Ministry mares. Their stories, which cried out to be remembered, and through the statuettes created through Rarity Sacrifice, the mares themselves. Like I had found Velvet Remedy, even without the aid of a tag. And I had found each of my friends, and a whole lot of good, heroic people, many of whom were gathered in the main room of this very cave. I had gotten my cutie mark when I had found that little foal and reunited him with his parents, the first worthwhile thing I had ever done in my life. My special talent was finding the right people.
But don't this mean we still need Lil Pip?
Calamity asked suddenly.
We ain't got but 4.
Velvet Remedy answered with a hesitant but conviction-filled,
No.
She smiled sadly, wiping tears from her eyes.
Have you seen the next room? Little Pip has done her part. We know where to start looking.
The lovely charcoal-coated unicorn looked up at Homage's sprite bot.
And even if the other 2 aren't in that room, we know where to look next. We look to each pony who has been galvanized to action to fight the good fight, by the example of the Lightbringer that DJ Pone 3 has beamed into every corner of Equestria.
Today, a spectacular explosion of effervescent purple ripped through the New Hope solar array.
Now that's how we do it down in the wasteland.
Calamity whooped as the defense array fell silent. The rust-colored buck's well-placed explosion had severed both the power connections to the active dishes and to the nighttime reserve batteries as well. Fortunately, he was all but an expert at repairing things, and the knowledge of how to dismantle them came with it. Plus, he had come with a sack full of explosives looted from the Overcast, and one special little surprise. Calamity sniffed at the air.
Well, what do you know? It's like the end of an empire with radishes.
Above, Spike roared, signaling his thanks, as he turned to engage the raptor Noctilucent. A blast of yellow light scorched Calamity's mane and burned his right ear, the bulk of the grazing shot hitting the wall of the solar tower next to him. Calamity spun, searching the air above and the spaces between the solar towers. He had flown into the New Hope solar array with several Pegasi on his tail. Practiced in stealth, he was able to lose them long enough to rig the detonation. He had hoped the explosion would keep their attention as he made his escape. He spotted the 2 Enclave Pegasi as they opened fire again,
They weren't power-armored elite fighters, just recruits on guard duty. Calamity dove for cover, darting between towers. His recently healed wing ached badly, protesting the workout, and his body was beginning to feel the lack of sleep from the night before. If they cornered him, he was dead. Or they were. Most likely the latter. He didn't want to kill these ponies, and that meant running away, or hiding. More shots passed above and below him. One struck his armor just above his battle saddle. Damn it. If he could just lose the damn pursuit. He spotted a door. It could be a dead end trapping him, or it could be the perfect place to hide, or even an escape route. Calamity made a snap decision. Dodging and wheeling, he pulled his attackers farther away. Then the moment he had some cover, made a hard loop around for the door. His wings screamed in protest, threatening to fail. Calamity reached the door, only to find it was locked.
I think he flew back this way,
he heard one of the Enclave guards say.
Go faking, dang it.
Calamity heard a heavy barrage of magical energy erupt somewhere overhead. He looked up to see Spike, tearing into the plasma cannons of the Raptor Noctilucent. As he watched, one of the smaller guns got off a horrific lucky shot, sending a beam of deadly magical energy right into Spike's right eye. The dragon howled, twisting as he slipped off the Raptor, tumbling out of sight. The door behind him opened, a guard pony flying out to sea. Calamity bucked him over the head, knocking him unconscious, then dragged him back in through the door, closing it behind him. The rust-colored pony's eyes went wide as he stared at the shelves of tiny, glowing alien energy cells, each about 1/100th the size of the alien battery used in the Star Blasters. Above the shelves was a placard, reminding the Enclave Pegasi, remember, you are first and only line of defense between Equestria and the things that fall from above.
Holy shit.
Last night. I'm so sorry, I told Homage, my voice trembling. My friends were all off making their own preparations. It was just me and her, me alone with the Sprite Bot in a secluded corner of the cave.
For what? Homage's voice was soothing. You did good.
I'm sorry for leaving, and because I thought of the dead, all those I didn't save back in the Everfree Forest. Not good enough.
Stop focusing on the few you couldn't save, and remember that they would all have been dead if it weren't for you.
Homage chided.
You saved the wasteland from taint, and not just what would have been spilled. By obliterating both Mary Pony and Red Eye's Cathedral, you've protected Equestria from all of this happening again. And if you have to count, be sure to count all the ponies whose lives won't be ended in horror or murder because of the evils you have put an end to.
I wept. I'm not coming back.
I know,
she replied, her voice slightly tinny, but still the most beautiful thing in all of Equestria. I grasped the Sprite Bot between my forehooves, holding it closer, and leaning my forehead against its grill, my horn brushing one of the antennas.
What is the most important thing I can give you, little Pip?
I was surprised by the question.
It's not orgasms, is it?
She prodded. No, I quickly insisted. It's... I paused, trying to find the words. The solace.
Well, Homage told me through the Sprite Bot. Then I think you are a very silly pony.
I blinked back tears. What?
You're about to plug yourself into the central control for all the towers,
she pointed out.
The same towers I use for my broadcasts. You're not leaving me, not where it counts. The SPP is what I do.
I hadn't thought of it that way.
And you'll have access to the entire network,
she added.
You'll be able to watch over all of the equestrian wasteland.
I blinked. The little pony in my head made a quick note to access those records as soon as possible and check in on my friends, especially Zenith and Ditzy Do. I would need to see what happened in the battle for Philadelphia. The central hub should have at least a few recent hours of stored data.
You're not going to be losing me at all. We'll be closer than ever.
Then, bemusedly, she noted,
although I guess this means I'll need to find a second home.
What? I asked softly, still processing the new reality.
Someplace I can modify the way I want, so I can take my showers outside.
Huh? Why would she do that? To enjoy the sunlight? I opened my muzzle to protest. It didn't seem safe. A monster or a raider with a rifle...
You know, where you can watch.
Thud. From the floor, I whimpered. Have I mentioned how evil you are? Today.
Imagine when the battle's won and we raise our faces to the sun.
Velvet Remedy's voice sang, sweet and defiant, in my earbloom as I galloped down the gleaming white hallways of the Enclave Science Center, protected by the field of the MG Stealthbuck 2. She was singing to all of Equestria now. The entire wasteland, wherever there was a radio, they were hearing her voice. The song was a rousing anthem, something to embolden the spirits of Equestria's fighters, to give them strength.
Equestria will live forever.
Something to galvanize. I reached the cell block with a few minutes of invisibility to spare. A quick sweep of the area told me all I needed to know. The cell doors had no accessible locks. They were operated entirely from the terminal in the guard office. It had a cloud interface. Fortunately, I could do those now. I slipped into the guard room and started hacking while the two guards were busy talking about the attacking dragon. My ears perked when one of them claimed the defense grid had gone down. My heart leapt. Calamity had been successful. Which meant that the albino hellhound's little lesson in explosives had probably paid off. Maybe it was a good thing I didn't drink that glowing soda after all. I hated to think what it would have done to my insides. The password was invincible. Right. The terminal brought up the door controls as well as a host of guard alerts. Most of them were from the last 20 minutes and had to do with the currently ongoing attack. One of them was not. Disposal Order Number 34. Subject, Fluffykins. I didn't need to read it. I knew what it was. The order was dated this morning, 3 hours ago. Assuming the guards here weren't any swifter than they appeared, that meant Fluffykins the Warclaw was still alive, and that the Enclave was about to execute her. After all, their Hellhound control had just been field-tested and battle-tested successfully. They didn't have any need for her anymore. It was with a sense of justice bordering on pleasure that I opened her cell door, then moments later trotted past, floating a present across the gulf of clouds to the small metal platform she was confined to.
A present from a friend,
I called out as my invisibility failed. Part of me wanted to linger, if only long enough to see Fluffykins open it and make sure she realized what she could do now. There was a note with the present, but I wasn't certain Fluffykins could read. But I couldn't do any of that. It was time to run, no looking back. I could only hope that I had made a difference. That I had given her a way out that was better for her than what she had been given before. I wanted to do right. Last night, I had a big day ahead of me, and the talk with Homage had wrung the last of the energy out of me. I really just wanted to sleep. The party in the main chamber was not cooperating. I could feel the heavy pounding of drums as much as I could hear them, and Velvet Remedy's chocolate-sweet vocals swam into my ears. Tonight was the last night before a big battle, one that would define the future of Equestria. And many of them might not be coming back. The party had been Silverbell's idea, naturally, but none of them were going to spend their last night reading a good book.
Raise your hoof!
Velvet Remedy's voice called out repeatedly, part of the famous Vinyl Scratch and Pinkie Pie duet. I tried to bury my head under a pillow. Apparently, Spike had a lot of pillows.
Hey, little Pip!
Spike poked his head into the Gardens of Equestria chamber, where I had slipped away.
Silverbell's starting Pin the Tail and the Pony. Wanna play?
I groaned.
Whoa, deja vu.
Spike said.
You really should join, everyone. It's the last night before. You know, you should spend it with your friends.
I groaned again, but tossed off the pillow and sat up. Maybe Spike was right. Against my real wishes, I followed him back in the very bright, very noisy main chamber, and was promptly swept up in the games and festivities. There was Pin the Tail, and pillow fighting and piñatas, toy races and table tennis. A bookshelf had been turned over and used as a snack table, covered in every sort of preservative-laden, centuries-old sweet that any pony could get a hoof on, including a huge round of MOM-approved snack cakes. Velvet Remedy, in all her glory, was belting out one fierce dance tune after another, her horn providing full musical accompaniment and a dazzling light show. I danced with more ponies and griffins and zebras in one night than I ever imagined I would in a lifetime. And the little pervert in my head got a fair helping of flank staring during the conga line. And there were presents. Very special presents crafted by Lifebloom, who had spent most of the day studying up on Spell-in-a-Box. Cloud-walking presents. But most importantly, it was fun. That night, that party, I think it was the most pure fun I had ever enjoyed in my life. Spike had been right. This was better and so much more important than sleep. These were moments of joy with my friends. At the end of the party, Lifebloom passed me one last present, wrapped in a pretty bow.
It's what you asked for,
He told me.
I need to go back. I'm hitching a flight with Ditzy-Doo and Lionheart. If I'm going to make it to Timpani Tower in enough time to give the little speech I've prepared, I need to go now.
I floated the gaily wrapped box onto my back. Thank you,
Who's that for?
Calamity asked, trotting up to me as Lifebloom trotted away, swiftly moving to where Ditzy-Doo was once again saying goodbye to Silverbell. A few hours should be more than enough for her to get her glow on, and she hadn't been about to leave before Silverbell's party.
It's a gift for Fluffykins,
I told him. Calamity sighed.
Lil Pip, you know we ain't gonna have time for that.
Calamity was right. We each had our targets within Navarro, and we had planned our attack to avoid the barracks. We had to move quickly. No time for sightseeing, but
just this once.
I told him. I want to do right by one of them. Calamity frowned, shaking his orange mane. Little flakes of color rained out.
You ain't gonna be saving her, Lil Pip. You let that monster loose and she'll rip through every pony she sees till they put her down.
He pointed at the box.
This ain't gonna give her life back.
I know, I confided.
But if she's still alive, it's what she'd want.
She was a Warclaw. She wouldn't want her life to end imprisoned and tortured to death. Who would?
And when did you start factoring the wishes of hellhounds into your plans?
I looked into Calamity's eyes.
When I saw how Autumn Leaf treated them.
Well, ouch.
He winced. Calamity gritted his teeth.
That was a little low. I know he was a mass-murdering bastard who needed to be put down, but he was still my brother, and I'm mourning his loss.
I knew Calamity felt the pain of his brother's death, but the idea that Calamity might be in mourning hadn't really sunk in.
I'm sorry,
I said regretfully.
Well,
He replied, accepting the apology.
I asked.
You've got confetti in your mane,
I told him.
You do too.
Today.
Hold it right there, you traitorous thieving scumbag! We're under attack and you think it's a good time to pilfer supplies? You're stealing from the Enclave, you worthless shit! No pony steals from the Enclave!
Calamity had just finished relatching his saddlebags when the voice tore through the air behind him.
Hello, Dad.
He turned around to face his father. The drill sergeant froze, staring. Calamity stared back, eyes locked with his father. Then he sighed.
You know, I always reckoned I'd have loads to say to you if and I'd ever have the chance,
he said wearily.
But now that I do, I got nothing.
The older stallion glared.
Calamity!
Then he raged.
You? You're the one attacking your country? Your own kind? You're with the damn dragon? You?
Calamity simply shook his head.
There are so many things wrong with that, I don't know where to start.
And you came here, killed ponies, why? Just to steal?
Calamity glanced back at his saddlebag before answering.
I came here to save ponies, Dad. And these? They're just a little insurance policy. Something where all my friends better leave here alive if the Enclave ever wants them back.
He pushed past his father, heading for the door.
Hold it right there, you traitorous piece of filth!
The drill sergeant bellowed.
Or what?
Calamity asked.
You ain't gonna shoot me. For all your faults, you ain't Autumn Leaf.
I'll beat your ass till you wish I had!
Calamity looked back at his father, considering this.
Nope. I'm pretty sure you ain't nothing but a loud old buck, all bark and no bite.
Calamity offered.
But feel free to prove me wrong. I'm betting I'll trounce you. And that will probably lose you whatever respect the troops have left for you.
He turned away, walking towards the door.
Bye, Dad.
That's it?
Calamity's father swooped past to block the door.
Ain't you got nothing to say for yourself, you...
Calamity cut him off before he could find more colorfully derogatory language to spew.
Yeah, nope.
Then with a second thought, he added,
I'm sorry Mom died. I'd say something about how badly you dealt with it, but I reckon you already know.
My best friend pushed past his father and opened the door.
You got her mane, you know,
his father said softly, letting his traitorous son pass.
I really liked her mane.
Calamity spread his wings and flew away, saying nothing.
This morning. So, Barkinsaw, I asked, feeling ready to ride a dragon?
Really not comfortable with this,
Spike reiterated as he lowered himself down enough for the Hellhound sniper to climb onto the makeshift saddle Calamity had cobbled together while I was talking privately to Homage. Within minutes, we were flying over the clouds. Spike had me in one of his hands, and I was floating Velvet and Calamity behind us. My Pegasus friend could fly on his own, but not well enough or fast enough to keep up with a full-grown dragon. The world above the cloud curtain was breathtaking. The air was crisp, fresh, and warm in Celestia's light. The sun gleamed off the clouds, a rolling canvas bright, clean white. I felt a little wretched knowing I was bringing war here. As we passed other mountaintops, I spotted one that looked like it had been gutted. All that remained was a gleaming skeleton, like the mountain was a carcass whose bones had been picked clean. I called over to Calamity, pointing it out.
That there was Stable 98,
he informed us.
There weren't many Pegasi stables. Most of the ones we did have were built into the mountains. Clouds ain't much protection against megaspells, and Pegasi have more need of vertical space than most ponies, calling for a different design.
The bare exposed remains slipped behind us.
Enclave stripped all the ones they could find down to the last plate of metal ages ago,
he added.
And they've been taking what's left from the framework as needed.
Several minutes later, we caught sight of a Pegasus city. The stark contrast between those buildings, gorgeous monuments to the past, and the ruins I was used to picking through broke my heart. It was a window back into the beautiful, sunlit past of Equestria as much as any memory orb. But something felt wrong. The city, for all its splendor, was achingly hollow. The ancient towering buildings and flowing rainbow waterfalls dwarfed its scattering of inhabitants in both scale and grandeur. The Pegasi felt like termites in a tree, or like mice carving out their own little mouse holes within a much greater home. It was not the thriving civilization I had envisioned. Spike lowered into the clouds, the dampness plastering my armor to my coat and matting down my mane, the vision of the preserved world immediately gone, replaced with a haze of gray and white. We would travel the rest of the way obscured by the cloud curtain until we were virtually under the base itself. 10 minutes ago. Brilliant, blazing light erupted across the sunlit skies over Philadelphia. Beams of purest sunlight, thin as tree trunks, rained down from the crisp blue like white-hot javelins, incinerating everything they touched. The Twilight Society guided the Megaspell's power judiciously. Instead of bringing the Megaspell's full power to bear, destroying the landscape, they wielded it with surgical precision. Celestia 1 struck down the worst, the most dangerous on both sides. The goal was not to win the battle, but to end it, and to save as many of the innocent and the helpless as possible. In the end, the ponies in the ritual chamber decided they had chosen to do the right thing after all. Not the pleasant thing, not something, if they had their preference, they would ever do again. Not something that would make it easy to sleep at night, but the right thing. Right now. My hoof hit the hard red barrier, sparks of energy crackling out from it. The shield felt as solid as a steel wall under my hoof. I reared up and slammed my hoof against the shield surrounding the SPP central hub once again, and fell on my tail when I rebounded. I wasn't going through. But I had been so sure. I was 3/5 alicorn. More importantly, I had something no pony who had attempted this had brought. I had a perfect replica of the soul of Rainbow Dash. All of the Ministry mares, actually, right here in my saddlebags. If the bones of Luna hadn't been enough to get through, if the Enclave's goal to use the severed head of Rainbow Dash had been attempted and failed, then it stood to reason that the shield's bypass was designed to register something much more important than mere genetics. I had to be the one who could get in. I had been promised this.
I had it all worked out. This was my purpose, my destiny. I began to cry. Right now, so many were fighting, probably dying, because they had faith in my plan. Faith in me. How could I have been wrong? Again. Sunshine and rainbows, she had promised. I heard the sound of explosions and massive energy discharges from the remaining raptors. My crying became weeping. I had put so much, risked so much. And on what? Don't listen to her, the potted plant had insisted. She just wants you to fail. Oh, goddesses, what have I done? Pinkie Pie's voice came back to me.
Everything will end in sunshine and rainbows, she announced gleefully. As long as you're willing to face the fire, that is.
Face the fire? I looked up at the heavens, the bright blue of an endlessly deep sky. What fire? I whimpered. I'd already been through Everfree Forest. I'd faced Canterlot, the Enclave, and so much more.
Haven't I already been through enough? Can I please just win now?
A dark shadow washed over me. As long as you're willing to face the fire.
Spike!
I shouted, waving my forearms desperately.
I need you!
As the huge purple dragon banked and landed, I wanted to run to him. I wanted to ask him if he trusted Pinkie Pie, trusted her predictions and her advice. But I didn't. It wouldn't matter if he trusted her or not. This wasn't about him. This was my leap of faith.
What you need, little Pip?
Spike asked. He looked bad. The raptors had gotten several good strikes in on him. His scales were scorched or slagged over much of his body. He was having a difficult time sitting up straight. Spike had lost several of his scales and was bleeding from the blistered pit where his right eye had been. I walked up to the shield and turned towards the wounded dragon, pressing my body back against the hard field of crackling energy.
I need you to breathe on me,
I told him flatly.
What?
Spike roared.
Please, just do it, quickly.
No.
Spike reared back.
You'll die. I'm not going to kill you.
Please, you have to.
No.
Oh, goddesses, why are you making me do this?
I lied,
I told him.
What?
He looked confused, hurt and deeply worried. In the middle of all this,
I lied about Twilight Sparkle,
I confessed, my heart ripping apart. I told him the truth, the whole truth, every awful, soul-wrenching detail.
All.
Spike stammered finally, his voice just a whisper.
All this time.
His face was an apocalyptic storm of emotions. He hated me, and he hated me for making him hate me. In the end, he did the only thing he could do. He roared. I was blinded by the blast of greenish flame. The pain was beyond unbearable. I screamed, my lungs filled with fire. I could feel my skin bubbling and searing away. I tried to hold on to my most precious memories, my memories of homage. But one by one, those memories burned away like my flesh, consumed in searing agony until just one was left. The memory of Homage's last words to me as DJ Pone 3, addressing me across the wasteland. You are my message. Then that too was gone. And everything else. Even pain. Footnote. Maximum level. Chapter 45. The Virtue of Little Pip. But it was not until the end of this long road that the stable dweller learned the true meaning of that greatest of virtues, sacrifice. Sacrifice. The wasteland will try to tear you down, make you a monster, or strip you of your will to fight. The wasteland, and to a lesser degree, life itself. Every day is a struggle against the forces that attempt to compromise and erode anything good in your heart. It helps to have a cause, a purpose. But I have seen too many who have put their faith in those alone and have been led grievously astray. Every pony has a virtue, whether they realize it or not. And it is your virtue and your friends together that form your greatest defense. Raiders are those who failed to weather the moral ravages of the wasteland. Though the remedy was wrong, they do have a reason for existing. The wasteland is the cause to their effect.
I had finally discovered my virtue. I should have realized it when I first looked into the mirror of the soul. But I was too blinded by what I saw, a blood-coated dying raider, to recognize what the mirror was actually showing me. The first time I truly acted in the spirit of sacrifice. The time when, even though I stood no chance of survival, I placed myself between a helpless caravan and what I believed to be a Pegasus raider intent on slaughtering them. That raider had been Calamity, and that act had initiated the first and closest friendship I had ever known. I should have recognized the truth in the mirror, but it took Pinkie Pie to help me see how to see.
You're just looking at it wrong,
She told me, pointing to the mirror, but not to me. Pointing instead to the approaching caravan and the family I was giving my life to protect.
Look behind you!
My virtue is sacrifice. I believe in Pinkie Pie, in sunshine and rainbows. But of all the ministry mares, I think it has been Rarity, not Pinkie Pie, that I have felt the greatest connection to. The mare whose last act was to save her dearest friend, who tore apart her own soul for those she loved. My feelings are not surprising, for sacrifice and generosity are closely tied. But generosity is a much grander virtue, with a much wider scope. I'm not generous. I've never given anything but myself. And upon reflection, my sacrifice was often selfish. A vehicle to protect those I love from facing harm, even when it was their right to do so. My mistakes in Philadelphia are perhaps the most brutal example.
After my final discourse with Red Eye,
I began to realize that I had been like an overprotective mother, stifling the growth of those I loved. Only now, finally, was I learning to let go. And still, it was the hardest and most painful thing for me to do. Sending my friends into battle against the Enclave without me. Putting Ditzy-Doo, the spirit of laughter, and one of the most beautiful souls in the equestrian wasteland, on the front lines. It tore my heart out not to merely allow others to sacrifice, but to ask them to. No, I was not truly generous. I was not Rarity, not even Red Eye.
nor was I truly Apple Snack.
But sacrifice lies in that space between generosity and perseverance. Between the desire to give so that others don't have to, and the drive to never give up, no matter the danger, no matter the cost. I cannot give enough thanks for my friends. They guided me, protected me, and allowed my virtue to blossom into something that just might, in a small way, help save Equestria itself. Without my friends, virtues can become corrupted, metamorphosing into dark and twisted shadows of themselves. This is a truth I have seen in others and felt in myself. Without the fortifying strength of friendship, sacrifice becomes self-destructive, the sort of false nobility that drove me to blindly leave Stable 2, even though part of me believed all I would find beyond the door was oblivion. I quiver to think what I would have become, and what would have become of me had I not met Calamity when and how I did. Without the camaraderie of friendship to light the way, it is so easy to get lost. I have observed this, and I've witnessed so much worse. Monterey Jack committed suicide. That was not the virtue of sacrifice at play, not even a corrupted manifestation of it, but the utterly selfish absolute lack of it. Monterey Jack abandoned everything, even his children, because he no longer had the ability to make even the most simple of sacrifices: living. Selfishness tells us that it is more important for us to have, to get, and to not suffer than it is for anyone else. Just by merit of our experience being ours and everyone else's not so. Generosity is not immunity to those impulses, but an ability to act counter to them, to give to others at the cost of not having for yourself. Sacrifice demands you put at risk that which you hold precious, to do so even when another might be willing to instead. Especially then, so that no other has to. I faced the fire, not for my own sake, but for the chance to save lives, to remove the cause to the war's effect, and to give ponies across the equestrian wasteland something precious, something vital, which had been stolen from them. I hoped that I was helping give them all a better world. And yet, at the same time, I couldn't help but wonder if it was a world I would have any place in. The mirror had shown me my virtue, but I had not seen it, distracted by the image of what I had become. All the lives I have saved can't wash the blood off my hooves, or stop the nightmares born from all the horrors I have witnessed. When the Overmare had invited me back into Stable 2, I walked away. I knew the truth. That day I truly tasted the virtue of sacrifice, and recognized it for what it was. But I don't think I truly understood sacrifice until today. The day I died. I died. I remember the first time I saw Velvet Remedy. The couple living across the hall from my mother and me had gone to the stable's Best Young Talent show in the atrium. They'd left their little colt with a babysitter. According to the babysitter, she'd only turned her tail for a few moments. But in those seconds, the colt had slipped in the bathtub, hit his head, and drowned. She'd called for emergency help. The clinic was only a few halls away, adjacent to the atrium, and the medical ponies made the gallop in under a minute. Half the stable seemed to arrive within 4, including Velvet Remedy, who had been singing when the news broke. She'd cut her song, rushing along with the parents and the gawkers to see if the colt was going to be saved. The colt was revived. Mother said, repeatedly and to any pony who would listen, that the colt had been clinically dead for over 2 minutes. I remember thinking how beautiful Velvet Remedy looked as she tried to follow the medical ponies taking the colt back to the clinic and was directed away. To think, the crush that set all of this into motion had started that evening. I died. I came back. Faith doesn't require you to be willingly blind or dogmatically stupid. I knew as I faced the fire that it was going to be more painful than anything I'd suffered before, and I was almost certainly going to die. But I also knew there was a chance, if only a chance, that death might be survivable. And Pinkie Pie had promised me sunshine and rainbows. Faith does require that you take risks. Sometimes you have to risk everything. I said I would burn it, Rarity had insisted to Applejack, after the other mare had called her on still having the black book. And I tried. I even tried to have Spike burn it. All that did was send it to Princess Celestia. The black book. A soul jar bound with a living soul. If it could survive the trip, soul intact, then there had been a chance, if just a chance, that so could I. Returning from death by incineration was, admittedly, more severe than coming back from drowning, and a whole league beyond regrowing a leg. I came back, didn't I? Everything was darkness, like the nothingness I had once feared was outside the door of my stable home. The darkness was cold. I wasn't in pain, but I could feel myself breathe, feel the beat of my heart, the press of my clothing, and the weight of my saddlebags on my back. I also felt cold, polished rock beneath my hooves. The room around me rushed into being the second I realized my eyes were closed, and in doing so, instinctively opened them. I swayed, hit with a tsunami of intense relief that left me feeling strangely euphoric, and more than a little bit foolish. I was in what I guessed to be a reception room. I chose to assume I was in the central hub of the Single Pegasus project. If this was heaven, it left a lot to be desired. If it was hell, then hell was lame. I was in a sizable circular room with cool azure walls visible between cloud-white columns rising from a mist-covered marble floor. Above me, clouds floated in patterns beneath a dome of hazy slate blue. The walls were covered in painted snowflakes, each with a beautiful clear gemstone set into the center. A shower of diamonds. There were railings, counters, and carved marble furniture, all covered with a glistening sheen of frost. The room was chilly, but not freezing. The frost itself was enchanted, radiating the cold that filled the chamber. The frost had slowly spread to cover much of the columns and patches of both the walls and the ceiling. In another 50 years, the entire room might have been covered. There were 2 exits. Behind me, a set of gabled silver double doors, which matched the ones I had seen on the exterior of the central hub while I was banging on the shield. Opposite those grander doors was a single small unassuming door, which must have led further inside. A lattice work of metal and icicles arched between 2 of the pillars between myself and the smaller door. 3 huge monitors, each nearly the size of a pony, were mounted on the latticework, their screens a dull, dead gray. A nearly identical latticework arched between the 2 pillars nearest the set of silver doors. The icicles formed words between arching bands of silver. Winter vestibule. But my little pony protested irrationally. It's summer. Against a far wall, I spotted a few empty wall vendors and a sunrise sarsaparilla machine. A bottle of sarsaparilla stood on the arm of one of the chairs next to me, inches from the bones of a forehoof. The magical coating of frost on the chair had turned the liquid contents ice cold. All about me, collapsed on furniture or scattered about the floor, were the skeletons of ponies. Those on the floor formed small islands of bone in the mist. maybe a dozen in all. I trod carefully. If my suspicions were correct, one of these skeletons might be the former body of the goddess Celestia. I winced as my hoof came down on the metal clamp of a clipboard. Looking down at it, I was struck by the nostalgic memories of Calamity and Steelhooves joking about Stubbornite. A small smile played across my muzzle before I refocused my attention. Spike had, to my knowledge, never sent anything to any pony other than Princess Celestia. I had only my faith in Pinkie Pie's words that this time, his fire would take me where I needed to be in order to bring sunshine and rainbows back to Equestria. I could not deny that the reason it might do so is because that location and Celestia's final resting place might be one and the same. The shield around the SPP was designed to let either of the princesses through, and I had never found her bones in Canterlot. It seemed to me that if she had died there with her sister, the Nightseer would have probably been wearing both. Although perhaps not. Perhaps, as the Alicorn's name suggested, she had a particular affinity for the princess of the night and moon. Near the silver doors was the corpse of a mare. Not a skeleton like the others, but an intact body, her eyes opened wide, staring at nothing. The winter vestibule was not cold enough to freeze the body, but the chill was enough to dramatically slow decomposition. Still, I suspected she had not been here for more than a few weeks. And it disturbed me deeply that I had become enough of a connoisseur of death and dead bodies that I felt I could make such an estimation. There were no marks, no wounds, or signs of trauma. Like me, she was not burned. She was just dead, her eyes wide open as if in mortal terror.
Had she, my mind conjectured,
Died of shock? When I faced the burning death of Dragon's Fire, I had been hoping for this. I had no doubt that, for her, it had been completely unexpected. As I reached out a hoof, gently closing her eyes, I wondered what her last thought had been. My hoof froze an inch from her face, as it struck me that I might know those eyes. Though weeks of slow decay rendered them strange, they could have been the eyes of that one Enclave mare, one of the intruders into the dragon's cave, that Spike had slain. I didn't understand. Why was she here? And if she was, then why wasn't the room full of propeller parts and everything else consumed by Spike's breath? I stared at the decomposing body of the mare in confused dismay. I had faced the fire of a dragon based on faith, then evidence, and a cripplingly desperate lack of options. If she was sent here the same way, then something must have made her different, just as something had made me different. But she wasn't guided by a precognitive voice from the past. She wasn't the Lightbringer. She wasn't even a message. But then, in a twisted way, wasn't she? Spike had certainly been trying to send a message to the Enclave. A dull pain began to thud in my mind as I thought about it. Did forces such as destiny, purpose, and intention play a part in dragon magic? If so, then it was not in the way ponies conceived of such things. Maybe they mattered in a more mysterious and nebulous existential way. I doubt Spike intended to send this mare anywhere, any more than he had planned to send the Black Book. I felt a sudden weakness in my knees as I glimpsed the breadth of my lack of understanding. I felt suddenly like I had taken a leap of faith without even grasping the idea of gravity. The chill of the room began to seep in as I stood over the Enclave mare, deep in thought. I recalled part of a tale Spike had told us, how a hiccup had sent a bundle of scrolls tumbling down on Celestia's head. It was an accident, but they were scrolls. Their purpose was to bear messages. The Black Book itself desired for its influence to be spread. Or maybe this dead mare wasn't who I believed she was, and I was just spinning nonsensical wheels in my head. How did she get in and out? I had asked Lionheart, looking at a pink warped glass ball which had centuries before been designed to hold a small pet. Dragon magic. I winced, an unpleasant ache in the back of my brain. Dragon magic. One more thing to add to the list of stuff that makes my head hurt. Right up there between Enclave politics and rock farming. But still below pony-pulled train engines. I finished closing the mare's eyelids down over her staring, lifeless eyes. Then, shuddering slightly from more than the cold, I rotated about and started towards the small door. Even from across the room, I could see I was in trouble. The door had a cloud lock. If it was locked, and when was anything ever easy, then I couldn't open it. The cloud walking which had allowed me this far wouldn't affect either my tools or my telekinesis, neither of which could interact with clouds. My trot dropped to a slow walk as I began to realize that I had come all this way, risked so much from so many, and I might be stuck forever in this cold, tacky room. The 3 screens erupted into life. Above me, glaring with an expression of cold and evil rage, was an ebony alicorn. Her vast black wings filled the screens to the left and right. On the center monitor, her turquoise dragon-like eyes stared down at me with utter contempt from behind a helmet forged of bluish metal.
You trespass in the sanctum of Nightmare Moon,
she said icily.
I give you this one chance. Leave, as swiftly as your little hooves can carry you. I backpedaled in shock, my hooves stepping into a ribcage of a skeletal pony, causing me to trip and somersault backwards, coming to rest awkwardly against the rotting corpse of the unknown Pegasus.
Nightmare Moon! Or, I quickly suspected, a security system designed to emulate her.
Rainbow Dash had formed the shadow bolts. It made sense that she might have drawn on similar iconography when designing the internal security for her ministry's greatest project.
I planted my hooves firmly on the cool floor and glared back at the screens full of Nightmare Moon.
I'm not turning back now,
I announced. You cannot continue,
Nightmare Moon insisted.
and I will strike you down if you try. Turn back now, while I am still feeling generous enough to give you the chance.
And exactly how would I do that?
Was she going to drop the shield and let me out?
A bar of static crept up the left screen, distorting Nightmare Moon's right wing. It didn't matter. I turned away from the 3 screens, casting my gaze about the room. I couldn't pick a cloud lock, but maybe I didn't have to. Maybe somewhere in this room there was a key.
What are you doing?
Nightmare Moon demanded.
Ignoring you,
the little pony in my head thought as I began to search the room. The cloud lock probably meant a cloud key. I had to find it while the spell persisted, and I would be able to pick it up in my hooves or teeth. Panels slid back on the frost-encrusted ceiling. Ceiling turrets dropped down, threatening but not taking aim.
Stop that!
The image of Nightmare Moon cried, insisting,
There's no other way inside! Don't waste your time!
I couldn't help it. A smile broke across my muzzle.
Oh, but there is,
I told her.
Know how I know? Because it's making you nervous.
The image on the right screen flickered with static, then righted itself.
Wait, security programs can't get nervous.
I turned to face the screens, my eyes growing wide.
Last chance!
The face of Nightmare Moon warned me, full of regal anger.
Leave now!
No, I'm not leaving,
I told her defiantly.
because the lives of good ponies are at stake. Because the evil attacking the innocent has to be stopped. Because Equestria deserves the sun.
I stepped towards the screens, watching as a wave of distortion warped the images of Nightmare Moon.
I'm not leaving because this is my destiny.
I stomped, staring coldly at the flickering images of the evil black alicorn, looking into those dragon-like eyes as if willing my gaze beyond the screens, beyond the facade. I took a deep breath and spat out.
And because you are not Nightmare Moon.
The screens flickered, and the images of Nightmare Moon vanished, to be replaced with a much kinder visage.
Destiny is what you make it to be,
Celestia told me. I told myself this was another layer of the security program. This wasn't actually Celestia. The gentle goddess had transcended death, rose up to the heavens. Even now, she was watching over all the ponies of Equestria, hearing our prayers. Not this. This wasn't what I believed.
Stop with the games,
I spat crossly.
Get out!
The image of Celestia commanded, spreading feathery white wings across the right and left screens in a stance of royal dominance. This place is not for you. I shook my head.
Get out how?
However you got in. My jaw dropped. It didn't know?
Weren't you paying attention?
What sort of crappy security system was this?
Spike sent me. Sorry, don't have another dragon in my saddlebags.
The Celestia image mouthed Spike's name, looking surprised.
You had yourself burned alive?
The voice of the white alicorn asked softly. Wide lavender eyes stared at me through the center screen.
Besides, wouldn't he just send me...
Wait. Slowly, reluctantly, I asked.
You are Princess Celestia, aren't you?
Yes, my little pony.
The majestic image of the white alicorn said. A line of static started to crawl across the center monitor.
And who are?
The alicorn trailed off, seeming to really look at me for the first time.
Wait, don't I know you?
Know me? I repeated, feeling like I was losing the ground beneath my hooves. Why would you know me?
I watch so many ponies, the image of Celestia confessed. In my prison, all I can do is watch and listen. Until sometimes, I cannot bear to watch any more.
Prison? Oh, goddesses! Was I actually believing this? That I was speaking to Celestia herself? That the goddess, princess, was somehow trapped here? Why else would she refer to this as a prison? But that meant...
But I do remember watching you before.
Celestia interrupted my epiphany, her voice taking on a motherly tone, almost gentle, but not without an edge.
You are little Pip, she of the colorful vulgarities, am I right?
Of the... Eep! Celestia knew me! And for that? I wanted to hide. But there was simply not enough everything in the universe to bury myself under.
The pony on the radio has good things to say about you,
Celestia continued, my embarrassment compounding with her mention of my inflated reputation. Of course she had been hearing everything Homage had said, and all the DJ Pone 3s before her. They had, after all, been tapping into the SPP towers to broadcast, using Twilight Sparkle's emergency broadcast station, no less. All I can do is watch and listen.
You are not like the ponies who have sought to enter this place before. The horrible things they did in their efforts to get inside.
I winced, the little pony in my head cringing in sympathetic heartache as I imagined what it must have been like for Celestia to see an alicorn wearing her sister's bones. I put Luna to rest, I told her quickly, wanting to ease the harmful memory. I burned Luna's bones and slew the monster who desecrated her. My words felt weak and pathetic in my muzzle, but the expression on Celestia's face was of such undeserved gratitude that I found myself bowing before her just to escape it.
Rise, my little pony,
Celestia chided softly.
I am no one worth your deference.
I glanced up in surprise at her melancholy words, not moving from my position.
There are too many dead because of me for any pony to show me such reverence. I would bow to you if I could.
I stood up quickly. What? No! I was appalled and, to my surprise, a little cross. What happened wasn't your fault. The war, the megaspells, the horrible things we have done in your absence, none of it is your fault. Celestia merely looked at me sadly. Her perfect voice began to soak with the sound of the tears she couldn't really shed.
But it is my little pony, she insisted. I chose the site for Luna's school. There were 3 sites equally suitable, but I chose Crescent Moon Canyon because it amused me. Because I wanted to see my sister's face when I told her I was sending her students to the moon.
And now I could see tears in Celestia's eyes, static warping the image on the central monitor.
I put those children there for a joke.
I hadn't imagined. My nerves felt covered in ice. My eyes burned. I felt the heat of a tear trickle down my right cheek as I began to cry for my goddess.
And that's not the end of it,
Celestia claimed.
When the zebras struck, Luna and I worked together holding up the shield, giving all our subjects time to get to their stables, even though the cloud was killing us. We took shifts, at first, each of us holding the shield while the other gathered healing supplies, then while the other just rested.
Sacrifice.
But my sister,
Celestia's voice trembled,
was younger, weaker, and no matter what I did, I couldn't prevent her from dying in my arms.
Tears streamed down her quivering lavender eyes.
I held Luna until her body grew cold.
Oh, goddesses. Goddess, Luna, have mercy on your sister.
And then, stricken with grief, I flew away. I abandoned dead Canterlot, letting the shield fall, unleashing a fatal flood on the poor towns below.
Applesnack died, I recalled painfully, in the seconds that followed. He hadn't seen Celestia's flight from the royal castle, but that could be forgiven. He was focused on the horrific wave of pink coming to consume him. As terrible and painful as her confessions were, Celestia was not finished.
I was blind with grief, with the loss of my sister. But as I flew over Whitetail Woods, I saw Zebra Megaspell missiles, 3 of them, heading towards Canterlot. The zebras were not content to murder Luna. They intended to obliterate the city that had become her grave, to wipe the entire mountain off the map, to utterly erase her.
I remembered the words of Steelhooves.
I heard rumors in the days after the apocalypse that after the shield fell, the zebras launched megaspells to finally obliterate the city. But if that is true, then those missiles never reached their destination.
Whitetail Wood.
Cade used to call it the most poisoned place in Equestria.
Timidly, I heard myself squeak.
What did you do?
I destroyed them, Celestia said, her voice sad, taking on a hard edge.
My grief turned to rage and I tore them apart, reduced them to dust as I flew between them.
Good for you, the little pony in my head said with an angry stomp. The blade of anger evaporated from her voice, leaving only regret.
The winds carried the radiation and poison of those weapons across all of Whitetail Wood, covering Equestria's once beautiful forest and poisoning the reservoir, all the way to the edge of Ponyville.
As Celestia spoke, my thoughts traveled back to my first minutes outside the stable, to just how sick and poisoned Sweet Apple Acres had been, the very ground making my pip butt click.
My rage,
Celestia bemoaned.
When it left me, I felt like I had been stripped of my flesh, my heart, my soul was raw, and I was afraid.
The expression on Celestia's face was unfathomable.
I was dying, and I was afraid.
I wanted to hug her, to bury my head in her royal white coat and weep. For her. For Luna. For everything.
I should have let myself die,
Celestia said.
That way, at least I could have been with Luna. But I didn't. I was selfish. I've lived so long that death, ending, was alien and horrifying to me. So instead, I let my cowardice bring me here.
Here. The Single Pegasus Project.
That's not cowardice,
I offered earnestly.
That's normal.
The idea of anything about the goddess being normal was jarring to me.
We all fear death. That's part of being a pony.
With a second thought, I added,
it's part of being alive.
Celestia seemed mildly thankful for my effort.
And as a reward, I had been trapped here in my prison, my purgatory, listening to the victims of my sins, unable to act, unable to help.
She seemed to look past me, her gaze shifting across the bones.
I've done what I could to prevent any pony from becoming like me, and prevent those camped outside from getting access to this place.
I opened my muzzle, tried to say something, to protest, to find some way to console her. She listened for a moment, before gently cutting me off. Instead, a voice I had heard months ago filled the winter vestibule.
Hello. Is there any pony out there?
The long-dead stallion asked, his voice heavy with resignation. He didn't really expect the help I knew he would never receive.
Please, we need help. I was bringing my family to the stable up near Sweet Apple Acres when we were attacked by raiders. Only my son and I survived. We made it to the stable, but it's still sealed up. There's no way inside. My son, he ate one of the apples from those damned apple trees up near the stable, and now he's terribly sick. Too sick to move. We've holed up in the cistern near the old memorial. We're running out of food and medical supplies. Please, if any pony hears this, help us. Message repeats.
I was struck by a ghost of the realization I first had hearing it. The unnamed father had already lost hope, and by the time he made that recording, he was just going through the motions. And Celestia had been hearing that broadcast, reciting the death of a cult from the poison she had spread across Whitetail Wood, playing over and over again for who knew how many years. Until I came along and shut it down. I broke down crying. Celestia wept with me.
You are not like those camped outside,
she repeated when my resolve to complete my mission overrode my sorrow and I finally began to wipe my tears. I knew she must have meant the Enclave. It struck me as odd that she wouldn't have known who I was when I first appeared. She didn't seem aware of the battle raging just beyond the shield, or the purpose of my appearance. All I can do is watch and listen, until sometimes I cannot bear to watch anymore.
Celestia?
I asked gently.
When did you stop watching?
Her answer should not have surprised me. Friendship City. It had been the Equestrian Wasteland's darkest hour. If I had been watching, unable to help, I believe I would have averted my gaze too. It took me a few minutes to fill Celestia in on what she had missed.
What did happen to you?
I finally asked, my voice cautious. I tried to brace myself for whatever answer would come. I needed to know, but I didn't think I could bear hearing of even more of my Celestia's pain.
How is it that you are here? Like this?
My first assumption would have been that Celestia had entered the control pod herself. But if she had, wouldn't she have done a long time ago what I intended to do now? And hadn't the Ministry of Awesome Systems confirmed that the central hub was empty?
I came here,
Celestia told me.
I knew my body was dying, but I knew of the Crusader mainframes, of the chance for continued life they offered, so I came here.
She looked askance.
Part of me had hoped that in taking control of this place, I would be able to help all my little ponies, that I could still do some good to try and make up for my failures. But when I downloaded myself into the mainframe, I found myself trapped, helpless. I have control over a few security systems, but that is all. I can only listen and watch.
Downloaded? My forehooves raised to my muzzle as I gasped.
None of that download your brain nonsense,
Rainbow Dash had explained to Luna.
I had them disconnect all that stuff. I want a living pony running Equestria's weather, not some machine that thinks it's a pony.
Rainbow Dash. Apple Bloom.
I said weakly.
Celestia, they disconnected the mental download system from the controls. That was part of the design.
I had known this, but I had imagined they would have removed that part of the Crusader mainframe completely, not left it intact but severed. Spike had once asked me, have you ever heard the old saying, the portal to hell is open with the incantation of good intentions? If there was a moral to their story, I guess that would be it.
I know that now,
Celestia said mournfully.
She had made a mistake. A simple, understandable mistake with numbingly tragic consequences. It was the story of Equestria's fall in miniature. DJ Pone3's words rang in my head. The one great reality of the wasteland, the truth of the matter, every pony has done something they regret. The rational part of my mind reared up. If that was what had happened, then this wasn't really Celestia I was talking to. It was just a program. Just the illusion of memories. Downloading your mind into a Crusader mainframe doesn't actually put you into the computer. It just makes a copy of your brain. The only way that... I thought of Elder Cottage Cheese and his unholy intentions. He had planned to truly live forever by not only turning the Crusader mainframe into a duplicate of his mind, but then transferring his very soul into the machine, using it as a soul jar. My face rose toward Celestia, my eyes opening in terrible realization as Rarity's words once again whispered through my mind.
I even tried to have Spike burn it. All that did was send it to Princess Celestia.
Princess Celestia had, for a limited time, been in possession of the Black Book.
You!
I stared, aghast.
Yes,
Celestia confirmed regretfully, not even needing to hear the question.
The spells were so easy to learn that I knew them the moment I opened those pages. And how could I have resisted just a look?
I felt a black chill.
When you live as long as I have, boredom becomes an enemy,
she explained.
In its own way, as dangerous to me as discord, especially when I was alone.
Celestia sighed.
In the centuries after I banished Nightmare Moon, I turned to learning everything I could about the mysterious, the secret, and the forbidden. I even learned tidbits of zebra alchemy and dragon magic, those few things which a pony such as myself could possibly perform. Later, I even built a school to teach the things I had learned which were safe.
Dragon magic? Was that how she sent scrolls back to Spike? I couldn't help but ask.
Yes,
she told me with a nostalgic smile.
I learned that from the dragon you now know as Mouse, she continued. The secrets of the Black Book were a temptation that played on centuries of habit.
No wonder the shield around the SPP Central Hub was so invulnerable. No wonder it had lasted so long. It was being powered by Celestia's soul. Another thought occurred to me. This was it. Then, I was never getting out. Not that I'd ever intended or expected to. In the very least, I couldn't leave until the threat of the Enclave was dismantled entirely. It did no good to end the war today if it just started again tomorrow. Still, the reality of my eternal incarceration was like a heavy blanket. Yet I held my head up. I would never see my friends again. I was going to be hated and villainized by the Pegasi.
But it was all going to be worth it to bring the sunlight back to Equestria, to stop the Enclave. Hell, it would be worth it just for Silverbell to get to see real rainbows. I stepped towards the small door. My only regret was that I wouldn't be with Homage again, that I wouldn't be able to hold her one last time. I stopped, looking up at the screens.
Can I see them? I asked. My friends. From in here?
Of course, my little pony. My heart leapt, the little pony in my head bouncing about with unexpected anticipation. My first instinct was to ask about Homage, but I had a friend for which I felt a much more pressing concern.
Please, Celestia, I begged. Show me Ditsy-Do. Show me what happened to her. I need to know if she's all right.
Princess Celestia vanished, her image replaced by scenes of the battle for Philadelphia. Each monitor showed footage recorded by the SPP towers, 2 showing recent events, while the third played in real time. I watched as Ditsy-Do, like a golden-green light of hope, rose out of the Philadelphia crater and flew up through the clouds. And I watched as she came back, her sonic rad boom clearing the skies over Philadelphia, allowing the rays of Celestia 1 to strike. I watched as she fell, and I cheered when Lionheart caught her. On the central screen, I could see Ditsy-Do, right now standing on the overturned hulk of a chariot, gazing wall-eyed over a sea of scrambling slave ponies, her blackboard in her teeth. This way to freedom and muffins. Beyond her, a gaping hole had been torn in the wall, the wreckage from the barrier used to bridge the moat of toxic sludge. Lionheart was standing beside the passage to freedom. Near his hooves, a dozen monsters from the sludge moat lay dead, their pink-tainted corpses surrounding a triumphant-looking white field mouse.
Thanks, Celestia,
I said without thinking. Then, blushing, I asked, Show me Zenith? The screens changed. I watched my zebra friend infiltrate Philadelphia until she had reached Stern. I saw the fight that began on the rooftop of the Ministry of Morale and that ended on a gabled rooftop on the far side of the city. I looked on as, right now, Zenith lay bleeding and barely conscious under the cover of a cave formed from rubble as her daughter, the doctor of Glyphmark, tended to her wounds. In the background, the sky erupted with lights as a concentrated sunbeam flared down from the heavens and detonated an Enclave bombing wagon. If Celestia 1 was working, then that gave me hope for my other friends as well.
Could you show me Reggie, please? And Lifebloom?
The monitors replayed the sight of God's griffins clearing the sky over Timpani Tower, interspersed with glimpses of the Twilight Society. Celestia was somehow able to show me inside the Megaspell chamber. The left hoof monitor was showing God and Reggie as they flew towards the roof of Timpani Tower, supporting a wounded Blackwing between them.
If I do become the arbiter of the new Canterlot Republic,
God was telling the wounded griffin,
I would be honored to have you as my co-counsel. Don't you think you should choose a pony for that?
Blackwing suggested.
You wouldn't want to give the impression that Equestria is under Griffin control.
It took me a moment to realize that they were missing someone. I turned to the other monitors in time to watch the fight begin. I felt a sharp pain as I looked at Butcher and realized she wasn't going to survive. I gasped when Reggie was struck by the poisonous tail, and whooped when she shot back up through the clouds with little Gilda.
Who would you suggest, then?
God asked on the left screen as the surviving trio neared the rooftop. A pony galloped out onto the roof to greet them. I heard Reggie's voice.
Lifebloom.
Enough,
I said with a wave of my hoof, not needing to see any more. Those who survived the fight would recover, but we had taken losses. I knew we would, but that didn't lessen the hurt. If anything, we had gotten lucky that it wasn't much, much worse.
Show me Velvet Remedy.
On the central screen, the beautiful charcoal-coated unicorn was singing into a headset as she trotted between wounded Enclave soldiers lined up inside the protective barrier generated by several green alicorns. She had set up a triage for the enemy, helping out every pony wounded in battle. As I watched, a purple alicorn teleported inside the shield, bearing another fallen soldier. Velvet Remedy interrupted her song once again, rushing to the wounded Pegasi's aid. The side monitors displayed how Velvet Remedy had taken over Broadcast Center, without a shot fired or a pony wounded. I had never felt more proud, joyous. And yet, my knees felt weak and a nervous sweat broke out over my body as I asked timidly,
Celestia, please show me Homage.
This time, only one screen lit up, with a view of the wasteland. Celestia reappeared on the other two,
watching me tenderly. I could see contrails of black smoke in the sky. The camera shifted downward, zooming in on a ridge of rock. Amongst the rocks was a small cave, little more than an indentation, that some pony had built ramshackle walls into and sparse furniture, all scaled for very small ponies. A little sign was nailed to the front, the word clearly painted by a young foal. Rockopolis, no fillies allowed. Through the almost rectangular window, I could see a very dirty, very haggard homage, her mane in filthy tangled strings, curled up amongst a few empty cans of centuries-old tomato paste, hiding. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Then, impossibly, homage shifted. She looked up, right at the camera that was high on a tower so far away that she couldn't possibly see it. Her muzzle opened, and she mouthed the words, "I love you, little Pip." I broke down crying again.
Homage has been using the towers for a long time.
Celestia reminded me.
She knows them.
And somehow my Homage, the mare who had seen ghosts, found weapons from space, and had encounters with strange ponies who lived in blue boxes, could feel that she was being actively watched. My horn glowed, and I floated up to the monitor, pressing my hooves against it, just trying to be closer.
I made it,
I told her.
I burned alive, but I'm okay.
She can't hear you,
Celestia said. I lowered my hooves, still floating next to the screen as I drank in the sight of the mare I loved. With that, Celestia informed me
I could send you back.
A portal of green dragon fire erupted in the room behind me.
Back to Spike. You could be with her tonight.
What? I fell back to the floor with a thud. I couldn't have heard that right. But I had. The green fire behind me, Celestia explained, was like that which she had once used to send messages through Spike. Once I burned to death again, Spike would literally burp me out, alive and whole. Indescribably painful, but efficient. And a little bit gross.
Now that you know how to get here through Dragonfire, you can return to your friends and your loved ones.
Celestia offered me.
You can go, help them with their fight, and send someone else in your place tomorrow. You don't have to do this anymore.
The image of Homage flickered away, replaced by the sight of Celestia's gentle, caring eyes.
You deserve to be happy.
I found myself faced with two choices. The small door that led deeper into the SPP, or another death by Dragonfire, this one able to send me back to my friends. It was almost too much.
I can't,
I told her, almost wailing.
We'll never get this close again. The Enclave is too strong. They'll regroup. And if we don't win today, they won't give us a second chance.
The magic of Spike's fire is not short-range, little Pip.
Celestia claimed.
You don't have to get this close again.
I rocked on my hooves. That was true. And I wanted so much to be with Homage again. To be with all my friends. I didn't want the life I had grown to love, despite all the pain and the horror, to end here. That's natural, My Little Pony echoed. I thought of my talk with Velvet Remedy 2 days ago. How could I ask some pony else what I wouldn't give myself? Especially, My Little Pony added, when it means asking them to die for you, even if it might only be temporary.
Every pony I know,
of the ones I could entrust something like this to, at least,
they all deserve to be happy too, just as much or more than I do.
I stared at the monitor where Homage had whispered her love, and I thought of what Homage would say. I couldn't help but snicker, as I realized she would probably ask if I'd been staring at Celestia's flank. Celestia raised an eyebrow as I began to giggle. I giggled because I knew what Homage would say if she could see me now. She wouldn't beg me to step through that fire. She wouldn't ask me to be with her at the cost of another. Nor would she feel the need to push me to stay. All the things she had to say on that subject she had already said last night. She'd trust me to make the right decision. No need to hammer the point.
You're laughing?
I nodded, failing to stifle a chortle. Because I know if Homage was here, she'd probably tell me, don't do anything too naughty with the goddess until I can figure out how to make it a threesome. Celestia's eyes went wide. As I realized what I had just said aloud, and to whom, my face broke into the fiercest blush. But Celestia's expression caused me to collapse in laughter.
You have an interesting mare friend,
was all Celestia could manage to say. It took me a moment to recover, wiping tears of an entirely different sort from my eyes. I knew what I had to do. On the other side of the shield, Spike believed he had killed me. I couldn't imagine what he might be feeling, or how he would react when my friends rejoined him. I couldn't leave him like that. Concentrating, I floated up the clipboard, searching for ink. Finding none, I shattered the Sunrise sarsaparilla bottle with a hoof and used one of the shards of glass to draw blood, ignoring the slight pain. Compared to burning alive, a small cut was nothing, and using my blood to write a message. Dear Spike, I'm alive. I'm inside with Celestia. Thank you. I'm very, very, very sorry. Please someday forgive me. Little Pip. P.S. It hurt a lot. Without a word, I sent the message back through the portal. Celestia watched in silence. When I was done, she smiled at me.
I'm proud of you, little Pip, but I'm holding the fire open for you.
Why?
Because I know where I've seen you. Twilight's last act was to save you, Celestia informed me. Was it for this? For you to give up your life just a week later?
She who I had worshipped as a goddess was trying to dissuade me from my mission. Not because I was not worthy, but because I was worth too much. Life is a gift, I told her. I'm not so selfish to ask any pony else to give theirs up so I don't have to.
Life, Celestia remarked sadly, is not always a gift. And death is inevitable. Or at least, it should be. Even my sister died.
The melancholy in her voice was unbearable.
That's the real evil of the Black Book. It changes that. It steals death from you and calls it a gift. It's lying. I've lived so long alone, watching ponies die. I've seen more than you could know. Please. Trust me when I say that the ponies you save by sacrificing yourself will only die soon anyway.
I couldn't believe my ears. This was not the Celestia that I worshipped. What are you saying?
I'm saying, isn't it better for the gift of a slightly longer life to be given to those who have truly earned it? Who deserve it most? Isn't it better to hold on to those you love?
As hurtful as it was to hear these words from the one who was supposed to be my gentle and loving goddess, she wasn't without a point. And if the war I allowed to continue today should kill Homage tomorrow? I asked. Or kill the pony another loves, some pony else's Homage? How could I live with that? And how deserving would I be of another day? How could you even ask? I could hear the undercurrent of pain in Celestia's voice.
I suppose I've always played favorites.
I thought of her favorite student. And what would Twilight Sparkle do if given this choice? I felt immediately awful for invoking Twilight, realizing how much that must hurt her. What right did I have? Particularly after what I had done. Celestia fell silent. I wondered if I had driven her away, for whatever the quality of away her prison allowed her.
When Twilight was younger, she wanted to do what you are doing. She wanted to brave the Everfree Forest alone, to not risk any pony else.
Celestia told me.
Her friends would not let her. After that, I'm not sure. But I'd like to believe that she'd stay with her friends, and they would work a way through it together. But
the ministries. I felt a flare of protective anger. Was Celestia suggesting my friends had failed me? Or was I reading too much into those words? But her friends, I pointed out, were also willing to step back and allow her to do what she had to do, even if that meant, for a moment, leaving her vulnerable.
And you know what happened?
Celestia replied gently.
Twilight was always weakest when separated from her friends. And you will be too.
I felt the presence of the statuettes in my saddlebags. They were stronger together. Better. Oh, goddesses! Or goddess, as the case seemed to be. I began to understand, not just what Celestia was saying, but why she was saying it. I began to grasp why Celestia had become so different from the goddess whom I prayed to. Celestia, I began cautiously. How long have you been without your friends? How long have you been alone? Again, Celestia was silent. Then, after a long and somber pause, she answered.
Longer than I've been here.
You don't have to be anymore.
Little Pip.
The eyes of the alicorn on the screens widened. No pony should be alone, Celestia. Not even one like you. Ponies need friends. They need the magic of friendship. Without it,
I trailed off. The ponies of Equestria had lost their son in more ways than one, but I could change that.
I'm here and I'm not leaving you.
Celestia said nothing. The green flames evaporated. The small door unlocked and opened, revealing a short hallway leading to another door. Inside the hallway, a small alcove held the download device. The metal helmet, encrusted with lights and gems, was laying next to the long horned skull of a large, winged pony skeleton. Celestia's skeleton. I took a few steps forward, then stopped. Focusing, I wrapped the bones of Princess Celestia in my magic and floated them out into the winter vestibule.
Please,
Celestia asked.
as you did for my sister.
It took me a while to find a way to set the bones on fire, but eventually the pyre crackled. I realized I would need to do the same for each of the skeletons in here before I settled into the control pod. But I could burn them all together. Celestia's bones deserved the honor of their own fire. Sitting beneath the monitors, I watched the funeral, Celestia watching with me. I was startled when a mechanical whine somewhere in the central hub and hidden fans began to suck the smoke from the room, replenishing the winter vestibule with fresh summer air. Between the fire and the air, the enchanted frost began to melt, and the fog on the ground faded away. Finally, I stood up again. It was time. As I walked into the hallway, Celestia opened the final door. The Crusader mainframe of the Single Pegasus project reminded me of a tree. The large central stalk glistened with running lines of mystical energy. Lights blinked in arcane sequences along branches that stretched out from the trunk, connecting to smaller mainframes that lined the walls. The metal oval of the control pod was nestled amongst root-like conglomerations of wires. It struck me simultaneously as being like an egg, fallen from a nest and cracked, and a rabbit hole dug into the base of a tree, leading mysterious places. 3 other doors marked cardinal points. The writing above them claimed they led to spring, summer, and autumn vestibules. A stray memory flittered through my head like an errant butterfly.
Okay, here's another one.
Spike had said, telling us stories of his long-gone friends, the Ministry Mares.
This is the story about Twilight Sparkle's first winter wrap-up.
What's a winter wrap-up?
Calamity had asked just before the shaken-up sparkle cola I passed to him hosed his face. I chuckled as I remembered his expression. In the aftermath, Spike had explained that normally in Equestria, the changing of the seasons had been accomplished in part by magic. Later, I heard Rainbow Dash bemoan the need to abandon the war effort once a year to help with winter wrap-up. Somehow, I had forgotten the scope of what the Single Pegasus project was designed to do. One part of winter wrap-up, the part Applejack had always been in charge of, was planting seeds for the next year's crops. Even that, I realized, was under the Single Pegasus project's purview. That was, in fact, part of what the Enclave had hacked into, altering it to fit their needs. Cloud seeding. This was going to be a big responsibility. I lifted the hatch to the control pod, looking inside at what would be my new home. The interior was plush, comfortable, like a cloud but solid, just in case the operator wasn't a Pegasus, I suspected. Likely thanks to the oversight of Apple Bloom. The headset looked an awful lot like the one in the hall, but there were enough differences to distinguish the two. No flashing lights, quite a few more gems. I concentrated, my magic unfastening my saddlebags and letting them drop to the floor. As I removed my armor, I opened those bags for the last time, floating out the small number of keepsakes I had brought with me. Treasures full of memories and ghosts. Calamity's hat, the Fluttershy orb from Velvet Remedy, the drawing by Silverbell, gifts from my friends. One by one, I set them down in a circle on the interior edge of the control pod. I wanted them close to me while I slept. Little Macintosh, the statuettes of the Ministry Mares. Never did learn what finally happened to Rainbow Dash, the little pony in my head mused. Probably for the best. It's good that there are still some mysteries. The ashes of the filly from Friendship City. And finally, orb number 8. That last one I set next to the headgear. The very last thing I would do before closing the hatch and sliding into a controlled coma was to watch it. I knew it would take precious time, but never seeing it was one sacrifice I wasn't willing to make. I wasn't a paragon of my virtue, after all. I looked at Calamity's hat.
The memory from our first visit to Spike's cave had reminded me that there was one friend I hadn't looked in on yet.
Please, Celestia, if you would,
I asked as I trotted back out into the winter vestibule.
show me Calamity.
The screens changed to pictures of frantic battle. On one screen, Calamity was dodging pursuit as he tried to plant explosives in the New Hope solar array. On another, he was facing off with an Enclave officer in some sort of storeroom. On the third, Spike flew across the screen, the camera turning to track him. Between two of his claw tips, I could see he was clutching the clipboard. I heard the explosive report of Spitfire's thunder. Calamity was strapped onto Spike's back with rope, as was the hellhound Barkinsaw. My Pegasus friend's wing had been inexpertly wrapped in healing bandages. He'd overstrained the healing limb, and now it wasn't working at all. Together, Calamity and the hellhound sharpshooter were sniping incoming missiles before they could reach the dragon.
If Lil Pip's okay, then let's get Velvet and get out of here.
Calamity shouted as he fought to reload.
Fall back to y'all know where.
Blood dribbled from Spike's destroyed eye. A painful grimace crossed his bloodied snout.
The Enclave know me.
He growled despondently.
They know where I live. As soon as word gets out, they're going to retaliate.
Calamity understood the severity of Spike's tone when he said,
They'll hit the cave with everything they can.
My heart skipped a beat. The gardens of Equestria.
Yep.
Calamity said grimly.
That's why we pull everything we got back there. Form a line of defense.
As Spike banked to avoid a barrage of plasma fire, each bolt wider than a pony, Calamity scrambled not to drop the anti-machine rifle.
All we gotta do is keep 'em out till Lil Pip can clear the clouds. After that, we got Selly 1 as defense.
I felt a surge of panic and fought it back down. It would be hours before they even got back to Spike's cave, longer before the Enclave could regroup. But the sense of urgency that I had somehow allowed to slip had returned in full force.
Celestia,
I asked, realizing how much there would be to do.
will you help me?
Of course, little Pip. I walked out of the winter vestibule and back into the small hallway. I paused at the alcove with the downloader.
They won't understand.
I said, realizing it not for the first time.
The Pegasi especially. They won't understand why.
Not that it mattered. I was trying to do the right thing for every pony, for everyone, the only way I knew how. I heard Scootaloo's voice in my memories.
This isn't our Equestria anymore. It's not the happy, safe, pleasant world any of us grew up in. I don't understand how it could have gotten this way. How it could have gotten this bad. Somebody needs to figure it out and fix it, and if I have to become the villain of the piece to do that, then I will.
I was Scootaloo, at least a little.
I'll be able to watch everything, right?
I asked.
Will I be able to talk to them? Or at least send a message?
Celestia was quiet a moment, then, not as the system is now, she informed me, or I would have done so long ago. But with a good toaster repair pony, that will be easy to fix. My ears burned a little, but the little pony in my head pranced in glee. I looked down at the download device. It was meant to make a copy of a pony's entire mind in a few hours. How quickly, then, could it make a simple copy of a couple months?
I want to send a message,
I told Celestia, as I wrapped the helmet in my magic, turning the download station on.
I want to tell them what really happened, to explain, even if they never believe me. I owe them all that much.
Again, I asked.
Will you help me?
Again, the answer. Of course, my little pony. 2 months. The copy process should only take minutes. Add an hour for editing and adding in a few thoughts. I slipped the helmet onto my head and started up the Arcano tech device. I felt the odd sense of mental pressure as the device synced up to my brain and experienced an odd taste, like that of muffin-flavored cake. I took a deep breath as I tried to figure out just how to begin. Then I began thinking, if I'm going to tell you about the adventure of my life, explain how I got to this place with these people, and why I did what I'm going to do next, I should probably start by explaining a little bit about Pip-Bucks.
Epilogue of Forgiveness and Fallout.
2 weeks! It's been 2 weeks since the afternoon that wastelanders everywhere have come to call the day of sunshine and rainbows. The day that massive surges of rainbow light and sound, sonic rain booms, burst from 23 of the great towers, clearing away the blanket of clouds that had covered the skies above for all our lives and the lives of everyone and everything born after the Great War. For me, there's a memory that will forever symbolize that day. I looked up, watching those expanding rings of fantastic rainbow light burst the clouds, sending showers down on the wasteland. And as I turned my face towards the sun for the very first time, I saw how the misty rainfall sparkled, and then I spotted a balefire phoenix, her coat of majestic, iridescent emerald and gold, dancing and cavorting amongst the ephemeral rainbows forming all across the sun-drenched sky. It was the single most beautiful sight I have seen in my long life. Thank you, little Pip, from all of us. Now, children, as you know, the sonic rain booms also tore most of the remaining Enclave raptors out of the sky. The few that remain have returned to the sides of the Enclave's remaining thunderheads and turned their firepower on the Pegasus ponies who have risen up to throw off the Enclave's tyranny. The war is over, but it would appear that the war was just the prologue to another bloody chapter in equestrian history. Civil war tears apart the sky, and here below, remnants of Red Eye's armies have divided into war camps, each determined to carve out a swath of the wasteland as their own little empire, the ground soaked in violence and the blood of any pony who challenges them. But this time is different, children, because this time we have hope. Hope that the Equestria of tomorrow will actually be a better place than the Equestria of today, and that we may actually know peace in our children's lifetime. Hope brought to us by our Lightbringer, yes, and more importantly, hope brought to us by ourselves, by our embrace of our nobler nature. Over the last few weeks, the actions of so many of you have shown more brilliantly than the sun itself. So much that it made this old DJ cry. Children, old DJ Pone 3 ain't never been prouder of ya. Now listen up, children. Old DJ Pone 3's got a message for all you faithful listeners, and this one's important. The word of the day is forgiveness. We've all suffered at the hooves of the Enclave, and I know just how easy it would be to direct all our hate towards every pony out there with wings. But the Enclave ain't every Pegasus. And even a great many of those in the Enclave weren't keen on what their leaders were doing. Many stood up against them, and many were murdered for it. We need to embrace our Pegasi sisters and brothers, welcome them. Things are gonna be hard for them. Hell, hard for all of us. We need to show love, tolerance, and acceptance. We need to be the sort of ponies the stable dweller trusted and believed we could be. The sort of ponies you've proven you can be. Same message goes for the alicorns. They ain't the monsters they used to be. They're ponies, hurt ones at that. Yes, there are several poisonous apples out there. Some of them just don't seem to know any other way. But most of those alicorns are just lost. They're trying to figure out who they are, reckon their place in this world. Not unlike a certain little unicorn who stepped hoof out of a stable less than 3 months ago. And there are some, more than just a few, who have chosen to side with the heroes of the wasteland. So if you see an alicorn, keep your weapon loaded, but try talking first. You just might find a friend. Remember, children, it's the one great truth of the wasteland. We've all done something that we regret. We all need a little forgiveness. And that's the truth of the matter. And with that said, I've got a special treat for all you faithful listeners. I have here in the studio, Velvet Remedy, here for a rare interview with yours truly. I know I usually farm out interviews to my #1 assistant, but this is a special case, and Homage has been rather busy. But first, some news. The fires of the Everfree Forest have finally died. Bizarrely, a lot of the forest, the trees at least, seem unharmed. Given time, the undergrowth is likely to grow back. However, I have it on good authority that the Applejacks Rangers have taken up a project to convert much of the forest area to farmland, pending negotiations with the Children of the Cathedral, a relatively non-hostile band of Red Eye remnants who have made their home in the wreckage of the Thunderhead Overcast. In related news, hostilities between the Steel Rangers and their heroic offshoot, the Applejacks Rangers, seem to have ceased, save for a few localized pockets of fighting. Apparently, the threat of genocide from above has helped put their conflict into perspective. Fierce battles continue throughout the ruins of Philadelphia, most notably between Talon mercenaries and the emerging Red Eye Remnants warlords. Unless your checklist of things you need to do by the end of the day includes violence and bloody dismemberment, I strongly advise you to avoid Philadelphia for the foreseeable future. If you are amongst those civilians still trapped inside the ruins, seek out the nearest Talon not engaged in active hostilities. If at all possible, the Griffin will do her or his best to get you out of the war zone. Now, as many as you know from my first return broadcast, all those mysterious towers turn out to be a part of a pre-war weather control system called the Single Pegasus Project. And that little Pip, the mare I formerly referred to as the Stable Dweller, and other titles, is currently in an induced coma, hooked into that system. Additionally, Celestia herself is bound in mind and soul into the SPP security system. So I guess every pony who believed that Celestia was up there somewhere looking down on us was right. And that brings us to a bit of good news and a bit of bad news. You see, Little Pip was willing to sacrifice everything she had for all of us. Her friends honor that, but they're doing all they can to mitigate the price, because that's what friends do. They help each other best they can. Despite the best of efforts, it doesn't appear control of the Single Pegasus Project security and weather control systems can be integrated. Turns out, even if we had the technology, attempting to install it would require a full shutdown and tearing apart several components of the Crusader mainframe. And that ain't an option. The good news, however, is that they've rigged up enhanced communication between the disparate systems. Not only does this mean that Little Pip and Celestia will be able to share time together, but that both will be able to periodically converse with us down here as well. Sunlight and Celestia herself have been returned to the wasteland. Words, they just ain't able to express the magnitude of that. And in further news, the first message from Little Pip to all of us has been received. Now, it's a bit of a mess due to the way it was mentally transcribed, but the Twilight Society's expert in memory magic, a pony who I will add is a trusted friend, has taken it upon himself to sort and edit the memory dump, and we expect to have that message available for everyone living in the wasteland within another 2 weeks. And before you ask, my friend has assured me that the editing being performed will not diminish the message in any way. That it ain't gonna be a short message by any stretch, but that no pony needs to know about every time Little Pip ate or had a bowel movement. To my friend, I can only say, I applaud your sacrifice. Finally, a bit of personal news. I, the voice of your wasteland, am going away again. Hopefully it will not be for as long as my last vacation, and it is definitely under better circumstances. You see, children, now that the war is over and the sky is opened, I've got a quest of my own to undertake. A role in the good fight that demands my personal attention. I'll report in whenever circumstances allow, but this may be the last bit of news you hear for a little while. Now, I hear some of you faithful listeners asking, hey, DJ Pone 3, does this mean Little Pip is up there keeping an eye on us all the time too, like a new benevolent goddess? Well, I can tell you she wouldn't much care for the comparison, and the last thing she wants is to be prayed to. That's not a role she seeks for herself. Plus, I have it on good authority that she'll be getting some long and well-earned rest. On the other hoof, though, I know she ain't that kind of pony. I'd still hesitate to throw around the old "may lightning strike me if" phrase quite so casually now. And I, for one, am already building up my stockpile of colorful Little Pip swears. And on that note, I introduce Velvet Remedy. Hello, medical pony. May I call you Velvet? Oh, of course you may. We're going to be traveling together for a while. Familiarity is expected. Yes. As it turns out, faithful listeners, Velvet here will be accompanying me on my little sojourn. As will her husband, Calamity, hero of the Battle of Dragon Mountain. How is Calamity doing after his surgery, VR? Can I call you VR? No, and he's recovering nicely. The implants are compensating for the permanent muscle damage, and I believe he will regain his full flying capabilities with sufficient exercise and nagging. Ah, yes, the nagging, I suspect, is the most crucial element to recovery. Did I hear you say enhanced communication? Well, that explains it. I thought I heard Homage saying something about the towers, spare parts from Stable 29, and a threesome? Hey, is it my fault the mayor's a perv? Not touching that one, and you know why. Ha! Anyway, Let me first say how joyous it was to hear your broadcast that morning 2 weeks ago. Old DJ Pone 3 ain't never been so happy to be upstaged. What? I didn't. You weren't even. Whoa, just a joke. But it's no joke that your voice was a blessin' in a pretty dark hour. Oh, thank you. I just did what I could. And from what I hear, you got a little quest of your own that you're rearing to take on before we all begin our little adventure. Why don't you tell us about that? Yes. We're going to try and save Fluttershy. Fluttershy was one of Equestria's greatest heroes, and eventually became one of the Ministry mayors, the mayor of the Ministry of Peace. She was the gentlest healer and the kindest soul that Equestria has ever known. Yes, she made mistakes, errors in judgment that played a role in the apocalypse, but her mistakes were born of kindness and a genuine effort to save lives.
The portal to hell is opened with the incantation of good intentions.
And what she has suffered in the last 2 centuries has been beyond the pale. The punishment has far exceeded any crime. Tragically, a wasteland speciality. Fluttershy sounds like the sort of pony the equestrian wasteland really needs. What happened? And how can she be saved? 2 centuries ago, she was brutally transformed by Killing Joke. It may be possible to reverse that cruel magic and save her. For the last week, Zenith has been working on a brew, a modification of an old recipe to relieve the transformations caused by Poison Joke. And it is finally ready. Morning Frost has volunteered to fly us out. I don't want Calamity pulling a sky chariot until he is fully recovered. The fires of Everfree Forest should have cleansed the area of Killing Joke, but we're not taking any unnecessary chances. Now, Velvet, I hate to bring this up, but it has been 200 years. What is the chance that this will even work? And even if it does, she might not survive the transformation. She might die of old age the moment she is restored. I know. But Fluttershy deserves our efforts to try. And even in the worst case, she deserves peace. After 200 years of undeserved torment. Sorry. Please, give me a moment. Take your time. Thank you, I'm all right. Hey, no problem. This is understandably emotional. You were saying? I was about to say, just in case, we've created a recording that we are going to play for her before we attempt this. The recording is from all of us. I believe your assistant Homage took part in making it and helped Little Pip and Celestia add their voices as well. The recording lets Fluttershy know that we love her, and perhaps more importantly, that for the mistakes she made, she is forgiven. We're going to play this for her before we try the brew. And afterwards, if we are not successful in saving her, the recording will be integrated into a gravestone marker, set to play once a week at sunrise for the next 10 years. That's kinda beautiful. Of course, I really hope that it isn't necessary. Again, thank you. Nah, VR, for all you've done and all you're going to do, from all of us in the equestrian wasteland, thank you. Everyone deserves thanks. We all did our part. And if I may ask, how are you doing in the wake of it all? I know that since your return, you've seemed a little melancholy. Really? Well, a lot happened to me. To you, to Equestria. Can't go through all that and come out the same pony. But that's just life. Life always changes. And I'm afraid that's all the time we have today, faithful listeners. Old DJ Pone 3 got some packing to do, and I need to program a good week or 3 of music before I go. One final announcement. Earlier, I was able to spend some time with Velvet here in my recording studio. And starting today, Velvet Remedy's Equestrian Anthem will be a part of our musical rotation. Knew you'd enjoy hearing that. But for now, I leave you with this song, an old favorite. I dedicate this one to Strawberry Lemonade, Amber Waves, and every other pony who gave their lives at the Battle of Dragon Mountain. You stood fast, defending valiantly without even knowing what you were dying to protect, only trusting that your sacrifice was for the good of all Equestria. Your bravery and loyalty are unparalleled, and I promise you this, you didn't die in vain. Someday, very soon as my little quest is complete, everyone will understand your sacrifice, and history will remember your names with reverence. Thanks for listening, children.
I want to calm the storm, but the war is in your eyes. How can I shield you from the horror and the lies, when all that once held meaning is shattered, ruined, bleeding? And the whispers in the darkness tell me we won't survive. All things will end in time, this coming storm won't linger. Why should we live as if there's nothing more? So hold me 'neath the thunderclouds, my heart held in your hooves. Our love will keep the monsters from our door. For I know tomorrow will be a better day, yes. I believe tomorrow can be a better day.
Afterward, 10 years later. Once upon a time in the magical land of Equestria. 10 years later.
Then I began thinking,
She said softly, reading the very last lines of the book. They were also the first lines, although she wasn't sure if any of her listeners had noticed. The story had come full circle. These were the moments she lived for, just spending time with the children, seeing their eager, attentive faces as she read to them. The reading room was like an island of peace. No worries, no pressures, no ponies seeking her advice or counsel. She had never been comfortable in a position of leadership, but the ponies outside had put her on a pedestal. She hated the spotlight, and she knew she hadn't earned the trust they put in her. The reading room was one of her favorite retreats.
if I'm going to tell you about the adventure of my life, explain how I got to this place with these people, and why I did what I'm going to do next, I should probably start by explaining a little bit about pit bugs.
She gently closed the book, drinking in the tranquility of the ending. Yes, these were the moments she lived for. The peace and quiet before...
What?
whined the little apricot Pegasus sitting in the center of the other foals.
That's it? It can't end there. That's a lame way to end the story. Now, Thunder Rush,
She began. Rush was Tracker and Mist's filly and had inherited her father's disposition.
I want action.
Thunder Rush interrupted.
And I want Rainbow Dash.
A timid yellow unicorn offered.
I kinda like the ending.
Rush rolled her eyes at her playmate.
You would.
Well, it was tranquil while it lasted.
Now, children, it's a true story, right?
The yellow unicorn, Flower, asked. Even as she nodded in response, the filly Thunder Rush promptly disagreed.
Of course not. It's obviously just a fairy tale. Nobody could survive getting shot that much.
The filly rolled her eyes again with exaggerated exasperation.
And come on, you don't really believe there's that many monsters in Equestria, do you? Oh, but there were,
She responded, hating to interrupt.
I was there.
The apricot Pegasus just crossed her forelegs and sat down on a harumph. One of the colts in the back, a brown and white spotted foal, piped up.
Were you really a tree?
She took a deep breath, fortifying herself to face the question that always came after this one.
Yes, Cliff, it's true.
She heard curiosity in Flower's voice as the filly asked,
What was it like to be a tree?
and there it was, the question.
I don't want to talk about it.
Fluttershy said, the words feeling rehearsed. There were things she couldn't think about too much, and her time as a tree was high on her list of forbidden thoughts.
Now, why don't you all go out and play?
She suggested. Most of the colts and fillies didn't need to be told twice. The far doors swung open, letting in a dazzling blast of sunlight. A miniature stampede left the reading room almost vacant in seconds. She blinked, realizing that little Cliff had stayed behind. The colt galloped up to her on his tiny hooves and threw his forelegs around her. She fought back the urge to jump away and hide.
You're the best storyteller, Miss Fluttershy,
he said happily. Thank you for the story. Then the colt, too, was drawn by the pull of the midday sun and scampered off to join his friends. Fluttershy stood in place for a moment, staring out the open doors at the mission and the junction town beyond. These ponies called themselves the followers of the apocalypse. They knew of her past, her great mistakes,
But they neither hid from the truth nor hated her for it. Instead, they embraced it as a lesson, and still astoundingly, looked to her with a reverence she found uncomfortable. Still, if she was going to be given a position of authority, she was going to use it. She'd spent 200 years unable to do anything to help anyone. No more. She just had to do better this time. And this time, she was going to stay close to her friends so that they could help her. She spotted the followers' leader, Velvet Remedy. The charcoal-coated unicorn looked her way, smiling. She lifted a forehoof and waved. Fluttershy waved timidly back, her eyes catching the ornate golden pip-buck, encrusted with a nightingale-shaped gemstone on Velvet Remedy's foreleg. She remembered when that had been a necklace. Her necklace. She found herself smiling, happy it had found a new bearer, although it had taken her a while to grasp the somewhat abrasive mare as a beacon of kindness. She wasn't surprised that the element had taken a new form. After all, before it was a necklace, it had been a heavy round rock, and the book did help explain why the elements chose this new appearance. Fluttershy picked up the book in her mouth and walked over to the bookshelf. The Book of Little Pip was a good book, she thought, despite some of the darker parts she had to skim over when reading it to the kids. The book had helped her understand things, answered many questions. Zenith's potion had reversed the curse of the killing joke, restoring her physically to how she had been just before it touched her. But her mind... It had taken years for her to recover, and she had only been able to find herself again, to put herself back together, thanks to the constant attention and help of her friends, both her new friends and her old ones. Velvet Remedy had been right. The little statues of her friends had helped her put herself back together. Without them, she probably would have remained broken and sane forever. The statuettes of her friends were the second set like that she had been given in her life. The first was from Rarity. The ones she had now were from Velvet Remedy. With them, she could weather the loss of her friends, and it felt sometimes like they were still right there with her. Sometimes in her sleep, they would stand by her against the monsters that lurked in her head. She hadn't understood how or why until Velvet Remedy had given her the Book of Little Pip. Now, thanks to the book, she knew. It was, however, rather disconcerting to know that there were little statuettes of her out there somewhere, radiating the essence of her soul. The statuettes were in her saddle boxes. She took them wherever she went, taking them out only to put them on the mantel above her bed at night before she slept, with Angel. The eternally petrified form of her dearest pet and longest friend watched over her each night, guarding her. It was maybe macabre, maybe somewhat unhealthy, but she slept better with him there. He kept the nightmares away. As she slid the book back into its place on the bookshelf, she again thought that, yes, it was a good book. Deeply painful at times. But it was nice to feel like she knew Little Pip. So many of her new friends did. And, despite some of her bad times, she seemed like such a nice pony. Fluttershy had tried to talk to Little Pip once, but even being in one of the tower stations made her very uncomfortable. The Single Pegasus project, she had to admit, freaked her out. Little Pip had called it peaceful, but Fluttershy had panic attacks at the mere thought of the place, of being trapped, unable to move, watching helplessly. She felt her heart racing and shoved the memory away. That place was on her list of things not to think about too much. Sometimes, her mind was like a minefield. She had to be careful where she stepped. Still, she had recovered, mostly. It had taken years, yes. She smiled a little, the sort of smile you could only manage looking back on something from a great distance. Her well-intentioned friends had swiftly taken her to Spike's cave, thinking it would help her to be with someone she knew. 200 years as a tree had done nothing to dampen her phobia of dragons. Of course, she hadn't recognized him. He'd grown up. And true, she'd seen him grown up once before, but that was an unnatural and temporary growth, not like the real thing. He looked completely different. He had wings, for one thing.
I'm sorry I scared you.
She remembered Spike saying one day after she'd finally been able to do more than squeak and cover in response.
It was the eye patch, wasn't it? Damn it. I was going for jaunty, but I think it just makes me look like a raider.
It had not been the eye patch. If anything, the eye patch was nice. Made him look dapper. She told him so.
Fluttershy lowered her nose and nudged the book fully into place. Yes, she thought for the third time, it was a good book. Sometimes, though, she thought it had a bad title. In her mind, it was more than just the story of a single mare. It was a story of Equestria. The Equestria that had been, the equestrian wasteland that is, and the hopes for the new Equestria that was beginning to bloom.
Maybe the story should have Equestria in its name,
she asked herself. More than that, it was the story of the birth of the fledgling forces of good in the equestrian wasteland. The new Canterlot Republic, the Applejacks Rangers. Even the followers of the Apocalypse had their origins in this story. And she shouldn't forget the Twilight Society, whose megaspell had turned them into a superpower in the wasteland. They were good and helpful ponies, too. Mostly. Usually. Fluttershy crossed the reading room and stepped out into the pure sunlight that poured down on Junction Town. She blinked, adjusting to the brightness as she felt the warmth of the sun penetrate her feathers and coat. Ahead and to the left, Velvet Remedy was talking to some of the medical ponies near the clinic. To her right, the laughter of the children tickled the air. Straight ahead, at the far wall of the mission, she spotted Pallet and her apprentice Silverbell. The older mare was guiding the adolescent unicorn as she used her magic to put the finishing touches on a stained glass window. Fluttershy guessed the window was for the new Canterlot Castle. She closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath. The scents of dust and lavender trees mixed with a hint of rosewood and cinnamon from Brandy's cookhouse.
Oh, smell that air,
she said softly to her friends in her saddle boxes. It was the smell of everything being good in the world. She turned to watch the children. Thunder Rush's little brother was pestering the apricot Pegasus. She tilted her ears to catch the conversation.
I can name all the presidents of the new Canterlot's Republic,
the little one boasted. So cute he made Fluttershy snicker. Rush said, blowing her sibling off. That's easy. There's only been 2. Try something harder. The tiny colt tried again.
I can name all the princesses of Old Equestria.
Equally easy isn't harder. Fluttershy sighed, shaking her head, and took a step. She eeped as a young voice cried out,
Hey, Fluttershy!
Turning, she saw the pink alicorn filly fly up unsteadily, her face wide and smiling.
Oh, hello, Surprise!
Fluttershy greeted her. Surprise was the 3rd alicorn to be successfully birthed, and the first alicorn to have a coat that wasn't blue, green, or purple.
Look what I can do!
The alicorn filly beamed happily. Her little face scrunched in concentration. Her horn flickered and began to glow, small sparks erupting from its tip. A blob of magical energy formed above the little alicorn. It melted down around her, forming a magical shield. The fragile magical sphere lasted only a moment before popping like a soap bubble, but the alicorn's eyes looked up with glee.
Oh, that's very good, Surprise!
Fluttershy cooed.
You're getting ever so much better. Your parents must be so proud.
Still, she couldn't help but suppress an involuntary shudder, her eyes drifting towards the mountains, and towards Glyphmark. She knew better than to worry. Zenith of all zebras wouldn't allow them to be anything but extra cautious. Still, the brew they created to turn alicorns male, the potion that allowed them to breed, required extract of killing joke as an ingredient, and that meant the angels were cultivating it over there.
No. Stop thinking about things on the list. You know it's not healthy.
Surprise squeaked in delight and fluttered away, seeking another adult to show off to. Fluttershy slowly walked down the cobblestone street that wove through the mission. She passed Brandy trotting the other way, pulling a cart of vegetables from the gardens. She exchanged greetings with the young cook, feeling fleetingly disappointed that she wouldn't get to taste the soup and salad being planned for tonight. But she wasn't going to be here. The equestrian wasteland was producing enough food now for its population to begin to prosper, ponies and non-ponies alike. 3 years ago, Little Pip had cleared the last of the cloud curtain. Her continued habitation in the Celestia hub being as much out of dedication to a promise as it was for psychological and physiological concerns. The former she empathized with all too well. The latter regarded the small mare's development of a constitutional weakness, her multiple exposures to pink cloud, and broadcasters having taken their toll. Plus, while not constantly minded, the weather still needed to be regulated so that the farms could run at maximum production. And sadly,
It would probably be generations before the rest of Equestria was willing to trust the weather to the Pegasi again. Yes, food was no longer a necessity that ponies needed to struggle or bleed for. The new Canterlot Republic ensured that the bounty was distributed generously to all, and the Talons kept the farms and caravans safe from gangs and other marauders who would attempt to seize control. Rather, the national concern had turned once again to power. The Gardens of Equestria had given back their farmlands, but had stripped them of the radioactive materials necessary to run Red Eye's engines. For now, most of the energy used by the NCR was generated from devices drawing on star batteries, a donation from Calamity, she had been told, but these resources were finite and heavily strained. The needs of the nation would soon far exceed the limited power they could produce. Fluttershy cringed at the notion that Equestria's power might soon become dependent on irradiated rocks and other materials that could only be found in foreign lands. She'd seen the land she'd loved go down that road before. It did not end well. Getting Aqua Cura was bad enough. Several field mice scampered across the street. Fluttershy flapped her wings, lifting her hooves off the cobblestones, giving them space to pass. An iridescent bird of golden and emerald plumage shot down out of the sky, snatching one of them up. The balefire phoenix shot into the air, lifting up 10 yards, and dropped her prey onto the stones below, the fall breaking the little mouse's back.
Oh, hello, Firelight.
Fluttershy squeaked as Firelight dropped onto her prey and started to eat. For a moment, she had almost called the balefire phoenix Philomena, but Firelight wasn't the same bird as the one that had been Princess Celestia's pet. At least, she was pretty sure they weren't the same bird. But the similarities were striking enough that Fluttershy was sure they were from a common family. Cousins, maybe even sisters. Firelight looked up at Fluttershy, mouse intestines dangling from her beak, and squawked pleasantly. Fluttershy bit back the urge to grimace, smiling approvingly at the predator instead. She had been with Velvet Remedy through Firelight's last 2 natural renewal cycles, the first time helping the unicorn accept the seemingly horrible decline of her pet's health. Fluttershy flew past, landing a few yards ahead and continuing on her way. Ahead, she noticed that Palette and Silverbell had paused in their work to watch Surprise show them her shield bubble. A chime sounded, crystalline and clear, ringing across the mission. She perked up, looking to the sky above the gate. Other ponies trotted about her, headed to sea. Silverbell galloped past her, her mentor trotting more leisurely behind. Velvet Remedy joined her side. Surprise followed the promise that there were more adults to show off to. One of the caravans was home. Even before she recognized the silhouette, the glints of metal under his wing and on his foreleg told Fluttershy that it was Calamity who had come home. It was good to see him again, and not just because he was going to be her ride this afternoon. She'd always been a weak flyer, even in her youth, and she wasn't young anymore. The only pink in her mane now was from the streak Silverbell had put in while practicing cosmetic spells. Fluttershy felt confident in flying across Junction Town, maybe even to where they were building the new castle, but not all the way to Buckling Cross. The heavy gate doors squealed, pulled open by ponies on pedal machines made from old griffin chasers. As Calamity landed inside, the caravan he guarded began through the doors. She trotted forward, her eyes moving to each pony, counting manes. She breathed a sigh of relief she didn't realize she was holding in, as every pony was accounted for. She supposed she'd been a little worried. The trip to Thunderfall City and back wasn't as dangerous as it used to be, but it was good to see them back and in one piece.
Oh,
Silverbell pouted.
I was hoping it would be Mom and Dad.
Ditsy Doo's caravan was due back today as well, she realized, and from a much more treacherous journey. It was for the ghouls of Equestria. Their bodies could not heal without radiation, and after the Gardens of Equestria had been activated, there was no radiation in Equestria anymore. Every week, brave caravans like Ditsy Doo's were making the trek beyond Equestria's borders, to the rad pits in the blighted neighboring lands, filling barrels with the irradiated water that the ghouls at home needed to survive. Ditsy Doo was, however, the only one to have decided to brand her water deliveries. Absolutely everything was Equestria's source for Aqua Cura, free on request with any size of purchase, no matter how small. Dirty water caravans were all too often targets of bandits and other awful ponies. She understood Silverbell's anxiety. The caravan was already crowded by ponies when she reached it. Some were helping unload. Most were just eager to hear about the trip.
On our way there, we ran into raiders out near Hope.
Calamity was telling Velvet Remedy, shaking his head sadly.
They hit the outpost there. Weren't much left of it when we reached it.
Raiders?
Velvet gasped.
But we haven't seen those in years. Are you sure it wasn't one of the gangs?
Gangs don't do to ponies what these monsters did.
Calamity snorted, drawing down his silver cowpony hat.
But don't worry, they won't be doing nothing to any pony ever again.
Fluttershy watched as the two married ponies began to sketch out plans to send a group out to properly tend to the dead at the Hope outpost.
I'm off with Shy to Buckland Cross this evening. Might want to get some of the Talon boys to provide cover.
Calamity suggested finally.
I got 'em all, I'm sure of it, but better play it safe, just in case.
The rust-coated cyber pony turned to her.
I'll be ready to go in an hour if y'all are ready.
Oh, yes, thank you. If that's okay with you.
She paused, then asked.
Do you think it will be dangerous?
Shucks, no.
Calamity smiled.
We'll likely get a few rogue wins, but the junction town to Buckland Cross is one of the safest routes in all Equestria.
Well, now that Bloodwing mating season had passed at least.
Rogue wins?
It's Homage's birthday, so she'll be up in the Celestia hub with Lil Pip.
Calamity informed her.
I hear they're spending the whole day in the autumn vestibule.
Oh.
Fluttershy squeaked.
How romantic.
Calamity turned to his wife with a smirk.
Homage wanted me to remind you that this is the last birthday she's got before she's officially old and decrepit.
He playfully poked Velvet Remedy with the hoof as she scowled and pouted. Fluttershy's eyes were drawn to the golden pipbuck on his foreleg, the two jewels embedded in it taking the shapes of a hammer and a screwdriver.
What's decrepit?
Surprise piped up, looking to the adults curiously.
In this case,
Pallid answered, lowering her head to mock whisper to the little pink alicorn.
it means the same age Velvet was when she left her stable.
Velvet Remedy tossed her mane back and nickered indignantly. Dusk was settling over Equestria. The dipping sun glowed between the skeletal monuments of Manhattan's ruined skyscrapers. Dingy light and fading shadows stretched across Fetlock. The wind sent ripples across the lake and through the lush hills of grass. She stood in the back of the sky chariot, staring down as Fetlock passed below. She could see the lights of the settlement built around the Applejack's Rangers' stronghold, a bastion of life in a sea of wreckage.
Did you see Ponyville?
She asked suddenly.
Yep.
Calamity answered as he flew, pulling the chariot behind him.
They seem to be doing all right, for hellhounds. Not even raiders are stupid enough to wander near Ponyville.
10 years ago, a megaspell destroyed the hellhounds' home in Splendid Valley. A few dozen of the survivors had surfaced in the ruins of the town that had once been their home, the home of her friends. Now, it was home to maybe a score of hellhound families. As Calamity guided the sky chariot towards those hills, Fluttershy knew where they were going. Part of her mind insisted on envisioning this place as it once was. She and her friends had once gone golfing on these very hills, back before the war was even a whisper. She remembered Angel had gotten bored and started gnawing on the canopy of their golf cart until she cajoled him to stop. But this place wasn't a golf course anymore. Calamity brought the sky chariot down on the wind-stroked grass and unhitched himself. Fluttershy spread her wings, dipping her head to pick up the bundles of flowers that had accompanied her for this much of the journey. The two Pegasi approached the 5 tombstones. Fluttershy dropped the flowers at her hooves, letting Calamity pick up several of them to place at the gravestone of Elder Steelhooves, Applesnack. She scooped up the others and began reverently placing them at each of the other 4 graves, which fanned out behind that first one as Calamity took a few minutes of quiet with his departed friend. A soft pang filled her heart as Fluttershy wished she had found time to know Applesnack better. She stopped at the gravestone nearest to Applesnack's, reading the inscription. Here rest Paladin Strawberry Lemonade. Brave, loyal, true. She gave her life that Equestria may blossom once again. The other 3 markers had similar epitaphs. The wind began to pick up, tugging at her silvered mane with its streaks of pink. She planted the last of the flowers and turned back to Calamity. The stallion was staring upwards and towards the east. She followed his gaze, spotting the gaunt, flying forms of 2 ghoul Pegasi pulling a water cart.
leading the other water wagons as the caravan flew towards Junction Town. She knew one of those lead ghouls would have a golden pip-buck on her foreleg, with 7 diamonds arranged like bubbles. Ditzy-Doo, the bearer of laughter. Who could ever have imagined? It warmed her heart that her old friend had found love in the equestrian wasteland. If any pony in Equestria deserved happiness, Fluttershy thought, it was her. As she watched them pass, she believed she saw the pale stallion beside Ditzy-Doo glance at his love, the Canterlot ghoul's normal grimace fading into a look of silent adoration. He caught her, his little falling star. A strange thought crossed her mind as she mused that Ditzy-Doo and Lionheart reminded her, just a little, of Applejack and Applesnack. As if reading her thoughts, a very disturbing notion, Calamity stepped next to her expressing, "I ain't normally the religious type, but I've seen enough to know souls exist. Part of me likes to imagine that somewhere up there, Steelhooves and his gal are smiling down on those two." Fluttershy nodded quietly. The winds continued to blow, making the trees creak and the water of the lake lap at the shore. Sunset poured out its beautiful palette across Equestria, painting the sky in oranges and purples, blues and golds. Sunlight glinted off the broken windows of the dead Manhattan skyscrapers, looking like a scattering of jewels, and shimmered on the river that flowed around Buckland Cross. The butter-yellow Pegasus stretched her wings, standing on the edge of the fortress, her eyes looking out over the river, watching the slowly gliding boats, then lifting beyond. She could see Gummy's house from here. Like Ditzy-Doo, another strand of the past that persisted in the present, tugging at her heart. Painful, but still precious, like anchors that kept her from blowing away in the wind. She glanced downward, seeing the black scar of the Arbu prison. Calamity was down there somewhere, visiting a pony he had described as an old friend who looks a lot like me. It saddened her that there was still a need for such places in Equestria. But not all ponies in the wasteland were willing to embrace their better virtues, to be good ponies. Every pony, she still believed, had goodness inside them. But she had learned the hardest possible way, that you couldn't assume ponies would do the right thing, which made those who did all the more wonderful and precious. She felt the presence of the hellhound as he came up behind her. The old cyberhound crouched down next to her, his cyberleg giving a metallic whine. At last, the aging albino spoke.
"You ready for this?"
Fluttershy nodded. She would not allow the new age of Equestria to be born out of genocide. The hellhounds were on the precipice of extinction, and it was largely the fault of ponies. Wanted or not, warranted or not, she had been once again put in a position where her words carried weight. And as much as she hated being looked to as a leader, she wasn't going to shy away. Not after everything. This is something she must do. She must. She must. The Applejack's Ragers weren't going to be happy about it, but she would convince them. The Hellhound Sanctuary was the right thing to do. The elderly albino hellhound got back up as she turned around and followed her as she marched toward the council hall. A stiff wind cut through her feathers, chilling her. The sun began to sink beneath the waves. Fluttershy took a deep breath. The day was almost over. And it had been a day without gunshots. A peaceful day. A better day. In a world filled with misery and uncertainty, it is a great comfort to know that, in the end, there is a light in the darkness. Fallout Equestria.
That's all, Zipsters! Like and subscribe.